We've got TikTok up and running. YouTube should be live here in a second. Instagram should be live right about meow. And the YouTube guest box is open for anyone watching on YouTube. Let me make sure the guest box on TikTok is open. TikTok guest box is open. And we should be ready to rock and roll. Welcome to the live stream, guys. Should be a good night. I see all the friends filing in. Good to see you, Alexandra. Good to see you, Ems. Thanks for being here. To Zen, welcome in. Oh, Planet Peterson's coming on a Wednesday night. What's the good word?
Hello, hello. I've been on vacation, but I'm finally back.
Well, it's good to have you, buddy. How was your weekend?
It was pretty good. It was good. Flew back to South Dakota. Friend had a wedding. Flew in yesterday, so I was just watching again part of the debate you had with the Wi-Fi guy.
That was the saddest debate I've seen in a long time, actually.
It really was.
Well, welcome in, guys. We're going to get our first guest in the guest box. And Fred, thank you for becoming a member of the Kraken Crew Elite. And Dave, thank you for being a member. You guys have access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet now. I'm almost through adding all the commentary on the prophecies. I think I'll have them all done by this weekend. So stay tuned for that. And Blessed Goku, thank you for the super chat. Just got a new car. Praise Doug. Hail Doug. Hopefully your car is as rock hard as Doug is. Big W. All right, looks like we've got, is it Fadi?
Yes, how you doing, buddy?
Good, how you doing, Fadi?
I'm good. I'm just curious. What do you mean by Jesus was a liar and a fraud?
Well, he said things that weren't true, and he was a false Messiah.
Maybe it's the people that passed down the message did not preserve it. Is that possible?
Well, that actually is a really good possibility, but I would say this. If Jesus was the Messiah, then I would expect like it would be an unavoidable consequence of fulfilling the prophecies. So like the prophetic utterances of Isaiah and the other prophets like Jeremiah describe what's going to happen when the Messiah comes, and it just didn't happen. So if he was the Messiah, it actually wouldn't matter what the New Testament said. We'd all know it. In fact, it says that when the Messiah comes, that knowledge of God will fill the entire earth, and that everybody from the youngest to the oldest won't have to ask who God is because they'll already know. And everybody will stream to Jerusalem to worship the one true God. And that all the remnant of Israel are going to be released from captivity, and they're going to be brought back to the homeland, and they're going to live in eternal peace where there's no longer any war. If all that happened, it wouldn't matter what the New Testament said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but once again, like I said, I don't think their book, the New Testament, was preserved. The same thing with the Old Testament.
Okay,
you
so
see there are a lot of contradictions and mistakes in there.
So the Old Testament's not true then?
Well, I mean, I think there was a Torah. There was an Old Testament. Just the current one is not well preserved, and that's not what I think about it. But church fathers.
How can you know if it's preserved or not? Wouldn't you have to have an original copy?
Because they don't have. Yeah, the Jews themselves will tell you the Torah has not been preserved, so it's passed down orally. But there were
That's
gaps.
not true. I literally just talked to a Jewish rabbi this morning that believes it very much was.
That what they have right now is the same book that was given to Moses.
Yeah. It sounds to me like you're not actually a Bible believer. You're not really a Christian, are you?
I am not a Christian. No.
Figured as much.
No, I'm a Muslim.
Then why are you?
But I like to learn about other religions, so I ask.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Jesus is an important prophet, so
I'm sorry.
If Jesus is an important prophet, then I don't understand in Islam. I don't and I'm asking you to tell me, but I don't understand why he can be an important prophet, and then you say, yeah, but the story's been corrupted. How much of the story hasn't been corrupted, and why is it not kind of damning to say this is an important prophet, but the story has so many falsehoods.
Okay, so we're not saying that our story has fault. It's what you have in the Bible has a lot of mistakes. We have the right story.
Oh, you mean
So
Islam
what
has the right
has
story,
been
just not the
preserved from the
Bible?
time it came down 1400 years ago.
Are you saying
So
Islam
it
has
hasn't
it
been
right? Is that what you're
literally.
saying?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, and how do you know that?
How did Islam get it right if the text was corrupted? Because that's what Islam
Our
would have
books were
relied
not
upon
corrupted.
to write its narrative about Jesus.
No, we don't take anything from the Bible. This was a revelation given to Prophet Muhammad. So you
It's weird that
think
Muhammad
that
didn't
we
write
took
a
information?
word of it down.
And why
Yeah, he didn't
why
write
did
it down.
Muhammad say things that didn't happen? That's a
Like
problem.
what?
Like the moon splitting in half? That didn't happen.
Oh, it didn't happen?
No.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's
So you
your
believe that it
belief.
happened?
Yes, we do believe it happened.
Okay.
We also
Let me
believe
ask
that.
let me ask
We
you
also
an
believe that
equivalent
Moses
but
split the
hold
island
on,
in half as well.
Fadi. Let me ask
Yeah,
you a different but equivalent claim. Let's
sure.
say there's some religion in Mongolia, and this religion says that the sun disappeared for 24 hours. Do you
Okay.
believe it?
When did it disappear for 24 hours?
2,116 years ago.
Okay. Are there records?
They have a book that says it.
No. Are there records? No, it's not. It's not about a book. So
Oh, it's
here's the
not
when
about
we
a
start with
book.
the splitting
Is
of the
that
moon.
is that is that how you feel about your
Yeah.
religion?
I'm sorry.
Is that how you feel about your?
Oh, where'd he go?
He was muted. He's gone.
He's not muted. He just swiped away by accident.
Oh, okay. He's back now. See now, can I? I mean, I don't know if you can hear me or not. So regarding the splitting of the moon, my friend,
Yeah, sorry, I got
we
a phone
actually,
call. Sorry about that.
yeah, no worries. So regarding the splitting of the moon, that happened right there and then. So they asked him. The pagans asked Muhammad to split the moon. So he didn't do it on his own. This was with the will of God. That's that's another difference.
Yeah, the
So
Mongolians say that it was the will of
yeah,
God that made the sun
but
disappear.
let me
I'm
finish.
asking you
Linus.
why
Let me
you
finish.
don't
Okay, let me finish.
believe,
Okay,
why
you
you
asked me a
wouldn't.
question. Let me
No,
finish.
thank you.
Yeah,
I'm
let me finish.
asking you why you wouldn't believe
Okay,
this
I'm
religion in
explaining.
Mongolia that
Why
says
do you
the
ask me
sun
a question
disappeared
and
for
don't give me an
24
opportunity
hours.
Fadi, you can't actually answer the question if you don't listen to it. Can you repeat that, Eric?
Yeah, I'm just asking, why would you deny a claim made by some other religion that the sun disappeared for 24 hours?
Okay, can I answer now?
Yeah.
All right. So let's tackle the moon first, and then we'll talk about
No, we're talking about the sun.
why would I?
It's actually the answer would be really short and simple, I'm
But here's the
guessing.
thing that's something you just made up. I'm talking about something religious.
Yeah,
Fadi,
I know.
did you
Yeah,
even
so
But
hear
it's
what
an
he said?
one of
equivalent
the top
claim.
religions of
It's
the
an
world.
equivalent claim.
What?
It's an equivalent claim.
Yeah, but I don't have to cover that. That's someone else's claim. You're asking about our claim.
You do
in my
have to
religion, so
cover
I
that,
will answer
Fadi.
that.
It's an analogy. So just engage in the
Yeah, it's an analogy.
analogy.
I'm not gonna
Don't.
discuss an analogy when
You're going to discuss an analogy or you'll leave. So don't be a coward. Analogies are valuable for discourse.
You can't.
We want to know if you can actually engage in the analogy.
yeah,
And
but
you
I don't want to
can't
discuss
say,
analogies. We
why do I
have
have to
then-
engage it if I don't believe it?
Well,
We don't believe what you
if
believe.
you
So
want me to
by your
leave, I'll
own
leave.
admission,
So-
nobody should ever talk to you.
Yeah, if you're not capable of having a good faith dialogue, you don't have to be here. He's having a good
I'm
faith.
trying to have
He's having a good
dialogue
faith
here.
dialogue with you, and he gave you an analogy. All he's asking you to do is to engage in the analogy. Are you capable of doing? No, of course he's going to run.
He left.
What a coward!
So
And that's why
that's usually,
that's why they got to marry 9-year-olds because they can't deal with adults.
yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, they got to indoctrinate them young.
Hello.
imagine being a
I'm gonna drop that
Muslim
one back again.
and
It's,
coming to defend Jesus. All right, thanks, Sam. Good to see you, buddy.
it was a little
I mean,
bit fun.
Jesus is their Messiah, so it makes
Right,
sense.
right,
Yeah, he's coming back to defeat the Antichrist and all those things. And
Right,
the
of
Muslims
course.
against the Jews.
Oh boy. All right. Hey, Parker, thank you so much for the fish. I appreciate that. Big W. And Nicholas in the house. Good to see you, Nicholas. Thank you for gifting 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That's very generous. I appreciate that. And Sarah, thank you for the super thanks. We appreciate you. And Dex in the house, as usual. Good to see you, Dex. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Very, very generous. And J Mills says, this is actually a $1 million spiritual Holy Ghost bucks. It's spiritual money.
Yeah. I donated $1 million. It says here he donated 2. Spiritually, I donated $2 million.
That's
$1 million.
We're going to hear a lot of that tonight. We're going to be talking about the prophecies. Quadruple X, thank you for the Kraken Crew Elite membership, and we'll get the next guest in here. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of spiritual fulfillments tonight. Let's see if the power of Ori can connect. I thought I talked to the power of Ori recently. How you doing, Ori?
Oh, I'm doing okay. How's things been with you? Yeah, I talked to you about maybe last week when we were talking about like science and stuff, just a little bit. But we didn't do a whole lot because you had to go to bed. But I've been doing okay.
Sure, good to hear it. So,
just finding new.
What's your position?
Just finding new stuff. Just finding new stuff about like quantum fluctuations and how the universe expanded from.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay, so you're not opposition.
No, I'm an atheist. I just do like physics stuff and all that.
Okay. Well, I don't know if we're going to be talking about a whole lot of physics tonight, but I appreciate you coming by. We're just going to be talking on prophecies tonight and Jesus and the Bible and whatnot.
Well, yeah, I used to be a Christian a long time ago, but I just realized that because Jesus Christ was nailed to a cross, I didn't see any reason to believe in something that was just a fairy tale.
Right. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a fairy tale. Yeah. Well, big W for no longer believing. We appreciate that. And we've got 2 Zen. 2 Zen is in the middle of deconstructing. He's kind of been coming up on the last couple lives, doing some inquiry. We'll see where they're at. If there's a Christian in the queue, jump on up. Should be embarrassing having Muslims come up defend your savior and you guys can't.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, how you doing, Zen?
Hey, I'm doing fine. How are you doing?
Doing good. Thanks for asking.
Good.
What's on your mind tonight?
Couple quick questions. I think this is in Mark. You pointed out a prophetic claim by Mark where he actually wasn't meant to reference one verse, but referenced 2 instead.
Yeah, it's Mark chapter 1. He combines Malachi with Isaiah 40. Want me to put it on the screen?
That would be great.
Yeah. So at the beginning of John's ministry, it says, in the beginning of the good news of Jesus Christ, it was written in the prophet Isaiah, see, I am sending my messenger ahead of you, who will prepare your way. The voice of the one crying out in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make straight its paths. And this is referring to John the Baptist coming before Jesus. But the problem is this quotation actually, even though it's very similar to verse 3, this actually comes from Malachi chapter 3, verse 1, whereas this quote comes from Isaiah chapter 40.
Okay, great. Another question. Do you know if there's any agreed upon messianic age scriptures on the Jewish side of the aisle that we can?
So that's a great question, because if you look at like what the Jews consider prophetic, it's all over the map. Like some Jews think one passage is about the Messiah, some Jews don't. Like if you take any passage and look it up in the Talmud, you'll find a range of different voices on what they think is prophetic. But the ones that they tend to agree on are the ones that explicitly mention an actual king who's sitting on the actual throne, bringing like world peace. That's what the Messiah is supposed to do. And we find those prophecies in Micah chapter 4 and 5, Isaiah chapter 2 and 11, Jeremiah chapter 30 and 33. And then you'll also find them from Ezekiel chapter 36 and beyond. You don't really need chapter 38 and 39 in Ezekiel. That's the wars between Gog and Magog. But as soon as you see the Messiah coming in Ezekiel chapter 37, the whole rest of the book is about the Messianic age. And if you just go and read what's happening there, it's clear it never came true. And the New Jerusalem arrives in Isaiah chapter 56. Look what it says about the New Jerusalem in Isaiah chapter 65. I think I said 56. I meant 65. And compare it to the New Testament, it ain't there. It's not the same thing. So there are some prophecies in the Old Testament that clearly refer to the Messianic age and of the Messiah. And what the Christians want to do is they want to say, well, Jesus was the Messiah, but none of the stuff about the Messianic age actually came true. He didn't do anything he was supposed to do. He's going to do that when he comes back, which is exactly what I would say if my Messiah didn't do jack shit.
That actually led me to my third and final question. When the appeal was made that, well, that part of the prophecy is spiritually fulfilled, could you, in a sense, accuse them of having like a Gnostic eschatology?
A little bit, yeah. I'd say it is Gnostic-like, because in Gnosticism, there's this idea that there's a divine hidden truth. Like you need to have this gnosis. And yes, in biblical Greek, you pronounce the G in gnosis, not in English. And if you could reach that level of gnosis, there was like a lot of things in store. And so what we find in the New Testament, they kind of paint Jesus as being hidden. He's the hidden gnosis in the Old Testament. Right. But God says he doesn't do anything without revealing it first through his through his servants, the prophets. That's Amos chapter 3, I think, verse 7. Okay. So the idea that God hid the Messiah from everybody in the Old Testament is just incompatible with the Old Testament itself.
I'm just to make sure I have my messianic scriptures right. You said Micah 4 through 5, chapters 4 through 5.
Definitely, Micah chapter 4 and 5 are definitely messianic. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Isaiah 2 and 11.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then Jeremiah 30 through 33.
Yeah.
And then like Ezekiel 36 all the way through, and then Isaiah 65.
Right. And you also find something similar in Jeremiah 23, but Jeremiah 23 and Jeremiah 33 read almost exactly the same. In fact, most people think that it actually was two different copies of the same prophecy, but that they were just slightly different. So they ended up putting both of them in the book of Jeremiah, but they really both say the same thing.
Alrighty. Well, thanks for your assistance again. Have a great evening.
Absolutely. Cheers. Good to hear from you, man. Big W for seeking knowledge and wanting to actually read the book. Yeah. But let's see. Texas Panhandler in the house tonight says, yo, Justin and Eric, the gruesome twosome. I like that. Light those fires, my friends. We're going to do what we can. Thank you for being here, Texas Panhandler. And Ligma, thank you so much for the 666. Hail Nero. Says, am I misinterpreting Ezekiel 20, verses 25 through 26, or did God command sacrifice of firstborn children of the Israelites? Do you believe this was Moloch style? So, according to Ezekiel, when Ezekiel was interpreting the book of Exodus, there's two commands in the book of Exodus to the Israelites to give their firstborn sons to Yahweh. And the earliest one, I believe, I think chapter 20, really sounds like he's commanding child sacrifice. And that's how Ezekiel was reading it. And Ezekiel's justification was, well, God did it so that it would horrify you. And so the question is, did he do it, or is Ezekiel wrong? Because those are the two options. Either Ezekiel is wrong or Exodus called for child sacrifice. And J. Cow says, that's cute you think that. Classic Justin. Yeah, you're going to see some of that. And Joseph Quincy, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, thanks for all you do, Justin. Can you discuss the use of neighbor in the Bible? I think it's wild when people think love thy neighbor means love everyone. Yeah. So that comes from Leviticus chapter 19, verse 18. And the Hebrew word for neighbor, raya, typically just means someone that is very close to you in familiar connection or in proximity. It is not everybody in the world. That's not true. In fact, when you're typically referring to non-Israelites, you would see something like goyim. You wouldn't see the word re'ah. So that when Jesus, Chet, thank you for the money gun. When Jesus comes in the New Testament and he gives a parable of the Samaritan, the Good Samaritan, that was revolutionary. That was contradicting the Old Testament, because in the Old Testament, your neighbor was not everybody. So Jesus actually wanted to expand that. So Big W, Chet, thank you for the balloons. I appreciate that, buddy. Now we've got, looks like Shannon Poole with us. How you doing, Shannon?
All right, how y'all doing?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Shannon, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I am 47 actually, going on 74. I don't really label myself as a believer. The only thing I really label myself is not atheist. So,
So maybe agnostic?
no, I know things, and a part of what I know, I would kind of still defend things about the biblical text because, and say the life of Jesus. I left Christianity. I mean, I was Christian. I grew up in it. I was raised in it. My grandparents were preachers, pastors, missionaries, and I grew up going to church every day as a child and stuff. So I even went on mission trips myself to Russia, Honduras, Guatemala. I've done those kind of things. But anyways, through some situations back in around 2007, 2009 is when I started leaving Christianity, and
So just to be clear, you're not a Christian anymore.
no, but I can will defend things that are about the biblical text because that's a lot of what I learned about things.
Cool.
Going through
So
all my situations.
do you still believe that Jesus was the Jewish Messiah?
The way I put that is, well, Messiah means like anointed one, so he's the one that was anointed with something.
No, that's what Christ means.
Yes, Christ means that.
So
Messiah.
I
Look
guess
up Messiah.
the question I'm trying to figure out is, do you believe that Jesus fit the bill of the coming Messiah that was predicted in the Old Testament?
As and that's a part of what how I'm going to explain it to is a meme organism. He's a repeat of the Old Testament prophecies. So that's meme information. Are you familiar with Richard Dawkins?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of the gods of atheism. So his meme is how we can understand the biological nature for Jesus of the New Testament, because it's
Biological
all
nature.
prophecies. It's the meme foreshadowings, the different things of meme that's passed through the generational lines. That's what becomes Jesus. It mutated into Jesus in the New Testament.
So you don't think Jesus was an actual divine being?
Jesus said, "You are gods." So
That's a damning non-answer. Do you think that Jesus was an actual supernatural being?
he was a meme organism that was superior in ways to physical people. Yeah. So
No, okay, so you didn't answer the question, but then you said yeah. So like, yes or no, did he have supernatural powers?
all right, the New Testament supernatural has to do with pneuma. Look it up. And that pneuma has to do with breath. Breath is where memes are transferred. Okay? So I know you are
Numa, Summa, Zuma, Legacy 5.
Yeah, welcome in everybody from the Ian raid. Big W, Ian.
Yeah, I was just over there trying to see about talking with him, but anyways, I guess it took too long for him to get there. But anyways, a meme organism is what we can see the New Testament people are trying to explain in their language. I understand they didn't necessarily have meme as their in their language back then, but
Well, maybe I should ask a better question. Does the Old Testament say anything about what the Messiah is going to be like or do?
Well, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't have all that memorized. So I mean, we could look it up or something, but I don't right off the top of my head. I don't necessarily have what is it going to say or do. Um, yeah, I just like I say, I don't have that just right memorized. I'm sure I could look it up and figure it out if you need to. But
Well, I know where they're all at. And Fen, thank you for the double galaxy. Big W, Fen. Good to see you tonight. So how about we just read some of the prophecies and ask ourselves if the Bible prophecy came true?
are you talking about the Old Testament? I guess we can see what you got.
Yeah, cool. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 11. And this is quoted in the New Testament as being fulfilled in Jesus when he moved to Nazareth. It said that when he moved to Nazareth, then was fulfilled the word of fulfilled the prophecy that he will be called a Nazarene, which isn't actually a prophecy. It's just like a play on words from this word here. Branch in Hebrew is just netzer, which sounds similar to Nazareth. But it says, a shoot shall come out from the stump of Jesse. This actually is about the Messiah, by the way. It says, a branch shall grow out of his roots, and the Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, the spirit of wisdom and understanding. Cool. So we got this idea. There's going to be a guy that comes along from the stock of David. He's going to be from David's lineage. And what's going to happen? He's going to judge people. He's going to do it righteously. He's with the breath of his lips. He's going to kill all of the wicked. And then once all the wicked are gone, we have world peace. The wolf will lie down with the lamb. The leopard will lie down with the kid, the calf, and the lion will feed together. And it says, they will not hurt or destroy on my holy mountain, for the earth will be full of the knowledge of the Lord as the water covers the sea. On that day, the root of Jesse, that's still the Messiah, shall stand as a signal to the people, and the nations will inquire of him, and his dwelling will be glorious. On that day, the Lord again will raise his hand to recover the remnant that is left of his people from Assyria, from Egypt, from Pathros to Cush, from Elam, from Shinar, from Hamath, and from the coastlands of the sea. And so all the Israelites are going to be rescued from everywhere they've been scattered from. Did any of that chapter happen when Jesus was alive?
Initially, the only thing I can think of is the lion and the lamb is where Jesus was the lion of the tribe of Judah and the lamb that was slain, and they lay together in the grave. That's kind of how I'd understand that one.
Well, it didn't say the lion and the lamb, though. It says
the
wolf shall lie with the lamb.
Well, if it says wolf, then I must be mistaken for something else. But
right.
I thought it was lion and the lamb is where I've always
That's in
thought.
Revelation.
Okay.
Right, because
and then there's a witch in a wardrobe too.
Yeah, so I mean that's the expectation for when the Messiah comes, is that there's going to be the world peace, and there's going to be an ingathering of all of the Israelites. But that certainly didn't happen, did it?
Well, Jesus said, "I think not I come to bring peace, but a sword."
Right.
So Jesus wasn't coming to bring peace.
So then he couldn't be the Messiah.
No. As far as I know, like I say, a Messiah. If I need to look it up, it just means anointed. Rub on something like rub.
No, that's what Christ means. That's not what Messiah means.
Well, it's a little bit of both. So a Mashiach typically was either a king or a priest, somebody who would have been anointed. But it's not a spiritual anointing. They're called anointed because they're literally anointed with oil, just like when David gets anointed with oil when he takes on the mantle of kingship. So that's the thing, is he's called the Messiah because he's supposed to be a king. But Jesus was never a king.
Shannon is off the app.
I'm here.
Okay.
I was trying to, I guess if I minimize the TikTok thing and try to search up etymology and stuff on Messiah, it turns my mic off.
Right.
Yep.
Minimize TikTok. So, but anyways, well, another thing I was going to bring up was about a common equivocation or apostate God fallacy. Are y'all familiar with those fallacies?
Like flying spaghetti monster? I heard
that's kind of that's a straw man. You know, you can call it a straw man or apostate God fallacy.
I know what a straw man is. I've never heard the pasta god fallacy though. I've never.
Well, I mean, that's just another name for straw man. It's just straw man, apostate God fallacy. It's either way.
Okay.
But I mean, you understand that in the equivocation where a word such as God, somebody has one definition and then somebody else has another definition. So they kind of equivocate. They try to put one into the other for the other. And it's kind of like also a straw man.
I think you mean exact word fallacy is what you're looking for. Or a semantic fallacy. Right?
No. I'm thinking the equivocation is where somebody takes like their definition of something, but they're using it equivocally, as I understand it. They're like equal. I mean, maybe you could search that if you want to get that. I don't have it right in front of me, and I can't search unless I minimize my TikTok. But unless you want to come up with a better equivocation fallacy definition, so I can make sure I'm clear. Or, that's fine.
I thought it quick. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, equivocate doesn't mean you falsely attribute this thing to that thing, like somebody else's definition to your definition. It's when you use the same term in different ways in your own argument. It makes your argument confusing and fallacious.
Okay, that sounds about right. Is what I was understand, but I kind of was thinking of the equivocation.
I understand what you mean by people are equivocating. So I think I get what you mean, but what's the point? Like people like say flying spaghetti monster exists. What's the problem?
Well, like I say, with the most people I come across, atheists, agnostics, all that, what they think of as God is what I'd call the philosophical spaghetti monster sky God construct. Okay, that's where you take all the omni properties and you put them as explaining the God title or the word God. God is all the omni except for. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I've ever known of like omni matter or all mass, all matter is an attribute of the God, but almost all the other omni benevolent, omni, everything. So they try to put that into biblical text. Well, that's not biblical style God. That's strong.
I agree. The philosophical version of God doesn't appear in the Hebrew Bible or the Christian Bible. God is not all knowing in the Bible, that's for sure. Except for one verse, but you could take it to be non-literal the way you read it. But we have got clear examples of God not knowing stuff in the Old Testament. Right. All right, listen, Shannon, I appreciate you coming up and chatting with us. We're going to grab our next guest, but thanks for checking us out.
Have a good one.
Cheers. Oh, he had a good attitude about the whole thing.
Yeah. I gotta go get to work, actually.
Oh, damn.
Unfortunately. Yeah.
Well, good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, it was fun. All right,
take care, guys.
I'll see you on Friday.
Guys, make sure you're following Planet Peterson on TikTok and on YouTube. And follow his Clips channel.
Yeah, no kidding. Jeez, what are you guys even doing?
All right, take care of yourself, man.
Will do.
Big W for Planet Peterson. Mustache Mac is asking, what do you think about atheists who think objective morals exist? Well, I appreciate the super chat, Mustache. And I haven't been convinced by an argument for objective morals. I know that they do exist, but my understanding is that typically it boils down to something that we think is objective, not that there is an objective moral code, but that we can know what is moral objectively by using measurable items. And that may or may not be true. I'm not entirely convinced by it, but it's possible in a little while from now, maybe I will. Maybe I'll hear the right argument that convinces me of that position. I'm open to it, but I know objective morals don't exist in the Bible. And Jim, good to see you tonight. Jim says, I don't know about a moon, but my hookup last night named Muhammad split me in half, so praises Allah. Big W for getting split finally by Muhammad. It's about time. Big W, Jim. And Dr. Pizza, good to see you tonight, says, spiritually, how does inductance work? I know. Yeah. The wonderful thing about using spiritual anything when we're talking about the Bible is you can do it for anything. I could just say that I spiritually fulfilled the prophecies. As long as you fulfill it spiritually, the fulfillment can be any way you want to, as long as it's like vague enough to loosely fit the criteria. And Dennis Lee, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the consort Sharon Stone, praise Doug and keep up the great work, Justin. Well, thank you, Dennis, for supporting and watching. And hail Doug and Sharon Stone and their son, Rocky. You never take them for granted. And John says, why didn't Doug give us all googly eyes? I feel cheated. Well, John, that is a good question. I don't, even though I'm the prophet of Doug, I don't have all the answers, so I don't know if I can answer that. But Pray to Doug. Let's see if you can get some divine revelation. I guarantee the success record with Doug is as good, if not better, than any other religion. So thank you for the super chat, John. And Berserk, thank you for being here tonight. Good to see you, friend. He says, does IP conclusions in his analysis involve dogma? Yeah, always. In fact, all of his conclusions start with the dogma and work themselves backwards. And Larry, thank you for gifting 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, Larry. I appreciate that. And Unashamed Apostate, thank you for the super chat. Says Jesus was coming the second time, but pulled out. That's right. Jesus pullout game strong. Unfortunately, you can only pull out when you're on top. You can't pull out when you're the one getting nailed. That's why he got stuck on that cross. And Ray, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, potentially dumb question, but why is the Bible kind of obsessed with washing feet? What am I not understanding? Okay, this actually isn't as weird as people think. So in the ancient world, like there were parts of the body, not just humans, but animals, that were just known to be dirty, because that was the world that they lived in. That's just all there was to it. And so you had to continually wash your feet because they didn't have shoes. They had sandals. In fact, some people didn't even have that. So your feet were just constantly nasty. So it was a sign of, both humility and also respect to make sure you always had something for your guests to wash their feet in. Plus, you didn't want that crap in your house because if your house gets dirty, the demons could get in. And that was a big problem in the ancient world. There's actually a lot of people doing rituals to clean out their house to make sure demons don't dwell there. And Maximilian, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, evening, guys and fellow Dougians. Looking forward to another 5-star culinary event this evening to add to Doug's cookbook. Well, big W, Maximilian. Good to see you tonight, my friend. Thanks for supporting the channel. And we are going to cook as much as possible. We're going to get the oven preheated to 351 prophecies and start cooking. And Lyndon Stewart, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, hail, Doug. Thank you for all you do. I hope you've shared the cheat sheet with everyone at AXP, etc. No apologetic forged against it shall prosper. You're doing Geode's work. Big W. Awesome pun. I love it. Thank you so much, Lyndon, for the support and for the super chat. And Space Lord says, Jesus is showing up in the New Testament as God. Feels like a failing TV show, adding a character in desperation. Holy shit. That's such a good point. Or like, ever see a TV series where like one of the characters is getting old and then they have to like reinvent the character. And you're like, who the hell is this guy? This is not the guy that was in season 5. Season 6 Ted is way different than season 5 Ted. What the hell are they doing? And GoHabs, thank you for the super chat. Says Doug can skip on water and Earth is still banging. Yeah, beat that, Jesus. Doug can skip on water. If you throw a rock, that thing is going to skip over the water. And welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, Lyndon. And also Minutemen, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says asking for a friend. Where is Sharon getting his shrooms from? I agree. Sharon was. I want what way Sharon was having. Actually, that's what I want. And Ant, thank you so much for the 666. Hail Nero. Ant says, I think Shannon called you too close to dinner time. I prefer meatball roller coaster god. Goes great on Sando. Hail Geology. And I agree with you. Actually, I got there's a really fun guest I got the other week called Interfacing Meatball. They're gonna be posted pretty soon. Oh, I just tried to get that guest in here. They dropped. We'll grab the next guest. Let's see if this works any better. Welcome in, Beethoven.
How are you going, brother? How are you going?
Doing good. How about you?
I'm fine. Well, I just came, I saw your post and I was listening to you talk and them thing. So my question to you, why do you think Jesus is a liar? What pursue you to have that opinion or belief?
Because he said things that weren't true, and he also claimed to be the Messiah, and he wasn't.
Okay, so have you start from the beginning of history, where from prophets from long ago have prophesied of his coming?
Sure, can you show me one?
Spoken of his coming.
Sure, can you show me one?
So All right, so let me go and get my Bible and everything because I downstairs, so I'm not going upstairs and just give my minute. I know where somebody needs to go in the shop for me. So just allow me 1 second, right? Kaisha, come and go in the shop and get something for me, please, now. I can open the door. All right. On the phone, come fast. I'm speaking to someone on the phone.
Well, while you're waiting on your Bible, I'm going to grab a couple super chats. Jason says, I prefer the pizza god over the spaghetti monster. All hail Jesus Christ. But in all seriousness, hail Doug. Thank you, Justin, for everything you do. Well, thank you, Jason. Also, Weird Finger, for supporting the channel and super chat. And I agree. Listen, if there was a pizza god, I'd be all over it. Especially if it was a stuffed crust pizza god. Listen, I would pay tithes to the stuffed crust pizza god. Absolutely. Beethoven, you get your Bible?
Right. So I know going in the room here. So I'm going and pull up this. I'm going and get the scriptures and them for you because I know Rich inside my room here. Because I had to pull up the scriptures to show you. So when I give in you, it will be just word of mouth, but could go direct to scriptures where scriptures show you.
Just open up Matthew chapter 1. You'll find a bunch of them.
Now, well, I don't want to go from the New Testament. I want to go from the Old Testament, where he was pronounced by the prophets and them, even by Isaiah and all of them to become even King David and all of them spoke of him and right. But even if you go to the book of Enoch, if you is a person that's reading the book of Enoch as well too, you'll see that he was prophesied to come all there as well too.
Well, I guess I'll wait then. Black AL, thank you for the super chat. Says, I thought the flying spaghetti monster had something to do with Saturn. Actually, I don't know. I need to read up on the flying spaghetti monster cult a little bit. I do know that you can wear a colander as a hat, and I love a good funky hat. So maybe I need to join. Actually, maybe it's time to join the cult and become a Pastafarian. Beethoven, need to find your verse.
Yeah, just give me a minute. I'm almost there because I have to, as I say, I had to pull up the scriptures and then because it wasn't something, for aside.
You need time to pray about it?
For the topic. Right, so from in Genesis, and when you go from in Genesis,
Let me guess, Genesis 3:15.
Right, spoke of the seed of the woman bruised, right? And then you have Matthew 1:18, Luke 10:19, Exodus 12:20.
Well, you're gonna have to pick one.
1 Corinthians 5:7.
Beethoven, you got to pick a prophecy.
All right, so
I need you to just pay attention for a second. We can't gish gallop through passages, so just find the passage you want to read. We'll read it together, and then we'll talk about it. Okay? I have a feeling that this guy doesn't actually know how to have conversations. I just, my spidey senses are already tingling that he thinks endless droning is going to help his rhetoric, and it's not. That's right, Larry. The Holy Spirit never actually comes when you need him. Beethoven, you got to unmute yourself, my man. All right. So which yeah, we can hear you. So what passage did you want to read?
Right. So in Exodus 12:21, Moses instructed the elders of Israel to go and select a lamb for yourself according to your clan.
Yeah. I'm familiar with Exodus chapter 12, with the Passover instructions. It shows up in the book of Numbers as well. Yeah, so Moses calls the elders of Israel and gives them instructions for the Passover lamb. And can you tell me something? How do you?
That's not one that goes in more deep.
buddy, I don't know if you know how this works, but like you don't have to talk while I'm talking. Like I didn't talk while you were talking. So in Exodus chapter 12, what we have are instructions, not prophecies. Instructions are not actual prophecies. Can you show me an actual prophecy? Or do you not know what a prophecy is? Because as it turns out, just giving instructions isn't a prophecy. If that was the case, there's thousands of prophecies that I fulfilled that are in the instructions of the Torah. In fact, I fulfilled the prophecy of the red heifer by eating a steak. So there you go. I also fulfilled the prophecy, apparently, according to your logic, of the whole burnt offering last time I cooked out on the grill. See how easy it is to fulfill prophecies when you just turn anything into a prophecy? It's got to actually be a real prophecy. Find me a real prophecy. He's still talking. He thinks we can hear him. No one can hear you, Beethoven, because you're muted. You got to unmute yourself.
I'm sorry about that. I don't know if the system doing that auto.
So, can you find me an actual prophecy or what?
John 5:7 state, right? Therefore, purge out. Yeah, well, this is a prophecy here, right? From 1 Corinthians 5:7 state.
That's already that's after Jesus. It can't be predicting Jesus if it's after Jesus.
All right. So let me go down. Let me go to right. So let me go to Leviticus. Let me go to Leviticus.
Imagine thinking something written after Jesus is a prophecy about him.
You know, like if I didn't meet you before early, where
I know you said words, but nobody heard what those words were. Could you say it again? Hello? The Holy Spirit connection is weak with this.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I know, because your connection's really bad. Do you have Wi-Fi?
You hearing me?
Nope.
I think my net like is a little bad.
Yeah, you got to get some Wi-Fi.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi I'm using, but like my connection right now like it's a little bad.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Can you see if I could just place it somewhere where I can be able to...
Can you get some Wi-Fi? Actually, I think that's why he keeps talking over me. I think
tell me how it's song in there better.
So I suspect that our connection is so slow he doesn't actually hear me talking when I'm talking. I don't actually think he's trying to be rude now that we're getting down into the thick of it. I'm going to do a test real quick, Beethoven. Can you hear me right now? No, he can't. Yeah, because it's like 10 seconds delayed.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
All right, listen.
But I see in my Wi-Fi.
Right. Okay. Listen, your connection is really bad. There's like an 8-second delay. So I got to move on to the next guest. Okay. This is a really bad delay. If you got dog shit internet, you should know not to get on a live stream where there's video streaming and audio. He tried, whatever. Tally, thank you so much for the 1999 super chat. Good to see you tonight, Tally. I really appreciate the super chat. Tally always coming in hot. And we've got a bunch of people gifting tonight right at the beginning of the stream. Reverend Ricky Skaggs, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, I refuse to believe in Sharon Stone as I am jealous of her and want to bear his pebbles. That's how rock hard I am for Doug. Listen, I get it. But I think Doug is big enough to satisfy everybody. So he doesn't just have one consort. You can be Doug's consort for sure. And Illy, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, can we please refer to Christians as just weebs for Judaism? They wanted to be part of the Jewish desert genie myth so bad they invented a death cult rabbi that did miracles plus is equal to Yahweh. Holy shit. That's so good. I think you nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. Big W, amazing super chat. Mikey G, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, do you have a video where you talk about or can give your thoughts on the credibility of Jesus mythicism. Praise Doug. Not really. Classically, I'm not a mythicist. While I do think that the majority of what the Gospels say about Jesus is myth, I am not a mythicist. I don't think it's a hard thing to believe that Jesus, itinerant rabbi in first century Israel, probably did exist. But if he didn't exist, I also don't care. Like, it would just make my job even easier. I would just say, shit, he didn't exist at all. So, but no, I don't really dive into mythicism too much. How you doing, High Time?
Good, thanks.
High Time, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm fully 45. I am a believer, but not in the Jesus way, so I won't try to take up too much of your time because I know that's the heading for tonight.
Sure. Now I'm curious, though, what kind of believer you are.
Maybe you can help me. I don't even know if there's a name for it. I definitely have deconstructed from Christianity. I was born and raised Christian. But from just the evidence in a layman's sort of way, I feel like if there's a God, he probably doesn't want us to know much about him. Although I do believe that there probably is something. But if it actually exists, I would assume he's probably more concerned with the earth than us, from what I've just put together through, I don't know, billions of years of what we understand as history.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to kind of be in your position. When I deconstructed from Christianity, I was still a theist for quite some time before I became an atheist. But anyways, what's in your mind tonight?
So I do kind of just have a question, sort of in relation to if there's a God and maybe post conversations I have with Christians, and I'm curious if you've encountered it, about an all-knowing God, right? Have you encountered the question of an all-knowing God being all-knowing, but not necessarily knowing the future?
Yeah.
Like, he knows everything at all times when it's happening, but not what's gonna happen.
Yeah, in fact, when I was a Christian, I believed in open theism. I didn't actually believe that God knew all things of the future, because that presents so many problems in terms of free will and sending people to hell and different things like that. It made much more sense that God was working in unison with mankind. So I kind of fell on the side of open theism. Now, I know there are some Bible verses that would contradict that, like Paul. Paul was definitely a guy that thinks that God knew everything and predestined everything. I didn't agree with Paul, but yeah, I've heard of the argument.
Because I mean, I've had discussions of the like, I don't know what the actual verse is from Christianity, but like, I knew you before you were born, kind of thing.
Yeah, from David's Psalm. He said, you knit me in my mother's womb. All my days were numbered for me before yet one of them existed.
Gotcha. So I was in a debate of sorts, and their side was that we, or everything, is of God, right? So it knew it internally, or essentially, if I'm saying this correctly, before it went on to getting its own purpose or free will or what have you. I don't know the vocabulary. So when it says like, I knew you before you were born, it's because I created all things and you came from me. But so yes, I knew you, but I don't know you now. I'm waiting to see what you're going to do, kind of thing. Am I making any sense?
Yeah, a little bit actually, and I would have agreed with you when I was a Christian, because in open theism, God did plan everything out, but he doesn't know every decision everybody's going to make. So while he does know that you're going to exist, he doesn't always know what decision you're going to make. Or
if you're going to end up in hell.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, if God created you, if he designed you to be that particular way, and he knew before he designed you that you would end up in hell, then that means this God made you as a vessel of wrath, like Paul said in Romans chapter 9. And if that's the case,
what the hell?
That God is designing people to be vessels of wrath, specifically to go to hell, then he's an evil monster.
And is the whole Calvinistic concept because of that?
Yeah, because
is that their way to try to get around it? He's chosen certain people.
Yeah, Calvinism is a response specifically to the writings of Paul. Of course,
Gotcha.
in order to get to Calvinism, you have to ignore all of the Old Testament, and you have to ignore basically what the Gospels said. So, yeah,
Gotcha.
Paul seems to contradict the Old Testament.
So then my final thought, and then I'll get off so you can do some Jesus stuff, is, so would I be considered a theist if I believe that there might be a God, and if there is, he very clearly doesn't want us to know about him, probably on purpose?
That puts you more in the camp of a deist, where there's like a God that kicked everything off and then was like, okay, let's just see what happens.
Right, because like civilizations have come and gone, and I mean like dinosaurs, humans, people, everything. I feel like we could probably nuke each other right now. I don't know if I can say that on TikTok, but like, let's say all of humans disappear.
Right.
I don't think God's going to go, oh no, the game's over, let's end it. I think he's going to be like, whatever, I'll just let the earth reboot itself. Like he almost cares more about the earth than us.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, I would say he doesn't really care about the earth that much either, because the earth is going to self-destruct eventually. The earth in about 1 billion years is going to be completely annihilated by the sun.
Now, I can't speak for a situation that won't reach out to me, but maybe that's his plan.
Oh, could be. Yeah. Yeah, could be.
Like everything has a battery life or whatever. So
Right.
deist. Okay. You've been a huge help, and God bless Stuffed Crust Pizza. God bless Doug, all the good stuff. Take care, man.
Amen. Thank you so much. Good to hear from you, High Time.
Take care.
Big W for the guest. Deconstructing's not easy. So, let's support him on his journey. You know what I mean? And Thonda Khan, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Says, calling Christians Yahweebs has got to catch on. I love it. Guys, start the Yahweebs hashtag. Let's get it going. Let's get it started. We got to start the Yahweebs hashtag. Put it in the Discord. Put it on TikTok. Put it on YouTube. We're going to make it into a thing. I'm going to put it on a t-shirt. Maybe get a hat. It's going to be awesome. Yahweebs. I love it. Absolutely love the Yahweebs. All right, let's get our next guest into the discussion. How you doing, Minnie?
Oh my God, thank you so much.
Welcome. And Minnie, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm 23 and not really. I'm a Christian, but I'm not a believer. I'm from Finland. So
Okay.
my English isn't my first language, so excuse me if I'm not correct with everything I say, but I'm trying my best. But I have some questions. I want to really, I don't want to prove you wrong, because I basically kind of believe you, because I'm a Christian, but I'm not like a basic Christian. So basically in Finland, what I have experienced is a lot different.
So Minnie, you're saying you're a Christian, but maybe not a fundamentalist Christian.
Yes, exactly. That's
Okay.
what I mean.
Well, let's talk about that. And also, Scott Duff, thank you for the 666 over Venmo. Scott wants to know if we could talk more about Paul's writings, and we certainly can. I'll do a video on some of Paul's Calvinistic stuff here on my YouTube channel. Stay tuned for that. So, Minnie, let me ask you a question, because it sounds to me like if you're not in fundamental Christianity, that you've probably deconstructed a little bit already. What's keeping you in Christianity? What's the part of it that you find truthful or valuable?
Basically, my childhood, my parents and everyone didn't believe in Christianity, or they are a part of the church, but in Finland it's a lot different than in other parts of the world. So basically, we are part of the Christianity church, and we pay the taxes, but we don't really even go to, like, we have this, like, when we're 16 or 15, we have this I don't know the English word, but be I don't know the English word, but we have this kind of, and then when you want to get married, you gotta
Right.
be in the church, and basically we are in the church, but we don't really believe in it. But my parents never believed in church, and I used to also teach Sunday school for 3 years, but I kind of don't believe in so it's a kind of.
It sounds like you're
Can
not
you ask
actually
some
a
questions?
Christian.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
What?
so what are your question? What's your question?
I don't really have a question. I want you to ask some questions so I can give you like more like a specific answer. But I'm a Christian, but I kind of I don't believe in like supernatural things like God and Jesus, like
So
but
you're
I'm a Christian.
you can't be a
It doesn't make
Christian.
sense. It doesn't make sense.
I
It
agree.
doesn't really make sense.
I
It's
I
basically the community that I have been in. I'm so sorry.
it sounds like you're not really a Christian, and that's fine. It's okay just to
Yeah,
say you're
yeah.
not a Christian.
Yeah, that's what I feel
Okay.
like, but I'm
Just
still like in the church.
just getting
But
just
I
getting
don't
comfortable
feel
with
like
it.
a Christian.
I understand you're not a Christian, and that's okay. It takes a little while to get used to it. Sometimes you just have to say it out loud to you a few times, and then you'll get used to it. It's okay.
Yeah, thanks for just saying it out loud. It just uh, I'm not really a Christian. Like
Right.
I'm not.
That's okay.
But I'm not like what Christianity like has become, and I believe that church has done some good, like diacon, like they have done some good also, but mostly bad.
Yeah, I
don't.
agree. Mostly bad, especially in Europe. Yeah,
Mostly bad.
they did some
Yeah.
shit. Yeah.
It's so hard to explain. I love that you took me here to try to. I basically. Can you explain to me some of the like worst things? So I really I try to be like, I'm in church basically right now because of the good experience that I have had. Mostly
Right.
because I have never been forced to it or anything, but I want to hear the like the all the bad things
Well-
and everything.
Well, Minnie, do me a favor. In the link tree in my profile, you'll find a link to our Discord channel. We've got a Discord channel, almost 3,000 people now, all people that have deconstructing from Christianity. And also, if you join on my YouTube page, you can get access to the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet, which has got all the Bible verses that you want to we'll say give you the logical rationale for not being a Christian anymore. But this is a debate space. So we got to get our next guest in here and keep the debates going. You know what I mean?
Yes, I understand that, and thank you so much. And my my beliefs are a bit different. I'm not a debater in this thing.
That's
but
all right.
Thank you.
But thanks for coming up. It's good to hear from you, Minnie.
Thank you so much.
Big W for deconstructing. It sounds like she kind of deconstructed, we'll say, on her own. You know, at least that's what it sounded like to me. You know what I mean? Jeff Peanut Butter, thank you for becoming a member of the Kraken Crew Elite. And Mark, Big W for the $5 super chat, says, love your channel. Your videos are answer so many questions. Where can I get a copy of your cheat sheet? Well, if you join on YouTube, click the join button and join the Kraken Crew Elite. You'll get a link. Or if you subscribe to me on TikTok, my first pinned video has a link to the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet. So get yourself a copy. And Iceman, good to see you as well tonight. It says, Justin, I know it's dinner time when Deconstruction Zone is live. Well, Big W, we're cooking up dinner. I hope you're hungry. And I am big. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I think, is that the big cheese? Yeah, big cheese. I love me some cheese. It feels like Christian apologetics about law of Moses stem from blatant anti-Semitic notion that Hebrews are innately wicked. God permitted slavery and divorce because Jews were too stubborn. Actually, that is the apologetic. That's exactly what is said, what Jesus says in the New Testament in regards to marriage. He says that Moses permitted you to divorce because your hearts were hard. And so you can kind of extend that out. Crystal, did you mean to request?
Yes, I
Okay.
did. How are you tonight, Justin?
Good. Thank you for being here. Is someone sleeping in the background over there?
No.
Oh, so I can hear heavy breathing somewhere. But anyways, welcome in, Crystal. Good
I
to
don't
see you.
know. Maybe one of the kitties is around. I do have kitties. You know what? I have a funny. Let's see. How do I do a green screen without me on it? I want to show you one of our latest merch items. Let me see if this works. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
I will in just a second. I'm going to give you the big screen. It says, let me show this to everybody on YouTube. Rock hard for Doug, guys. Rock hard for Dubs. I got it.
So that's available in our merch store right now. The link, of course, is in my bio. If anybody would like to have rock hard for Doug, you know what I'm saying?
Big W, rock hard nips for Doug. You heard it here, guys. Visit the Discord shop and get some rock hard for Doug merch.
The last thing I want to say is, Justin, you and I need to get together. I've sent you a Discord message. Take a look at your calendar over April, and let's get together and do Decon Q&A with Crystal J. Okay?
Absolutely. Let's make it happen. I agree.
All right, so you get to looking at your calendar. Remember, I work around your schedule, so you just tell me, hey, this is the only day I got available. We'll make it happen, all right?
Thanks, Crystal. I appreciate that.
All right, praise Doug.
Thank you so much. Big W for Crystal, guys. Make sure you're following Crystal J. She does lives as well. And so she's in our deconstruction space, and she's got a lot of fun Bible study lives. And I actually think you really like them. I learned stuff from the lives as well. And Parker, thank you for the super chat. It says, I think Beethoven's name was fitting. He couldn't hear a damn word you were saying. Cheers, Justin. Well, Big W, Parker, and you're 1,000,000% right. That couldn't hear a word. All right, let's get the next guest in here. I tried to get a guest in here just when Crystal was coming in, but they didn't actually connect. So we'll try Ski. And Illy says, what do we got to do to get you, Mindshift and Myth Vision, on a call show? Y'all F people up for real. Also, I need a cut for Yahweebs because that shit is true. We're gonna make Yahweebs a real thing. Also, I've been on Myth Vision. We're probably gonna be doing something again really soon on Ezekiel 28 and Isaiah 14, and I'm working with Brandon at Mindshift to get a stream set up. We just haven't been able to do it, but it's coming, guys. It's coming. Anyways, Ski, welcome in. How you doing?
Hey, how are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Ski, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm 24.
Cool. And do you think that Jesus was the Messiah and never told a lie?
Yes.
Cool. And why do you think he was a Messiah?
I believe in so I'm Catholic. I was Baptist and then I converted over to the Catholic Church. I think historical evidence as well as the apostolic succession, the fruit of the sacraments, and applying his teachings, living them in your life, honestly produces a pretty peaceful and meaningful life.
Don't tell that to medieval Europe.
From my experience. I mean, I can only speak on what I've done and my experience, but
sure.
So you believe?
Have you read the Tenets of Buddhism?
No, I have not.
Oh. They're pretty happy.
So you are. So there's the trilemma. So you believe that he was So the trilemma is either he was a lunatic, liar, or Lord. So you believe he is a liar, right?
Well, I think he was a lunatic. In fact, I don't think he was a liar. I think he legitimately believed that he was the Messiah as predicted in the Old Testament, and it just turned out that he wasn't. So what would lead me to believe that he actually was?
So it sounds like you're pretty educated. So you've read Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, all of Paul's letters, 1st, 2nd Peter, Jude, Revelation.
Yep. And not a single one of them actually contains a prediction of the Messiah that was fulfilled. Can you find me one that was?
Yeah. So there's a couple. Have you read when Jesus is on the cross and he says, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani?
Yeah, that's when he says, my God, why have you forsaken me?" which is a quotation from Psalm 22.
Yeah.
Sure. I guess we should
So
probably
have you-
start the
have you-
conversation by asking
have
what do you think a prophecy is?
I would say a prophecy is something that was foretold and then came true.
Yeah, I agree, right? It's something that where someone says like, "Hey, X, Y, and Z is going to happen," and then X, Y, and Z happens, right?
Right.
Cool. Awesome.
So have you read have you read all of Psalm 22?
Yep. Yeah. Can you show me what part in Psalm 22 says that something's going to happen?
So when Jesus is on the cross and it's right before he ends up dying and he's saying Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani. In Psalm 22 it says, in verse 16 it says, "For dogs encompass me, a company of evildoers encircles me. They have pierced my hands and feet. I can count all my bones. They stare and gloat over me. They divide my garments among them." So that's when they casted.
Are these
when he is
verbs in the present tense or the future tense?
This would be in the present tense, but that's
Right.
often.
Yeah, exactly. So is Jesus speaking or is David speaking?
David is.
Okay. So David is speaking about himself in the present tense. Why would I think that this is a prophecy?
I use it as a prophecy because of how accurate it is to Jesus's crucifixion.
It's
Even
not.
in verse 14.
It doesn't mention crucifixion at all.
Well, it says right there. It says, "I can count all my bones.
So?
They stare and gloat over me."
That's what
Pierced
happens when
my
you're
hands and feet.
when you're a warring king. Even King David spent almost his entire life at war. That's why all of his songs of lament are him lamenting his various persecutions in war. Right? So this is just David lamenting about his own persecution while at war. And what you'll notice in my translation, it doesn't say that they pierced my hands and my feet. It says they bound my hands and my feet. And this is very interesting because in the actual Hebrew text, we don't know what was originally there. People are just guessing what could have been there. The Hebrew word for pierce, dakar, does not show up in the text. We've got a couple options that show up in the Greek and the Hebrew, but none of them actually mean pierce. It's possible that the word in question here could be kara, and it could be conjugated to karu, which would mean they dug or they dig. But we don't know if that was actually what's in the text. In fact, I've got a copy of the oldest manuscript of this particular text with me.
Can I ask a quick question then?
Sure.
Why would Jesus Christ say Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani in that moment then?
Because he
When
felt
it perfectly depicts.
because he felt just like King David. He felt abandoned just like King David felt abandoned. Keep in mind, Jesus didn't even say this was a prophecy. So, like the fact that Jesus quoted it on the cross actually doesn't really mean anything. Because Jesus uses passages from the Old Testament quite a bit to kind of liken his experience to David's experience, but I don't think he intended it to be prophetic.
Yeah, it's an interesting perspective.
Right. Like a prophecy should be a clear prophecy. Like it can't be, something similar sounds similar to something over there. It's not really how prophecies work. Prophecies are when you make clear predictions or clear utterances from God that can actually be tested. They can't be like hidden, and then you only kind of figure it out when you're looking backwards and you're like, oh, well, that kind of looks like that. That's not really how that works. Like in Deuteronomy 18, God says it actually has to be testable, because if a prophet speaks something that isn't from me, it won't come true. And if that happens, then you got to kill the prophet.
So what about Isaiah 53?
That's a great chapter, yeah. Isaiah 53 is about the nation of Israel. So if you read the whole text of 2nd Isaiah, that's chapter 40 to 55, what you'll find is that there's like a really overarching main theme of the whole section, which is that God is ready to free his servants from the land of Babylon and bring them back to the land of Israel. And he's going to do it in such a magnificent fashion that all of the nations are going to be startled and amazed. And you can see the buildup to it even in chapter 41. He says, "But you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I've chosen." So it's pretty easy here. He's saying that Israel is his servant, right?
Okay.
And then he says, "Who I took from the ends of the earth and called you from his furthest corners, saying to you that you are my servant. I have chosen you and not cast you off." And then he keeps saying it over and over again. In Isaiah 43:10, he says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I've chosen." So now he even engages the plural and the singular aspect of this, where you've got witnesses, the nation of Israel in plural, and the servant or my servant in singular. So we already have at the beginning stages of 2nd Isaiah, the prophet telling you that the nation of Israel as a group is the servant. And then again in 44, 1 through 2, he says, "But hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I've chosen. Thus saith the Lord who made you, who formed you in the womb, and will help you. Do not fear, O Jacob, my servant." And then in Isaiah 44:21, he says, "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, you are my servant." Again, two different people groups, or two different names for the same people group, being likened to one servant. And there's a bunch of them, but my favorite is Isaiah 48:20, where he says, "Go out from Babylon." So now we're getting towards the crescendo of the meta-narrative. It says, "Go out from Babylon and flee from Judea. Declare this with a shout of joy and proclaim it. Send it forth to the ends of the earth and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." Now, the author of this text is assuming, but by the time you get to chapter 52 and 53, you know who the servant is, because he told you 8 times.
Okay. So another question I would have is, do you believe that the Acts of the Apostles happened? So in Acts, do you believe that Acts happened, or what is your stance on Acts? Because I can't pull from Acts if you don't believe it, right, to be true, or that it was a myth or whatever. Some people go down that route.
Well, like I think there's some crazy stuff in the book of Acts, like the story of Ananias and Sapphira just getting struck down for not giving all of their property over. So like there's some stories in Acts that doesn't make sense to me. So obviously I don't think it's true, because I don't think that Jesus ascended into heaven. I don't think that he resurrected. So I guess the short answer to your question is no, I don't believe that the book of Acts is true. Were there a bunch of Christians who actually did believe that Jesus resurrected? Probably, but I don't trust the story about it.
So if there were a bunch of Christians who believed that, right, and then so you believe Peter existed, all the apostles existed, right?
Oh, I actually don't know. I don't know if all the apostles existed, because like when we look at some of the literature, like if we look at the writings of the Sanhedrin, and they were pretty good note keepers, they list some of the disciples of Jesus in Sanhedrin 43 when they talk about how they killed Jesus. They list some of the disciples that were killed alongside of them, and they have different names. Some of them are similar. They're similar names, but they're different names. So it's hard to know, like, if the Bible's telling the truth, or if the Sanhedrin writings are telling the truth, or if it's somewhere in the middle. You know what I mean?
Well, Peter's crucifixion was documented. It was a performed event. He was crucified upside down.
Well, yeah.
So,
but the same
that was a pinnacle event,
right?
So that was documented. That was recorded.
Have you read the Acts of Peter?
No, I don't believe that the Acts of Peter. The Acts of Peter are later on. So that's why they're not in the canon. So when the council confirmed the books of the Bible, they did not put the Acts of Peter was not a part of that. So
I could be wrong, but I don't think Peter gets crucified in the Bible.
Not in the Bible, but in history, he is documented to be crucified upside down.
In which text?
It's not in the Bible. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. In which extra biblical text did it happen?
I don't know. I just know that it was a documented event. So all of the apostles were a documented event of their death, which was a martyr. They were all martyred for what they believed.
Okay, so
not only the apostles, but every pope was martyred.
That's not true.
The first 22 popes were martyred and killed.
I'm sure there were. Okay, so the story about Peter being crucified upside down comes from the apocryphal Acts of Peter. Have you read it?
I have not read that.
Okay. In that book, it makes all kinds of crazy claims. There's a wizard's duel with Simon Magus. It's also contains a dog that is gifted with the power to speak and gives a lengthy speech to a household of people. And there's even a baby suckling at the mother's teat who gives a speech. He's given the power of speech, talking, and gives a whole speech to a group of people as well. So, like the idea that the idea that Peter was crucified upside down is an adorable claim, but the book that talks about it, to me, says a bunch of other crazy stuff, so I'm not inclined to take it seriously.
So my understanding of Peter being crucified upside down, so like how you don't subscribe to the Gospels or any of the books or the letters from Paul or Acts, it was a documented event that occurred. So
and who documented it?
Just as Jesus Christ was crucified, it was the same things happened to the early apostles and the early Christians. We know this from Nero. We know this from...
Nero didn't write about it.
He didn't write about it, but he crucified, and he didn't crucify, he martyred Christians. That's why they're the Roman candles.
I agree,
brutal.
Yes. Nero killed a bunch of Christians. Mm-hmm. But the fact of the matter was, we don't really know.
So that wasn't.
We don't actually know the fate of the apostles. The tales of the apostles dying as martyrs comes hundreds of years after the fact.
So Nero was brutally martyring Christians, but we don't know that. So what you're saying is we don't know that Peter was brutally martyred. So the first apostle wasn't brutally martyred, but all of these other Christians were brutally martyred? How does that add up?
No, again,
so was he or was he not?
Well, we don't know. Now, it's likely,
we can.
Ski, it's almost like you asked me a question. You want the answer?
Okay, sure.
So I believe that Paul and Peter probably were martyred. As for the rest of the apostles, I don't think so much. But I don't think that they got martyred in the fashion in which it's portrayed. I think it's more likely that they caused a bunch of trouble and got arrested by the Romans and got killed by the Romans because they were talking about another king existing. And according to Acts chapter 17, that's kind of a big problem. You can't be talking about another king. It'll get you killed real fast. So those are the only two martyrdoms I actually think are legitimate, but I don't think Peter was martyred upside down, no.
Okay.
But even if they were killed, it doesn't mean anything to me. It's meaningless. Thousands of people went to war from the Parthian army, believing that the resurrected Nero was leading them in battle when he wasn't. He was dead. So people are willing to believe resurrection accounts and die for resurrection accounts that are false in the ancient world. Nothing new. There was a cult dedicated to a guy named Dositheus that lasted for hundreds of years. They believed he resurrected from the dead. And they all got wiped out by the Christians once they got in power.
So I'm just curious, what do you believe?
I'm an atheist. I don't think there's any higher power. I think when I die, it's going to be just like before I was born. Nothing.
It's interesting. I definitely love the dialogue. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
It's good to hear from you, Ski.
Yeah. God bless you.
All right. Cheers.
Cheers.
He sounded young. This might have been one of his first streams talking about this topic. But I mean, at least he had the balls to come on up and give it a shot. You know what I mean? Let's see. We got some super chats. Let me grab these real quick. Roosh, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, wouldn't the origins of religion come from the Sumerian civilization with Anu, Enki, and Enlil? Well, you're not wrong. The Mesopotamian religions did filter their way into the ancient Near East, and we even find it in within the Israelite culture. In fact, all of the months, the Jewish months, are the Babylonian months, and a bunch of words in the Hebrew language were taken from the Akkadian language, including like the name of some of the gods that existed. They were taken into Hebrew. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that was carried over, but you got to remember the Egyptians were there too. And a lot of stuff was stolen from the Egyptians. And MK, thank you for the $9.99. Big W. It says, Paul wrote that if men get their tips snipped, they must follow the Mosaic law. What about women? I know Pauline women were supposed to sit down and shut up, but were they realized to follow Mosaic law? Well, MK, that's the crazy thing. That's how misogynistic the Bible is that it actually didn't necessarily matter. Women could have been saved just because they were under the authority of the right male headship. That's really all it takes for most of the Bible. That's why God's covenant with Abraham only includes men. Women aren't getting nothing snipped. It's just the men, because you're under the authority of the man. So what happens to him is what happens to you. It's a pretty messed up system. You know what I mean? And Paul says that women will be saved through childbearing, as 1 Timothy chapter 2, if I remember correctly. So yeah, women were not in view in the Bible. The Bible was not written for women. It was written for men, and it was written for men to tell women what to do. But it was not written for women. Not at all. Not at all. And thank you for the super chat, Evan. Good to see you tonight, my friend. He says, just enjoying Wednesday night, eating a bag of Cool Ranch foreskins and watching the Chef Justin cooking show. Keep up the good work, and hail Doug. Well, big W, Evan. I appreciate the super chat. And enjoy those foreskin chitlins. Big W. I appreciate that. And let's see now. Shoot, we got a bunch of stuff that came through. Welcome so much to the chat, Superhuman Theory. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $9.99. He says, the idea of God being all-knowing but not knowing the future is interesting. However, wouldn't the notion of prophecy negate this? If they perceive prophecy from God, would it imply future knowledge? That's actually a really good question. So in open theism, there's kind of this idea that God knows the outcome because he's just so good that he knows that if he pulls the right lever, he can make something happen. But he doesn't necessarily know every decision that everybody is going to make. And again, this is just open theism. There are passages in the Bible that would betray this. For example, in 2 Samuel chapter 12, when Absalom is told that Absalom is going to, grape the wives of David, God says he's doing it. Well, Absalom is the one who actually did the thing. But God knew that he was capable of intervening in Absalom's free will and causing him to do it, which is how he knew that he was going to do it. But again, these are like tomato type discussions, because there's a reason why I abandoned Christianity and open theism, because even in open theism, you can't rationalize all the contradictory verses about God knowing stuff and then also not knowing stuff. It's just contradictory. At the end of the day, you have to kind of accept that. And La Paquette, thank you so much for the hand hearts. I really appreciate the hand hearts. Good to see you tonight. And Khan, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, next time you cook a Mormon, ask them about Ensign Peak Advisors and why the LDS Church paid $5 million SEC fine for hiding assets with shell companies. Oh shit! I didn't know that they had to pay an SEC fine. Damn. Actually, that's really good information, though. I'm glad you mentioned it, because that'd be a really big deal if they got in trouble with the SEC. All right, I'm gonna keep that in my back pocket. I tried to get the next guest in here, but they dropped. So we'll try to get the next one after that. And Patrick, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero, hail Satan. It says apparently hearts of the priests were too hard as well, because even they were allowed slaves. I know, right? Testify, I too saw Doug skip on water. Leviticus 22:11. Praise 22. Doug. Absolutely. Well, big W, Patrick. So we got Maria with us. Maria, how you doing?
Hello, guys. Hello, everyone. Hello to you too. I'm
Welcome
going to
in.
say something. I don't care that if you believe in God or no. It's optional.
Wait.
I don't like the content because
Wait,
it's
are you a Christian?
like... Yes.
Okay, so did you want to talk about the topic?
I would like to know if you know, and all the people here in the comments know about the historical evidence about Jesus. Tacitus, he's an historic...
We agree that he existed in history.
Okay, where do we disagree?
That he was the Messiah, that he told the truth, that he fulfilled a single prophecy, that he was God.
Which prophecy he didn't fulfill?
All of them. He didn't fulfill a single prophecy.
Let me tell you about his birthplace.
Yeah, tell me about
It's a prophecy in 5:2 that that it's fulfilled, completed.
Okay, let's look at that
About
then.
his suffering.
Micah 5:2 says, but you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, from ancient days. Did Jesus ever rule in Israel? And there's a really bad echo with your Maria. There's a bad echo with your phone. Can you swipe away from the app? Maria,
can you hear me?
Stop talking for a second so I can give you instructions. Maria, we need you to swipe away from the app and then come back, because when I talk, it echoes really bad through your phone, whatever phone you're using. Can you swipe away from the app and then come back and see if that's any better? I don't know if she actually heard me.
Now,
You obviously didn't hear me. Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
Okay, did you swipe away from the app?
I hear. No.
I need you to do that.
Okay.
Just close the app and then reopen it. Or just or just leave. I don't know if she's actually coming back. I mean, I was excited to talk about Micah 5. I was ready to rock and roll. Here she comes. Welcome back.
Now, do you hear me well?
We heard you the whole time. The problem was that you can hear me twice.
No, I did what you said, but
I know it's fixed now. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
Actually, it's echoing again, isn't it?
It's fixed. It's okay.
No, it's not okay. Something's wrong with your phone. You might have to just restart your phone or update your app.
Okay. If this is a problem, I will write in the comments what I would like to say, so you can answer later. It's not a problem.
Okay, I'll pray about it.
Okay.
Cheers. I'll let you know when God answers that prayer. Space Lord, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, we know so little about the first dozen-ish popes. Apostolic succession is silly. Actually, that's a really good point. The apostolic succession that we do know is somewhat weak. It's not as strong as people think. But what are you going to do? You have to cling on to something. And Jammin, good to see you tonight. Jammin says, Doug's only true fears are Spock and paper heresy. I think you mean rock and paper. Yeah, right. But Doug doesn't even fear paper. Nothing. Doug created paper. All right, so tomorrow, Mr. Mars, I don't know what's happening over there, but your microphone is so fucking loud, and there's such a loud background noise. You're going to have to get to a quiet room and try this again. But being that you didn't know you were on the stage, I'm inclined to believe that you came up here by accident. Did you come up here on purpose, Mars? Maybe. Maybe. Not so much. Okay. Well, we'll keep on moving. You know what I mean? We'll grab the next in line. Eric Smith, thank you for the super chat. It says, why would the Romans be nice enough to accommodate Peter's religious aversion to dying like Jesus while they were killing him for following Jesus? Actually, that's a really good point, Eric. The Romans actually had no motivation to honor Peter's wishes, which is obviously why the story doesn't make any sense. Plus, talking babies and dogs don't make any sense. Welcome in, Wax.
Hey. I don't think Jesus existed.
Oh, so you're a mythicist. Cool.
That's... Oh, what now?
A mythicist.
A mythicist.
Yeah, a mythicist
I'm an atheist.
Well, I'm an atheist too, but a mythicist is someone who believes that Jesus is complete mythology. He didn't exist at all.
Oh, I didn't know that term.
That's all right. Well,
Right
I
on.
mean, big W for being an atheist. We're both atheists, but we're looking for Christians to debate right now.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe next time.
Cheers, guys. Hey, drop Wax a follow. Make sure you welcome into the atheist community, guys. Good to see you, Wax.
You too, bud.
Cheers. I always like being other atheists on the app. The app is full of them, and we don't all know each other yet. I would love to see all of the atheists and all of the agnostics on this app in communication with each other. I think that'd be a great community to really get going. And Hard Work, thank you for the super chat, says, have you read Nina L. Livesey, The Letters of Paul in the Roman Literary Context, Reassessing Apostolic Authority? I have actually not. That's on my to-do list, though. I saw that book recently, and I really want to get a copy of it because a lot of people right now are questioning Paul mythicism. So I'm really intrigued by it. But how you doing, Beck? Beck? Beck?
I'm not Beck.
Becky? I don't know.
I'm Betsy, I'm not Beck.
Okay, Betsy, welcome in. Betsy, can you get to a quieter room because there's like a lot of background noise?
I'm at train station right now.
It sounds like you're at the airport.
No.
Okay,
Train station.
okay, just same thing, train station. All right. Well, you're in the wrong place for a debate, okay?
It's okay, I'll be out for 1 minute.
Okay.
Train station.
You'd be out right now. Okay. All right, let's move on to our next guest. And looks like we got James in the box. How you doing, James?
Good. I'm an atheist myself. I just had a question about debate, and it was concerning Luke 14:26.
Yeah, what about it?
I was just wondering what the original translation, if it's different. I have the NRSV, and I was just wondering, do you ever debate on that?
Yeah, so we talk a little bit about Luke 14:26, and I don't bring it up too much, only when it's super relevant to the topic, only because I do think, in this particular passage, Jesus is saying that he is more important than even your own family. He is saying that. I'm not entirely convinced that he's saying you have to hate your father and your mother, but it is curious that he chose those words. And if he actually did choose those words, and if you look them up in Greek, he said exactly what it says in the NRSV. He didn't sugarcoat anything. So when it says, whoever comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, even life itself cannot be my disciple.
That's the part.
Yeah,
that's the part that gets me, the life itself.
Yeah, because he says anyone who seeks to save his life will lose it. And anyone who loses his life on my account will gain it. So Jesus does think that following him should be the most important thing ever, no matter what. In fact, he says, let the dead bury the dead. Don't even bury your father. So I think that this is a horrific passage, and it teaches people to be so dogmatic. And I think there's a reason why this type of stuff is in the Gospels, is because they need to motivate you to be overly dogmatic, because otherwise it's a weird theology.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I appreciate your opinion, man.
All right. Cheers. Good to hear from you, buddy.
Yeah.
W. James, I think his profile picture said God failed, if I was reading that correctly, and I agree. The God hypothesis failed. Christian in name only, big W for the name, and thank you for the super chat. Says a Catholic priest forever favorite song is Magic Flute in A minor. Holy shit! Holy shit! That is crazy. That's my new favorite joke. Every Catholic priest favorite song is the Magic Flute in a minor, and it says, keep up the good work. I am building the Air Force tanker in Everett, Washington. Binge listening to your past live streams. Well, thank you so much, Christian and Name Only, for watching the live streams and for super chatting and for the amazing joke. That's a crazy ass joke. So big W, big W. That's a much better play on words than what you'll find in the Bible. That's master level. That's great. I will try to get Ra in here. We got Doug the Rock God with us in the comments, guys. Good to see you, Doug. I don't know if RA is going to be able to connect. We'll try it. Well, while you're connecting, RA, Adam Brown, thank you for the super chat, says, I deconstructed because God hardened my heart. Then Doug hardened my, you know what? Praise Doug. He keeps my marriage strong. Doug will do that. Rock hard for Doug, guys. Big W, Adam, for being rock hard for Doug. And that guest dropped out. We'll get KPT in the box. Eventually, we'll get somebody that's got a Holy Spirit connection. I don't know what's wrong with the Holy Spirit tonight. He's not sending his best, or he's purposely cutting their connection. He's like outside the house, cutting that connection, trying to make sure that they don't get in. It's like, oh, not this guy. He's going to make a fool. He's going to be a jackass. KPT not connecting either. Well, we got somebody on the YouTube queue. Maybe we'll try somebody over there. Maybe the Holy Spirit is on YouTube tonight. Guys, if you're in the stream on YouTube or TikTok and you think Jesus is not a liar and a fraud, I'd love to talk to you. There's a link in the description of the YouTube video. If you want to join, you don't have to sign up for anything. You don't have to give me your email address or your social security number. All you got to do is click the link in the description and you'll be able to get into the discussion. Welcome in, everyday normal guy.
Hello, Justin.
How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Just like checking in, Mike. Yeah, I think I had a question for you. Like, it might be a bit strange, but I think you're the most knowledgeable person to kind of provide an answer on it to it. But it's strange and weird. So
sure.
Yeah. So like as like your usual debate is like with the theist guys, and I want to like question from like just another branch of it, and it might be weird. I also saw it in a YouTube channel, maybe like Let's Talk Religion or Religion for Breakfast, but like there's a like it kind of surfaces around, and the idea is maybe more tangential to your other topic, as like Jesus is imaginary, God is imaginary, and like that the actual like Jesus was not like a person, like it was like the apostles maybe took some mushrooms and imagined himself So I don't know if you're familiar with that theory. Can you provide some context on that?
Yeah, it sounds like you are maybe mixing two different theories. So it sounds like you're mixing mythicism with the John was on mushrooms when he wrote Revelation when he was on the island of Patmos. I think those are two different theories. I'm not a mythicist, and I'm not completely convinced that John was on mushrooms, but we do have pretty good evidence that the island of Patmos did have psilocybin mushrooms. And so if there was a guy named John who was exiled to Patmos, the odds that he was on mushrooms while he was there are pretty good. But again, I mean, these are pretty tenuous connections. We don't really know.
Yeah, like you are the guy that knows the more about the context, so you would, I think, would provide the correct answer. And I don't know if it's a short one, but also tangentially related. That is that the story of the tree of knowledge, maybe just in all the revisions of the Bible, or maybe all the revisions of the story where the Bible took inspiration, and it was also like the fruit was not the apple, like as most of people imagine, it might be also mushroom. So I don't know. Have you heard that as well?
I actually don't know about that theory, but so the Hebrew word that we find in Genesis is peri, which just means fruit generically. We don't actually know what kind of a fruit it was. The tradition that it was an apple, if I remember correctly, I'll have to look into it because it's been a while since I did this one, but the tradition that it was an apple, I thought came from the Latin version of the text, because the word in Latin for fruit and the word in Latin for apple were very similar. And so the myth kind of got turned into apple instead of fruit. But in the original Hebrew, it just says fruit.
Yeah, and that's also what I heard, and like that's where like the maybe future confusions came into, and like maybe some other interpretations of apple. But it was like originally it was just a fruit with no specification.
Yeah, but check this out. You might not be able to see it on my screen, but everyone else can see it. There's a picture of a temple that was excavated at Arad, and you'll find at the entrance of the inner sanctum, you'll find two different incense burners. And when we excavated a couple of the temples like this in ancient Judea that were dedicated to Yahweh, it turned out that they found resin remains on the incense burners, and the resin remains contained cannabis, which means they were actually inside of their various concoction of incense. They were actually burning cannabinoids, and so people were literally going to the temple getting high out of their mind, mystical experiences. So you do enough of that, you'll see God eventually, right?
Yeah, I agree.
But listen, it was good hearing from you every day.
Yep. Thanks for having me, Justin.
Absolutely. Cheers, man. Yeah, a big W for cannabinoid incense. That's the kind of thing I can get behind. And Jam, again, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, does Jesus' death constitute suicide, ergo a sin? Actually, so that's the interesting thing, is we don't know if suicide technically is a sin. You have to do some jumping jacks to get to that point with the text. You have to do a little bit of gymnastics. But it seems to fall under like the law of not to murder. Like murdering yourself constitutes a murder. But if God had Jesus killed, then that means God theoretically committed a sin. But I mean, it gets worse, because God also broke Deuteronomy 22 when he knocked up someone who's already betrothed. He committed a law against incest from the book of Leviticus, chapter 18 or 20, I forget which one, when he knocked up his own mother. You're not supposed to uncover the nakedness of your own mother. So he did some things there. He did some things he wasn't supposed to. And Acme, thank you for the super chat, says, well, get some Holy Spirit filled. Sure. We're gonna get some holy smoke, that's for sure. And Noor, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, either rock hard for Doug or go soft as dough. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go rock hard for Doug. I'm not gonna go soft like dough. Welcome back, Kravis.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. So, why are you blaspheming Jesus?
Because he was a liar and a fraud.
How? Prove it.
Oh, because he said he was a Messiah and he wasn't the Messiah. Because he told you when his second coming deadline was going to be, and then he couldn't meet his second coming deadline. And even the gospel authors didn't fact check his nonsense. So, for example, in Matthew 22, he talks about David in Psalm 110, referring to the Messiah as being God. Have you read Matthew 22?
Say that again. What did he say?
Okay, Matthew 22. I'll put it on the screen.
Yes.
He's questioning the Pharisees, and he says, "What do you think of the Messiah? Whose son is he?" And they said to him, "The son of David." And then he said to them, "How is it then that David by the Spirit calls him Lord, saying, 'Sit at my right hand'?" Saying, "The Lord said to my Lord, 'Sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet.' If then David calls him Lord, how can he be his son?" Did you catch what Jesus did there?
Jesus says, he's descendant of David, right?
Right, yeah, but he says that he's greater than being a descendant. He says that David is referring to Jesus as being the actual Lord, like equivalent with the Lord. Did you catch that?
But that's how it is, right?
It's not how it is. That's what I'm saying. So he's quoting from Psalm 110, and he's quoting Psalm 110 incorrectly because he couldn't actually read, or he was a liar, one of the two.
How is this incorrect? It's actually correlating,
Correlating is meaningless. The question is whether or not he even understands the text he's quoting from. So it says, "The Lord said to my Lord, 'Sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet.'" So what we should find in the original text, right? We should find where it says, God said to God, or Yahweh said to Yahweh, right?
The Lord said to my Lord, "Sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet." Yes, but it's the Trinity, right? You have the Father and the Son, both are Lords.
Yes, that's what Jesus is saying. Yes, I agree. That's what Jesus is trying to say, is that there are two Lords. But he's doing that, he's making that case by misreading Psalm 110. If you go to Psalm 110, it starts out, it's a psalm, and it's a psalm about David from one of the prophets in King David's court. That's why it starts out, "The Lord said to my Lord." The second Lord's not capitalized. The first Lord is. The first Lord is actually Yahweh. And in fact, this translation doesn't do it justice either, because it actually starts out in Hebrew, it says Ne'um Yahweh, which literally means a prophecy or an oracle of Yahweh. So it should read, "An oracle of Yahweh to Adoni, my Lord, the King. Sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool," which is what happens if you read 1 Kings chapter 5, verse 3. Solomon says that God placed all of David's enemies under his feet. This is God giving an oracle to King David. This is not King David writing a prophecy about two gods. And he would have known this if he read it in Hebrew. But whoever he was, whoever is talking in Matthew 22, couldn't read Hebrew. He was quoting it from the Greek. And in the Greek text, they did the same thing we did in English. See, in English, where it says the Lord, well, in the Hebrew text, it doesn't say the Lord. It says Yahweh. We put the Lord in here as a placeholder for Yahweh in order to protect the divine name. The Greek Septuagint did the same thing. So if you read this in the Greek Septuagint, it says Kyrios for Lord and Lord rather than Yahweh and Lord, because the Greek Septuagint was doing something and the New Testament authors didn't know what it was doing. And if they were familiar with how the Greek text was written, and if they were familiar with what the Hebrew text says, whoever writing in Matthew 22, whoever it was, wouldn't have made this mistake.
Okay, but in the Hebrew, right? Can you pull this up on Bible Gateway, because I don't think
Yeah.
you're telling the truth right now.
Sure. Yep. I'll pull it up. So Psalm 110 in Hebrew starts out with Le David Mizmor, which means, of David, a psalm, or you can even say about David. And it says, Naum Yahweh, an oracle of Yahweh. This is not a verb. This is not a verb. This is a noun. Naum is a noun. It doesn't say the Lord spoke.
Can you actually read Hebrew?
Yeah.
How is it possible?
Because I went to school and I learned Hebrew.
Okay.
So the text says, an oracle of Yahweh to my Lord, the king. The king is my Lord. In fact, there's like 30 references in the Old Testament where the king is referred to as my Lord.
This is something going on, but if we go back to Matthew, right? I think it is not necessarily what that Jesus was lying, but I think
certainly was lying.
I mean, like Matthew was eyewitness. I think he just heard it wrong or something.
No, he says the Lord said to my Lord. He's suggesting that there are two gods in this passage, but in Psalm 22 there are not two gods. It's an oracle of Yahweh to the king.
Okay, I have this argument. I've heard this from Jehovah Witnesses too, right? Trying to refute, that there are two gods. Are you Jehovah Witnesses by any chance?
No.
Okay, then why are you using Jehovah Witnesses arguments in the first place?
I'm not. I'm using an argument that's just true. It's just a true argument. The fact that the Jehovah Witnesses figured it out has nothing to do with my argument.
But you stand on the point of Jehovah Witnesses right now.
No, I don't.
Okay, I think you have to go. I don't know, man. I have to go look into this, right?
All right, well, check it out and come on back and talk to me again, okay?
Sure. Thank you, sir. Goodbye.
All right. Cheers, Kravis. I've talked to Kravis before, and I'm not convinced he's a real person. I'm really not. But Ruth, thank you so much for the 999 super chat. Big W says, burning some incense now. Puff puffs past Doug. Listen, Doug wants you to get stoned the good way, not the bad way. Doug's all for it, guys. And you don't even have to see your mother's nakedness to get stoned, according to Doug's law. And Small Johnson, good to see you tonight. I appreciate the $4.99. He says, dear Christians, God can't come. They will be learned. Yeah, they will learn. That's going to happen. And RA shouting Allahu Akbar in the comments will 1,000,000% get you muted for the entire live. So we won't be doing any of that. And so you're welcome to say other things. You're not welcome to say that. And Big W Can Best, thank you so much for the $50 Canadian super chat. I really appreciate that. Says Doug is solid, testable, and consistent, unlike some other so-called God. I agree. You've all seen Doug. Doug is rock solid in your face. You know he's real. You've seen him with your own two eyes. In fact, there are many witnesses who have been here with the actual physical Doug. He's real, guys. Doug is real. And Beardsley, thank you so much for the super chat. Says he's going to make you an offer you can't refuse. That's what I was feeling. That's what Kravis had, an offer that I couldn't refuse. That's what was about to happen next. And Ronaldo says Jesus is a male private part. Yeah, you might be right. Actually, you might be right on that. Good to hear from you, Ronaldo. And we're gonna get Jaden in the box next.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How you doing, Jaden?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking, man.
Jaden, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am 23 years of age. I am a Christian. And before I begin, I actually want to say that I've actually have lost my faith before and I've had trouble regaining it. So I've kind of been in your spot before. I've been a big alien believer, a big UFO guy, all that's bullshit. But I've always been brought back to Christ. But I just want to know, I don't know if I heard you give your reasonings for not believing in Christ or any God necessarily. I'm just wondering your biggest reasons for that.
Well, I think my biggest reason for not believing in Jesus is because he lied. He couldn't fulfill his own prophecies. He certainly didn't fulfill the prophecies of the Messiah in the Hebrew Scriptures, not even one of them. And so if he's not the Messiah, then I could care less about Jesus. I certainly don't believe in the Old Testament God because he couldn't fulfill his own predictions. In fact, there's a bunch of predictions in the Old Testament that will never come true. It's physically impossible. The Bible
That's incorrect. That's false.
No, that's wrong. So in Isaiah chapter 14, he talks about how the Israelites are going to take captive the Babylonians and make slaves of them, which never happened in history, and it will never happen in the future because they don't exist anymore. So it literally will never happen, never did happen. It's just a bad prediction. It also says that the earth is flat in the Bible. It says that God's throne is just above the firmament. It also says that rock badgers and rabbits chew cud.
What do you think the firmament really is?
Well, according to the actual text, a firmament is a dome over top of the flat earth, which is what a firmament means. The Hebrew word rakia means a hard, hammered out object. And they describe it in the Bible. It says it's firm like a cast metal mirror, which is why all the Jewish literature from the time period describes it as being just like that. It says that God's throne is just at the top of the firmament.
And I see, just to get into this real quick, I see a lot of comments about the aliens. I'm not saying it has anything to do with Jesus Christ. I'm just saying, like, a way for me to sway away from Christ and to just, convince myself that he didn't exist was to constantly just believe that there's other life out in the universe and there's aliens and there's UFOs flying around. I'm not saying I believe in that shit. I'm just saying that's just how I kind of, in a sense, like swayed myself away from Christ to make myself believe that he's never existed. But I had another question. I just forget what it was. Do you have any more questions for me in the meantime, or?
Yeah. What about Christianity brought you back to it?
The thing about Christianity is, some people view it. I don't really just view it as this, but it can be a mindset thing. But what really brought me back is every time I feel like I'm very heavily involved with Christ, and I'm talking to him and I'm praying to him, because prayer is powerful. And when you're doing the will of Christ, good things genuinely do happen, and they do come. That's just how God works.
Sure. I don't believe that's how God works, but
that's how he works, man. I don't know how else you think he works. I mean, there's other ways too. That's not just how he works, but I'm just giving you the main reason as to why I chose to come back to him. But there's more. But
that sounds like a placebo effect to me. So, for example, I'm going to show you something. I'm wearing a thing right now called a power balance bracelet. You remember these things from the early 2000s?
Like the thing you're doing with your hand right now? No, the thing on your wrist. Sorry. Yes, I do actually. Yes, I do
remember those from the 90s. These things were marketed to people under the craziest things. It said there was holographic technology that worked on quantum levels and could increase your balance and different things like that. And they did these crazy tests even in public where they'd have people hold their hands out and they'd push on one hand and see, look, you lost your balance, and they'd put the bracelet on them and do it again, and it looked like their balance was better. Like, these are all just psychological tricks because people are really susceptible to the placebo effect. And we've tested this in laboratory settings a lot. And so, like, it sounds to me like, you're suggesting that, hey, listen, when you pray and when you're close to Jesus, like, things go well, things turn out, it feels like God is on your side, different things like that. But I mean, this happens in every religion. Like, my Hindu friends would say the same thing. My Islamic friends would say the same thing. To me, it just sounds like the standard case of placebo effect, where when you feel like God is on your side, then you interpret the world as being true to that.
And you also said earlier, one thing I have to mention is you said something about Jesus setting a date or a deadline to return. That never happened. He never gave a deadline.
Oh, certainly did. In Matthew 10:23, Matthew 16:27, 28, and Matthew 24:34.
Nobody knows the day or hour that Christ is going to return.
Yeah, he gave a cutoff date though. So I never said that Jesus gave a day or the hour. I said that he gave a time frame.
Okay,
he gave a time limit, right? So in Matthew 16:27 and 28, he does just that. I'll read it to you real quick. It says, for the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. But they're all dead. He didn't come in his kingdom.
Well, there's certain prophecies that have to be fulfilled before the revelations actually play out, though.
Sure,
and
then you got it wrong.
Okay. Well, if I was wrong, then I was wrong about that. But I feel like we're actually living in the revelations now. There's a lot of prophecies that Jesus, not necessarily just Jesus, but people like disciples too, would mention after his time being.
Like what? What's coming true?
So basically, Jesus actually said in the Bible that he was an alien.
Oh, good Lord. Okay.
And Jesus is actually an alien. I don't know if you know this. But,
I mean, this is news to me. So I thought you were gonna go to like prophecies.
No, no, but okay, but a prophecy, for example, that's being fulfilled right now. I guess maybe this isn't a good one, but what I was gonna say is the nations against nation thing. I feel like that's starting to unfold slowly, but I guess we've already had multiple world wars in the past, so that kind of goes against what I was gonna say. But I don't know. I feel like isn't there something about a prophecy that was foretold about something to do with a temple and in Israel or something like that, and then once the temple's built, it has to be like destroyed. I'm just asking you to see if you know about this because I'm actually curious myself. I don't know about this.
Well, there's a prophecy of a temple being built in Ezekiel chapter 39 after the war, and then chapter 40 he gets the measurements for the temple. This is theoretically the New Jerusalem. So that's one possible idea, but according to the text, it seems like Messiah is going to come before the temple is even built, or perhaps even at the same time. But the problem is Ezekiel, if you read chapter 40 to the end of the book, all the stuff that happens during this time period would contradict what we know about Jesus. For example, it says that he's going to be an actual king in Israel, and then they're going to give offerings and sacrifices according to the law of Moses forever. So there's going to be bulls and rams and other animals that are sacrificed, and even the foreigners that come and worship Yahweh, they're going to have to be circumcised before they're even allowed in. And so, like, this completely contradicts the idea of the New Testament, and so it certainly couldn't be fulfilled the way the New Testament wants it to be.
Do you believe in like any other god, or do you just like not believe in anything? Like,
I did go through an agnostic phase when I left Christianity, because I was kind of the opinion, well, maybe even if this religion isn't true, it's possible there's still a God. But over the course of time, I've been convinced that there is no God.
Okay, you know what? I'm to be honest, I kind of drawn a couple blanks here. I feel like I could have came more prepared, and
it's okay, it
definitely wasn't. People were roasting me in the comments. You guys are right. No, I was not prepared. If anything, I was just trying to turn it around to see if I could learn something. Because you actually do seem like you have a lot of knowledge to do with the Bible, which is good, actually.
Well, I did get professional training. I went to Bible college and seminary.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, that actually makes sense. So that's actually pretty interesting.
Right.
But yeah, no, sorry, I feel like I disappointed everybody here.
That's okay.
But thank you for having me, and it was an honor, man. It was an honor to listen to what you have to say too and your opinions.
Good to hear from you, man.
That's how every Christian should be. I just want to say that every Christian should be mindful of everyone else's opinion, whether they're religious or not. Like, because Jesus's message is, to love everyone like you love yourself. So I'm not going to stay here and disrespect you for having your own opinion, but yeah, man.
All right, big W. Thank you. Good to hear from you, Jaden.
No problem. You too, man.
Cheers. Yeah, big W, definitely big W for being kind and open minded. With that, guys, I'm gonna grab. I apologize. I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be back in just a second, and then we'll continue. And while we're waiting on that, enjoy this song. Never mind. Anyways, I'll be back. All right, I got to get some commercials. It's like some spoof commercials. I actually started writing a script for a spoof commercial that I can play when I have to step away for a minute. It should be a lot of fun. I can't wait to actually get it out. So you'll see some commercials rolling out soon. I got the idea from the Damn Network. There's a really fun morning show, an atheist show on YouTube called the Damn Morning Show from the Damn Network, and they've got some really great commercials like Father Flanagan's goat scented candles, amazing. And Satan, welcome in. Holy shit, Satan, Lamb of God, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says Satan here tried to tell them they were naked and walking like weirdos just to help. Still at fault, though. Them weapons after exile from the garden, just for them poor souls to protect themselves. Actually, that brings up a good point, Satan, because as far as I can tell, my reading of the text is that God created the first weapon of war. They didn't know what a sword was, had no idea. And then they got kicked out of the garden. God put a freaking flaming sword. He put a flaming sword to protect the way to the garden. Like, he just basically taught them how to make war utensils. And Adam, thank you for the super chat. It says, someone get Kravis a glass of water. Yeah, I think get him away from the voice changer. Dr. Joe, welcome in tonight. Thank you so much for the hand hearts. Good to see you, friend. Guys, make sure you're dropping Dr. Joe a follow. And while you're at it, join our Discord. Dr. Joe's active in our Discord. She is an actual professional. She's a therapist with a real PhD, not one of these fake PhDs like the televangelists on TV. Gates of Delirium, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, Wi-Fi Gospel asked me to ask if you figured out how to exist, reason, and think yet. Just wondering, since it's not possible according to him without magic. Yeah, as it turns out, Gates, I figured out how to do it, and I didn't have to presuppose a sky fairy to do it. He's really spitting out bad in that debate. He's like clinging on to literally the worst the worst apologetic he can find, because that's the best he got. I've never seen someone get cooked so hard in a debate. If he would have came ready to talk about the topic, he still would have got cooked. But the fact that he spent all this time not talking about the topic tells you all you need to know. For guys who didn't know, this previous Saturday, I was on Modern Day Debates against a guy named Wi-Fi Gospel. He picked the topic. The topic was, did Jesus fulfill the messianic prophecies? Didn't mention a single prophecy. Not a single one. Not a single one. Didn't do it. He ran tag. That was his whole discussion. Mac, thank you so much for the hand hearts. I appreciate that. Now we've got Obamna on the screen. How you doing, Obamna? Is this the ghost of David Packman? Who is this? Yeah, you're right, Mia. The debate was a debacle. It was crazy. Even James, the moderator, James, as far as I know, he's a Christian. He's not like a fundamentalist Christian, but I'm pretty sure he's a Christian. You can see even James was kind of irked that the guy representing his side came up and did that nonsense. All right, well, Obamna, I don't know what's going on with your audio, but whatever's happening, it's not really working. I don't know if it says you have a USB audio device plugged in, but no one can hear you, and I don't know if you know you're on stage yet either. But come on back if you get your technology figured out, okay? And we'll get the next one in line. We'll get Garo up in here. And Ronaldo, thank you for the $2 super chat, says, and no praise the Lord crap must be muted too. Yeah, we'll definitely do something. You can praise Doug, though. You can always praise Doug. Garo, welcome in. Garo.
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Hello? Can you hear me well?
Yep. I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I have a quick question. Can you just let my friend in real quick?
I mean, who's your friend?
I forgot his TikTok name. Let me read it real quick. Give me a second.
Seriously? He came up just to ask a favor for a friend?
His name is Jekky. Jeky.
He literally just jumped in the queue, so you didn't actually come up to talk then.
No, me and him both want to talk.
Oh, at the same time?
Yeah, but he wants to talk to you first. That's the thing.
Sure. Okay. You think you'd be better with two people? Sure.
Yo, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing? Is it Jeky?
Yeah, I'm doing good. What about you?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. So I believe you guys are probably believers, huh?
Yeah. Are you an atheist?
Yeah. So
okay, I have a question if that's okay.
Well, the topic tonight is that Jesus is a liar and a fraud. So
yeah, it has to do with the topic, obviously. I agree. But I just wanted to know how you justify logic in your worldview.
Well, logic is just a description of the way the world works. It's not something that exists transcendentally. And it sounds like you're going to crash out on presuppositional apologetics.
Yeah, I'm
cool.
I use tag. Yeah,
cool.
Huh?
So, did you actually want to talk about the topic, or did you want to come and get kicked?
So, wait, if it's not about the topic, you kick?
Yeah, that's how that works. So my live.
We're going to the. We're going to the foundation.
I love it when they say "hold up to me" like it's their live stream. So I do the God topic all the time, just generic God topics. I also do very specific topics like Jesus was a liar and a fraud. You're welcome to come anytime you want when I do the generic God topic and run your horrible tag script. I'll toast you on it like I've toasted everybody else. But while we have a specific topic for the night, you actually have to adhere to the specific topic. You're not in charge of the live stream. You don't get to decide what the topic is. You don't get to come up and run it like it's your show. You can host your own live if you want to go do apologetics on tag. You're welcome to go do that. So I guess I'll ask you, do you actually want to talk about the topic or no?
So what I do is I go to the foundational level and then we build on top of it.
No one gives a fuck. The question was, do you want to talk about the topic, yes or no?
Hold on, but why would I grant you something if you haven't just...
So the question was, do you want to talk about the topic? The only words that need to leave your mouth is a yes or a no.
Yes, after you
Great.
justify logic.
Okay, so then you don't.
So you want me just to grant everything like that and then...
No, I want you to stop being a piece of shit. The Phil Bros are the most annoying people on the actual planet because they think they have answers when they don't, and they don't actually want to engage in the topics. Imagine being so afraid of the Bible that you have to run tag. It's crazy. And Phil Fun, welcome to the Kraken crew. I appreciate that. And also, we've got, holy shit, I saw just a minute ago, Cynthia, welcome to being an 8-month subscriber on TikTok, and Eternal Slumber, a 15-month subscriber on TikTok. Big W. I really appreciate that. And it looks like Obama came back, so we'll try to get Obama in the chat here. And FD11, thank you for the super chat. FD says, new to your channel, do you cover divination? We do sometimes. On this particular topic, not so much, but we do cover divination. Drop me a follow when we do our God is not real topic. We'll definitely have room for divination on that topic. Obama, welcome back in. Is your stuff working? Hello. All right, Obama, I don't know what's going on with your equipment, but you gotta figure it out, okay? Or download TikTok, one of the two. Acme says, sure, Justin, you had to pee, coward. Hey, I came back. What do you think I'm running from? Acme's crazy. He's on our side. Top Dollar, thank you for the super chat, says, the reason this guy is nice is because he believed. I don't know what you mean by this guy. You mean me? Or one of the guys I was talking to? Because I was nice, I think, even before I believed. And nice after. I think you can just be a nice person. Discordia says, been an atheist for many years, but since I discovered atheist content a few years ago, I can't get enough. I've heard the same Christian arguments hundreds of times, but it doesn't matter. Is this an addiction? It's not an addiction, Discordia. Never grow tired of learning. Never grow tired of reading. Remember, readers are leaders, guys. So if you find educational content on the internet, and debates quite often are educational, dig into it. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. Definitely dig into it. And thank you for the super chat. A Truth Teller, I had to mute you because you had a lot of background noise. Is there a way that you can like manage your background noise and then unmute yourself so that it's not like overwhelming?
I came up accidentally anyway.
Oh, okay.
So
no worries.
That guy on Saturday he wanted to argue tag, not the topic.
I know they get that way. They can't actually argue the topic, so they have to run away.
Yep. But I'll get down. Keep doing the good work.
Cheers, Fred. Good to see you. We've actually got a real philosopher in the chat. We've got Divine Order. Welcome in, friend. Good to see you. One of the few preceptors that I actually like, who is worth listening to. And Texas Panhandler, big W for the super chat. Thank you so much. She says, Holy Spirit is on spring break this week. Actually, I think you nailed it. The Holy Spirit's out. We got no Holy Spirit. And Mr. Smith says, ever research Islam's halal slaughter rituals? I haven't, but I'd actually like to. I actually would like to learn a little bit more about their practices in terms of preparing foods and whatnot. I know, obviously, they have a pork prohibition and whatnot. How you doing, Mocha Pine? It's been a minute.
Hey, Justin. Good to talk to you again.
Yeah, how you doing?
Fine. I wanted to ask you a quick question, but if I have to go through the gauntlet of the topic, I will. But
well, I mean, you're usually pretty kind when you're up here. You're not usually a rude or anything like that, so I don't mind fielding a question from you if it's in good faith.
Good. Yeah, it's a serious question. Well, I was curious as to why you're not a mythicist like, say, Jaron Wingo in Christ Before Jesus. That caught my ear. You didn't mention him, but I just thought, well, I wonder why you're not a mythicist like him.
Right. Okay. So the reason why I'm not a mythicist is because when I read the text, it doesn't read to me like a story that would be invented. The story is engaging in a lot of what I would call like inside baseball. So it knows a lot about what's happening with all of the other texts. Like they're in communication with each other. there actually is a geographical and a chronological timeline that you can put together that's pretty coherent. To me, it sounds, even though like I don't believe it's all true, I think some of what we find in the Gospels and elsewhere in the New Testament is of a mythological nature. I think there probably was a real Jesus and a real Paul, and it fits with when I read other history. It just fits. It sounds similar to other history. Like, for example, a lot of people believe that Socrates didn't really exist, but if you read all the writings from the time period, a lot of people seem to think he existed, right? So to me, like, if we're going to say Socrates existed, if we're going to say that a bunch of other figures from history existed using evidence that's even weaker than, than what we have here, then to me, it's no skin off my back to say, yeah, he probably did exist. Now, whether or not he existed is not the same as saying what we know about him from the Bible is true. So I think the Bible has done a lot of embellishing to the story. It's added a lot of mythology to the story. And I just don't really think that it's an accurate portrayal of what he was really like. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting because I do think as well that it does engage a lot of specific information as opposed to, say, like the Quran, which sort of expunges a lot of specific information and just ends up being almost totally dogmatic. So I appreciate that. Thank you. I mean, I know you don't believe in Jesus or anymore, or at least say you don't, but that's interesting. That's enlightening. You can cook me now if you want to put me on the grill or whatever, just sort of for good faith, tit for tat or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. So I guess I'll start with the question of the night, and I'm not going to cook you because you're nice. We've talked before, and we've never had a difficult interaction as far as I can remember. So I don't want to embarrass you and cook you unless, like, when people get up here and they act all foolish, then I want to cook them. But when they get up here and they're nice, I typically not motivated to cook them. I just want to have a good discussion. You know what I mean? But
sure. And I have to say too, maybe for the listeners, like, it took me a while to get used to TikTok. It's not easy emotionally. It's a totally different ball game, and we're not, it wasn't easy to get used to it. I still hear people not used to that conversation style on here, and so there's a lot of like emotional feedback loops that go on, and it is difficult to process it.
Right. So let me take you to a passage that I think is really important that we don't get to talk about very often. But before I do that, Cora Rose, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Big W, Cora. Good to see you tonight, friend. I want to take you to Matthew 26 when Jesus is betrayed. So we have like this really interesting thing where it says, then one of the 12, who was called Judas Iscariot, went to the chief priests and said, "What will you give me if I betray him to you?" And they paid him 30 pieces of silver. And from that moment, he began to look for an opportunity. Now, what we find later in the Gospels is that there's a prediction that somebody's going to be betrayed for 30 pieces of silver. It says, after conferring together, they used the money that was taken from Judas after he died, they used them to buy the potter's field as a place to bury foreigners. For this reason, the field has been called the field of blood to this day. Then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah, and they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price. And they gave them for the potter's field as the Lord commanded me. Okay, so my understanding of this text is that it's suggesting that there should be a prophecy about the Messiah being betrayed somewhere for 30 pieces of silver in the book of Jeremiah, right?
Well, it's not there.
No. But what we do find is there's a text in Zechariah that talks about some pieces of silver, but no one's being betrayed. So there's a performative prophecy that Zechariah is asked to perform where he is a shepherd over a bunch of sheep that are going to be annihilated. And he actually quits early. He doesn't complete the job. He just says, "Oh, I didn't. I'm done here. I'm not going to finish this thing out." And he says in verse 12, he says, "Then I said to them, hey, if it seems right to you, give me my wages. But if not, keep them." So they weighed out 30 shekels of silver, and they gave them to the prophet. And then later, a couple of verses later, God tells him to give the money back. So he throws the money back to the temple, the lordly price, as it is quoted in Zechariah. So the quote that was mentioned in the book of Matthew actually comes from Zechariah. But even in Zechariah, nobody got betrayed for any pieces of silver. It was just that a prophet was given wages for a job that he didn't finish, and then because he didn't finish it, he gave the wages back.
So you're sure it's not a Jeremiah?
Yeah,
I
there's
can't look it up.
Yeah, there's the only thing close, because he's conflating the potter's field in Jeremiah with what happened in Zechariah. He got the two of them mixed up. And what happens in Jeremiah, it says, the word of the Lord came to me, Hanamel, son of your uncle Shalom, is going to come to you and say, buy my field that is at Anathoth for the right of redemption. By purchase, it is yours. Then my cousin Hanamel came to me in the court of the guard in accordance with the word of the Lord and said to me, buy my field that is at Anathoth in the land of Benjamin, for the right possession of possession and redemption is yours. Buy it for yourself. Then I knew that this was the word of the Lord, and I bought the field at Anathoth from my cousin Hanamel and weighed out the silver to him, 17 shekels of silver. So he actually does buy a field, and in fact, later on it gets called Potter's Field. He buys it for 17 shekels of silver, but it's not money that was used to betray anybody. There's no betrayal in there.
Well, I mean, that's interesting. I mean, it's not a huge surprise to me that you get a number of difference when you get to the New Testament, because there are a few places where you get the number difference, and it tells me that's why the New Testament writers kind of shied away from using chronological or specific information from, say, the Hebrew text, because obviously it went through the LXX, and then that's how they used the LXX for the New Testament. And there are differences. So I'll have to go look later through the Jeremiah passages and see what you're saying. I mean, obviously there's a reference of Joseph getting bought for 30 pieces of silver, 30 shekels.
I forget how many, be honest.
I thought it was like 30.
Could be.
And you get 17 here. That's interesting. So are you saying that makes Jesus a liar?
No, not that specifically. I mean, there are other things that make Jesus a liar. Since you were up here, I just thought it'd be a fun topic to talk about. We don't get to talk about that one very much.
Sure.
But sorry, what's that? You cut out for a second.
Well, tomorrow I'm going to get my laptop back because of the battery situation, and I'll be able to do quick references and stuff like that. But you can never tell when people are going to get on. So I was like, oh, here's Justin. I haven't talked to him for a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Yeah, we can hammer some. I'm glad that I haven't soiled my integrity with you. So
no, and I tell everyone,
there's certainly a lot to talk about here.
Yeah, there's lots to talk about, and if people come up with good faith arguments, I'm more than happy to treat them with kindness.
Cool. Well, actually, I want to revisit one that you brought up earlier. You said something, Isaiah 14 and making slaves of Babylon. Mm-hmm. Can you bring that back up?
Yeah, let me grab Isaiah 14. It's an interesting passage that doesn't get a lot of play. Everyone wants to read the last part of the passage about the fall of the king of Babylon, and they kind of ignore the beginning of the passage. So it says, verse 14, but the Lord will have compassion on Jacob and will again choose Israel and will settle them in their own land, and the aliens will join them and attach themselves to the house of Jacob. And the nations will take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel will possess the nations as male and female slaves in the Lord's land. They will take captive those who were their captors and rule over those who oppress them. which in this chapter was the Babylonians. Those were the captors of Israel.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of confusing to me, just as I play it out in my head, because Isaiah is writing in the 700s, and Babylon captures Israel in 588 BC. Finally, that was the third and final wave. So it's sort of like we'd have to go over this, and restoration of Judah. So is it looking forward here at this point?
So, I mean, it appears to be looking forward. Now, my opinion is that Isaiah 14 was actually written the same time as 2nd Isaiah, which is by a completely different prophet. But that's, I mean, to me, I don't know if that's important. Like when we're doing the dating of these texts, it's something that scholars have written a lot of material about, the fact that Isaiah 14 is out of place, because at this point, theoretically, at the beginning part of Isaiah, the Assyrian invasion was still just about to happen, not the Babylonian invasion. It's not until you get to 2nd Isaiah that we hear a lot about Babylon. But that being said, even if it was written by the same person, if it was written by actual prophet, it seems pretty clear that it never happened, because after neither the Babylonian nor the Assyrian invasion did the Israelites ever turn around and make captives of the Assyrians or the Babylonians. And now it's too late. They can never do it.
Well, because I remember hearing verses out of, say, Josephus. I'm pretty sure it was Josephus, and that they did this twice, where they were using like the people's, like Babylon and Rome's money against them. So they were using their own, say, wealth against those countries. So they came in and put a stop to it. And so to me, that would be like a form of slavery. And so I wonder if, I don't know, I wonder if that is what this is talking about here, but I have to like carefully go over Isaiah 14.
Well, what it says is that they will take captive those who were their captors. This is pretty typical war language. You know what I mean? So,
sure. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's, I was just curious about that because I haven't read that in a while. So,
yeah.
But
Isaiah 14 is a fun
yeah,
chapter.
I know these. That's the same one with the virgin, right? Or is that 7?
That's Isaiah 7:14. Isaiah 14, the latter portion, is the one that talks about Lucifer, that everyone thinks is Satan. About Lucifer.
Oh. Okay. It's interesting you brought up the source theory of the Isaiahs, or well, all the Old Testament, because that's kind of what Jaron Wengo's doing, only with stylometric analysis of the text. So it's like, you say you don't like the chronological information, but I think it actually cuts through all those arguments. So I personally find it very important or compelling. But I am sort of very intrigued by the stylometric analysis, because they use computers to look at the word counts and the grammar structure and everything, and it actually is kind of startling to me. But so I'll just leave that out there, I guess. But I'll look up those 2 verses and come back in the future, I guess.
Right. And I actually agree with stylometric analysis overall. I think it's a really good tactic for determining authorships and times of authorships. And we've kind of been doing generic stylometric analysis for a long time before we had, the technology we have now. It was just long and cumbersome. And it's one of the reasons, like, if you study people who are really writing academic papers on the Dead Sea Scrolls, they actually believe, using old school methods, they believe they can identify particular authors within the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is really interesting. And they give them like pseudonyms. They give names to the individual authors that they think they've identified from the Dead Sea collection. So I can't wait for them to tackle the Hebrew text and see what the stylometric analysis says about that. My inkling is that it will probably match what people have been doing already since the 60s. Just they're going to have a little more data behind them.
What's crazy is when AI does all this like in a blink of an eye. This is really
It's gonna
I
be
don't
wild.
know. A lot of tension is building here.
Wild, right?
So, all right, I'll jump off,
Right.
and I'll just talk with you later. And
Sure, come by anytime.
I'll find out who this Doug is too.
Sure, come by anytime.
Okay.
Cheers, buddy.
Bye.
Big W for Mocha Pie. And we always had good conversations. Never had a problem with Mocha. Jason Sickmeyer, thank you for the $10 of Venmo. Jason says, don't worry, kid. We're used to Christians being unprepared here. I do appreciate everyone's kindness thus far. Yeah, actually, I do too. We actually had a string of decent guests, which is weird. Weird. Matthew, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, hey, chat, find someone who looks at you the way Justin looks at his Bible commentaries. You nailed it. If you find someone that studies you the way I studied my Bible commentaries, you got yourself a keeper. And Divine Order, good to hear from you, friend. He says, are you familiar with Dr. Alvin Pantinga args? I'm not familiar with his arguments. I don't even know the guy's name, actually. So now I'm going to have to check him out. I assume he's a philosopher, if I had to guess. Just guessing. But thanks for the question, though. Now you got me curious. I'm going to have to check him out. But good to hear from you, Divine. And FD11 says, I wrote a book on Bible divination I would send to you. I would love to have it. Send me a link. My email is attached to my profile on YouTube. Send me a link to it. I'd love to read your book. There's been other academic works that talk about divination, especially in the Old Testament. A lot of them will talk about, like, even the casting of lots is a form of divination. The Urim and Thummim is a form of divination. You find a little bit of divination in the Apocrypha. So in Tobit and Sirach, you get references to it. So yeah, I'd love to actually read your book. It'd be awesome. And Ben, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W, I appreciate that. Justin, you have scientifically dissected the Abraham religions. Please write a paper and a book so that you may receive your Nobel Prize. I don't know what the Nobel Prize would be for. I've never heard of a Nobel Prize for debunking Christianity or Islam. Do you guys know about this? Is there a Nobel Prize available for people who have debunked Christianity? I didn't think that was a thing. That's weird. It seems like the Jews would have claimed that a long time ago. Samuel, thank you for becoming a member of the Kraken Crew Elite. And Mr. Smith, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, not so much food, the killing method of halal. Yikes. I didn't see. Now I need to know the killing methods for making halal meat, because it sounds draconian. It sounds terrible now. I actually need to look it up. I'm going to look that up tonight when I'm going to bed, and I should sleep really well. And Cyphus, thank you for the super chat. It says, Mary's lot was true purple. Oh God. That I may not understand that reference, what you mean by true purple, but thank you so much for the super chat, guys. In the chat, let me know what that means. I don't know what that means. And welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, Alex. I tried to get the next guest in. They dropped immediately. They must not be in the queue anymore. We'll grab the next one. And Ray, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, I low-key kind of missed the Yahweebs who defended the Shroud of Turin. Like, where are they? Making their own copies? I don't know where they are. There's not a lot of Yahweebs actually on the TikTok stream tonight. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, there's a link in the description. You can get into the guest box and have a discussion. You actually need your audio to work. So Obama, I'll give you another chance, but you got to get your audio worked out. And HRK, welcome in.
Hi, Justin. How are you? Okay.
Good. Thank you for asking. HRK, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Oh, yes, I'm 18 years old. I'm a Muslim, yeah.
Are you a believer in Jesus?
According to my paradigm, he's a prophet, yes.
Okay. Do
Not
you
God.
believe what the Bible says about him?
As in terms of being God?
How was he the Messiah?
How was he the Messiah? Messiah just means someone who's anointed, brings God's message.
No, Messiah means that you're anointed as either a priest or a king. It doesn't mean that you're just selected. If that was the case, then there are thousands of people that were anointed in the Bible, yet none of them were described as being anointed.
Well, actually, Justin, the reason for I coming up on your live is that I had a question regarding on the Bible. I'm just looking into this. I'm not studied it anything like the way you have studied it. I do listen to a lot of talks of yours and a lot of dialogues. About a couple of days ago, I heard you, what was it, Wi-Fi Gospel? You had a debate with him? Yeah, I was listening in. So I just had a general question regarding the Holy Spirit in John's Gospel, where Jesus says that I shall send him, and he shall guide you unto all truth, and he shall tell you things to happen. So I want to know about this Holy Spirit. Is that like a figure that you see, that everybody sees, that is foretelling things to come, or is it something that nobody can see and it dwells inside you? What is it?
Both, actually. So you can't see them. Says that the Spirit is like the wind. You can't see them, but you can feel them. And according to Paul's writings in 1 Corinthians, he says that the Spirit enables people to have particular gifts. Some of them are prophets. Some of them speak in tongues. In fact, let me grab that. It says, pursue love and strive for the spiritual gifts, and especially that you may prophesy. For those who speak in tongues do not speak, blah, blah, blah. And then he actually lists, between chapter 13 and 15, he lists a bunch of gifts of the Holy Spirit, prophecy being one of them. So it is supposed to like empower the people to do things, but we don't actually see that happening in real life. Like it says in the Gospels that there are going to be signs that follow the Christians. You know, they're going to pray for people and they're going to get healed. They're going to drink poison and not get sick. They're going to pick up snakes and not succumb to the venom. But these things never happen.
Right, okay, but that specific passage in John's Gospel, that really sounds like you're actually going to be observing somebody telling you, calling you to guidance, and calling you to events to occur in the future. So that means you yourself and I myself would witness this. So what the Christians say, no, this Holy Spirit is something that dwells in you. So is it both, or is it just, what is it? Yeah.
Well, he's supposed to lead you in truth because he's dwelling inside of you. Does that make sense?
Inside.
Right. So,
Inside.
in fact, the Gospels even say that the Holy Spirit searches out the mind of God, meaning even the Holy Spirit is searching the inner workings of God's mind. So it seems to be like it's this internal force of God, the same way we see in like the Old Testament and other ancient Near Eastern texts. We see that man is created from the earth, and then they don't become alive until God puts his spirit or his breath inside of them. And then in some stories, it says that the blood of the gods goes inside of them as well. So like the spirit seems to be like an animating type of device.
All right, okay. All right, thanks for that, Justin. I'll drop now for that. Thank you.
All right, cheers. Good to hear from you, friend. A lot of Christians in the chat, not a lot of Christians in the actual guest queue. Guys, if you have the Holy Spirit leading you in all truth, get into the guest box and try it out, see what happens. Zaria, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, got questions, says that Matthew quoted Jeremiah about silver due to Jeremiah being the first book of the prophets. Any validity to this? No. Not only is that not how people refer to the prophets, it's not the first book in the prophets. I've got a Biblia Hebraica Stuttgartensia critical edition of the Old Testament, and what you'll find is that prior to Jeremiah is Isaiah. Isaiah comes before Jeremiah, so no, referring to Jeremiah as the first of the prophets as a reference to all the rest of the prophetic books is just a bald-faced lie that apologetics websites will tell you. And they have no idea what they're talking about. That's it. But thank you for the question. I appreciate that. Let's grab our next guest. This is our last time to try Obamna. I normally don't give people this many tries, but I like the name so much. I really wanted to get Obamna into the chat. How you doing, Obamna? Did it work this time? Obamna, it does not work. Okay. Well, sorry, Obamna. I tried. I really tried. I gave you as many tries as I could. Welcome back, Austin.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Not too bad. I kept wanting to read that guy's name as from that song Manamana. Obamana.
Well, it's kind of a play.
Sorry, that's just been on my mind the entire time I've seen his name. I'm like,
That's
oh, God.
okay. It's a play on when Trump said that. Trump mispronounced his name once as Obama, and then it got picked up by David Pakman, and David Pakman used it for like 3 years, and now it's just stuck in people's heads. But
I never heard that. To be fair, I just have been completely out of politics. So
you're not missing anything. I stopped following politics when my son was born, and I've never been happier with that decision.
yeah, I mean, like socially and financially, I consider myself conservative, but I'm just like, it's all the same news. Like people are saying Trump did this, or when Biden was in office, Biden did that, and I'm just like, enough with the games. Can we just come together as one and just like be friends again? You know.
Yeah, I think it's time to wipe them all out and start over, but I don't think that's going to happen. We need a good COVID stopped short. We need a good plague to wipe out Congress. Unfortunately, I don't think any of them got hit. But anyways, that's wishful thinking. So what's on your mind tonight, Austin?
Not much. So I know. So I guess what's your argument on the Jesus being a liar? Like I guess I'm going into this more of a. I see it as a faith argument in a sense. I think there's. I don't really know how to word this, but I guess I'm seeing this as more of a faith thing. Like I can't say he is or is not a liar. I'm not going to call him one way or another. I just have to have that faith when they say that Christ is to come again. Then I can probably say I can truly believe, but I still have that faith that Jesus is real and Jesus is true God and true man.
Right. Okay. So I think he's a liar for a couple of reasons. One, because he routinely misquotes the Old Testament and says that it's about him when it's actually not about him. And then he also gave a prediction for when his second coming would be. He didn't give you the day or the hour. He just told you when the cutoff was going to be. And then it didn't happen before that cutoff. And he also claims he claims that the Old Testament says things that it just simply doesn't. So, for example, in Matthew chapter 22, he says that David wrote about him in Psalm 110, which if you've only read it in Greek, you can see why he might think that. But if you read it in Hebrew, it's very clear that David's not even speaking. It's a prophecy about David from Yahweh, and it had nothing to do with the Messiah whatsoever. But Jesus couldn't read Hebrew, or whoever was writing and saying it was Jesus couldn't read Hebrew, or else they would have known the problem that they created. So these are kind of the reasons why I think he was a liar. He's a fraud because he simply didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy. But my guess is you probably don't believe what I'm saying, so maybe it'd be good to do some examples.
I'm open to hearing everybody's thoughts on this. I can't disagree or agree. I mean, I'm going based off what the writers of each book in their viewpoints. So, like the different miracles that happened, or the different mysteries that happened, like the wedding in Cana, or when Jesus walked on water to the fishermen during the storm. Like those are more eyewitness, I think, so it's not like Jesus saying that himself, but I'm going based off the other beliefs or the other eyewitness accounts.
Sure. So
like I said, if all that's true, great. If all that's not, great. I can only believe that if, like I said, if there's a second coming, and when that happens, then yeah, I'll believe. But at the end of the day, I just still have that faith that he might be out there, or he might be real.
So actually, I kind of understand where you're coming from. So when I was deconstructing from Christianity, for me, I had a lot of doubts, and I was kind of the mindset, well, like, listen, the book is making a lot of bold claims that don't seem to be true. But like, if Jesus came back, I'd have to find a way to figure it out. But unfortunately, I don't think he's coming back. But but to be fair, if Jesus came back on a white horse, like the book of Revelation says, and then explained find a way to explain away all the problems of the Bible, hell, that could be convincing. You don't see guys coming down from heaven riding a horse with a fiery sword too often. That sounds pretty convincing to me, but being that it didn't happen, I'm not really sure we're gonna witness that. But let me give you an example of kind of what I was talking about with Jesus just saying things that weren't true. I want to start real quick in Isaiah 61, if you don't mind. So Isaiah 61 starts a very familiar passage. It says, "The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives and release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor, and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn, to provide for those who mourn in Zion, to give them a garland instead of ashes, an oil of gladness instead of mourning, a mantle of praise instead of faint spirit. They shall be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord to display his glory." And this last verse. "They shall build up the ancient ruins. They shall raise up the former devastations, and they shall repair the ruined cities, the devastations of many generations." Just kind of on face value, what do you think the prophet is talking about here?
Probably have to go back and read that again. I'm not sure.
So Isaiah's...
I just worked a 10-hour day, so my comprehension is not good right now.
Trust me, I get it. I totally get that. I've had a couple of times where I got online after work and my brain felt like mush. So the prophet is writing as the exiles are leaving the Babylonian captivity. And he's given, a dozen prophecies about how they're going to rebuild and restore Jerusalem. That's why he says they shall build up the ancient ruins. They shall raise up the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities. So the question is, if this passage seems to be about God, who's sending the prophet Isaiah to give this message of hope, that they've been released. They're no longer prisoners in Babylon. They're going to return to Mount Zion. They're going to be happy once again, and they're going to build up the ancient ruins that were destroyed. On its face, that kind of seems what the passage is talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the problem that we have is like when you turn over to how Jesus uses this in Luke chapter 4, if you think Jesus is quoted accurately, he's got a different idea. Jesus says, it says, "When he came to Nazareth, where he had been brought up, he went to the synagogue on the Sabbath day, as was his custom. He stood up to read, and the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found the place where it was written, 'The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives, recovery of sight to the blind,'" which that's not actually in the text. He added that. "And to set free those who are oppressed, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." He forgot to add the last part, "the day of the Lord's vengeance." And then he says, he rolled up the scroll and gave it back to the attendant and sat down, and all the eyes of the synagogue were fixed on him. Then he began to say to them, "Today the scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing." But we just read Isaiah 61, and it was about the restoration of Israel after the Babylonian captivity, which literally the opposite happened when Jesus came. They weren't restored. They were annihilated by the Romans. So I can't figure out, if Jesus says it's being fulfilled in him, what's actually being fulfilled?
Right. I get that. Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's a tough one, I know.
I think, honestly, the Bible is one of the toughest books to grasp. I'm not going to say yeah, I don't have a definite answer. Wish I could say I do, but I don't.
Right. So I agree, especially reading the Old Testament. I remember I tried to do a Bible reading with a friend way back when I was like, I want to say I was 21, maybe 22. And we were thinking, no one really reads from the Old Testament that much. Let's just read through the books of Kings, because we both liked history. And we found that as non-professionals, it was very difficult to read even a historical text like the Book of Kings, because we didn't know the history or the geography or the names or anything like that. It was very difficult. I actually had to go to Bible college and seminary to really get a good handle on the text. So I definitely understand Like if people that don't have professional training in the Bible, why just turning to Isaiah can be very confusing. But my problem was that the more I studied the Bible, the more it kind of fell apart because the New Testament and the Old Testament just seemed to contradict each other.
No, and I agree. And I like Bishop Barron's argument with this. He states that like everybody wants to believe in the Jesus and the God of the New Testament,
right?
The good, all loving, all powerful, Almighty God. But then people also say, "But wait, why? How can a good, all good, all knowing God also be all vengeful, all hateful, and all wrathful?" I mean, and I don't think that's. I think both narratives are true in the sense that I think he's trying to show in the Old Testament. I think he was really trying to show and give us like that chance, like, hey, follow my word, and these bad things won't happen to you. But he was trying to give them a wake up call, in the Old Testament, and when all these bad things were happening to everybody. And I think the very last wake up call was in the New Testament with Jesus' crucifixion, and I think that's kind of like where it kind of left off in that sense. And that's what I think as Christians, what we believe we're all kind of waiting for, and what we live for. Like we believe that he died for our sins, because we believe that Jesus came back as God. And I forgot what he said exactly, but I am who I am. And that was like a big part for us.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of what we believe.
Well, to me, the crucifixion is a little bit problematic too, because, for example, the old theology is that Jesus died so that his blood would cover your sins. But if you start down the line of questioning, and I'll just start it and see where we get with it, to me it starts to fall apart. So, for example, if I said, okay, so Jesus died to save us, what is he saving us from? What would you say?
Probably say just like in general our sins or evil in general.
Sure,
at least that's what I believe.
But evil does still exist right now, right?
Yeah, of course. I'm not going to deny it doesn't.
Okay,
I'm not going to say it doesn't.
I mean, did something actually change before or after he died? Because my guess is there was evil before he died, and there's probably roughly an equivalent amount of evil after he died.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. And I think the typical Christian answer is that, we're saved from hell. And I think that gets you to a really weird position too, because hell doesn't seem like something that's necessary. It seems like God set up a false dichotomy where if you don't believe in him, if you don't do exactly what he wants you to, he just burns you forever. But like, that's not something rational to do, is it? Just to like, hey, you made a mistake and then you didn't believe in me, so now you got to burn in fire forever?
Right. No, I get that. And that's because I'm Catholic, so I think it's a little bit different from like a generic Christian.
Oh, yeah.
standpoint.
Yeah. Your guys' afterlife is way better than the Protestants. Way better.
We're the true Christians. No, I'm kidding.
No, the Catholic purgatory is way more merciful than what Protestants have.
Yeah, and I mean and also to answer your question from our last argument we had or debate we had, I think it was probably like a month ago. It's been a while. I've been busy with work. I think when we last talked about purgatory, I forgot what your question was. Like, how are people saved from purgatory? Or how are people sent to purgatory? How do we know they go to purgatory? To kind of clear that up, I did some more research on that, and we believe that if somebody who doesn't believe in God or in the faith, I would say, or isn't faithful or is atheist for that matter, but is an overall good moral person, then I don't think they're gonna be, pardon my language, damned to hell. But they are led to purgatory and then the prayers for those in purgatory,
right,
that will lead them into heaven eventually.
So here's the problem I ran into thinking through this topic a number of years ago, because I actually always did kind of like the Catholic version of the afterlife, and I knew from an early age what their justification was for it, because I went to a Catholic school for 12 years, and my dad was a Baptist, but even my dad talked a little bit about how he had a belief that was similar. They referred to it as Abraham's bosom, which is kind of like a temporary place similar to the purgatory. So like I even as when I was in the faith, I kind of liked this idea of a purgatory. But here's the problem that I find. Okay, so let's imagine there is a system of purgatory where people that live good lives basically go to purgatory and they pay for their sins and then they go to heaven, whereas the people that are truly evil will go to hell. Let's say that that's kind of what this. Did I summarize that about right?
I think so.
Okay. So if that's the case, if that now you've got a system that is more meritorious, where people that are good get the good thing and people that are bad get the bad thing. Well, now it seems like you've kind of eliminated the need for Jesus to die for anyone, because if you can just be a good person and get to heaven, then that's just what the Jews were already teaching. You didn't need Jesus for that.
I get that. I think I can. I mean, I'll try to make this argument in the sense that, what about those who suffer in life? Like, they might not have been able to have the opportunity to grow up in the church or in a faith, but they are still a morally good person, but yet they suffer their whole life. Like, now they're homeless, and then it got them into like addictions of alcohol, drugs, and other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're destined for hell, or if they led a morally good life, just went down a wrong path and wasn't. I think they have. I think God is kind of looks out for those people more. And
No, I agree.
There was also a video I saw back in high school. His name's Sheldon Bethke, or I think that's what his name was. He's one of those spoken word rappers.
Okay.
He made the analogy.
Like Lecrae?
I guess so. Probably, yeah. Never heard of him, but yeah, sure.
Sorry.
No worries. But he makes the reference how every good person is always going to church, but yet they're still somehow addicted to like. I know you're also on TikTok Live. What would be the correct word? I just won't say it. But like being addicted to drugs, alcohol, but still being like, oh, the godly child who's there every Sunday. It was in one of his arguments why he loves Jesus but hates religion. And
sure. So
I think it's kind of a big.
I do agree with you that like if there's a God and if God is good, he's not just going to send people to hell willy-nilly. Right. But I guess what I was trying to say is, if God is judging people based on their merits and he's a righteous judge and all that stuff, which people would say about God, then I guess I don't really understand what we need Jesus for. Why did Jesus have to die? If God can just send people where they should go based on whether or not they were good people, then it seems like Jesus' death on the cross becomes meaningless.
Yeah. And I think it ties more into I think it kind of ties back to that video too. I was mentioning why I hate religion but love Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
I think nowadays religion itself, the people who are in religion, who are Christians, Catholics, any denomination, and I'm sure there's exceptions to this, but you have those Christians who are high and mighty, I think, and who think, oh, this person doesn't belong here. Like we've had a homeless guy in our church before, and one of the nicest guys. I've actually got the opportunity to talk to him and get to know him better, and really great guy. But some people are like, oh, he's homeless, he stinks, he doesn't belong here in the church. And it's a really fancy church too. Like it's, I think, the third largest parish in the U.S.
Wow.
And it's like they kind of they're like they could push him back.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that really kind of judges character, if anything. And I kind of agree with that. I think it's more of a matter of I'm not the biggest fan of religion, but I do have that sense of I have that faith in Jesus and God.
Right. Right. Listen, Austin, it's good to hear from you again. I got some fresh meat in the guest box waiting to get in, but always good chatting with you.
Yeah, likewise.
All right, cheers.
Bye.
Big dubs for Austin. Austin, always kind when he comes in. OC, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. Big W. You got access to the cheat sheet now. And Dax, good to see you, friend. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, Jesus came to rid the world of sin. Odin came to rid the world of ice giants. Sin still exists. But when was the last time you seen an ice giant? Checkmate Christians. Big W. Listen, I've never seen an ice giant. That must mean that Odin is real. I mean, that's just rock solid evidence. And 2828 Sid, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, I've always loved rocks. Now it makes so much sense. Lifelong atheist deconverting from pretending to be Christian. Praise Doug. Hail Doug and his consort Sharon Stone. Doug and Sharon Stone. Do not let Doug be the rock that the builders rejected. Make him your chief cornerstone. And Sayla, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, why did God create or inspire a book where you couldn't understand it? So that's actually a really good question. A lot of people will say that, well, you can't understand it unless you have the Holy Spirit. But this is really a circular ploy by God, because like the proof that Jesus is all these things is in the Bible, and you need to believe in Jesus. But in order to believe in Jesus, you have to believe that the Bible is true. But in order to believe that the Bible is true, you have to believe in Jesus. So it creates a situation where you can never actually believe or learn from the Bible unless you just presuppose that it's true. But nobody would presuppose that any other book is true. Why would we do it to the Bible, you know? Welcome in, Golden Middle. How you doing?
How you doing?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Golden, are you at least 18 and are you a Christian?
Way over 18. I was born Christian, yet I have my doubts.
Okay, so you're a Christian on the edge.
It's past the edge.
Oh shit, past it. Okay, so kind of deconstructing.
No, let me explain my doubts. Maybe you can shine a light on it.
Maybe, sure.
What I hear you saying, and it reminded me of a video I saw on YouTube about priests singing in front of the Pope, following words: Lucifer, the son of the morning sun. And then I remembered that Jesus is the son of the evening down.
Yes. So in Isaiah,
am I hearing that God has two sons? And my other question is, I was brought up thinking light is good for us. So the morning sun is portrayed as the evil.
So there's a couple things happening there. So the morning star in Isaiah 14 is not Satan. Christians...
I said Lucifer, not Satan.
Right, but Lucifer is not a person either. Lucifer just means shining one or bright shining one or light bearer. And it was commonly associated with the planet Venus. Venus was really bright. They thought it was a star or a planet. They didn't know the difference. And you could see it even when the daylight came up. So it was referred to as the bright morning star. So this is a taunt that they're going to sing to the king of Babylon once the king falls. And he's making fun of him using mythology that he's familiar with. So in northern Canaan / Syria, there was a mythology that a guy named Athtar was going to take the throne on Mount Siphon when his sibling Baal was in the underworld. He went to the underworld and got killed, and his sister Noth had to go rescue him. And while he was gone, everyone thought, well, shit, he's gone. He's dead. We got to put somebody else on the throne. So Athtar tries to take the throne. His mother suggests it. She is the planet Venus in the story. and he gets laughed out because he's not even tall enough to reach the footstool on the throne, and they cast him down from the throne, and he becomes a laughing stock. And this perfectly mirrors what is said about the king of Babylon. They're just taunting the king of Babylon using a mythological story about a guy who wanted to be a king but couldn't actually be a king. And that's all. It has nothing to do with Satan. But the bright morning star is just a generic title. So if you believed that the planets or the stars were individual gods, well, the brightest among them would be the strongest God, right? So when Jesus refers to himself as the bright morning star in the book of Revelation, he's not saying that he's the same guy that's talked about in Isaiah 14. He's just saying, no, in fact, I'm the most powerful of all the gods. That's all he's saying.
Maybe I'm mistaken, but the video I was referring to, it spoke of Lucifer being the morning star.
But
is Jesus identifying himself as Lucifer?
But Lucifer is not in the text. Lucifer is a Latin translation of the Hebrew text. The Hebrew text says Hillel ben Shakar, which means shining one, son of the morning. The shining one gets translated into Lucifer in Latin. And by the time, the early church was reading the text in Latin, and they developed this idea that when it says Lucifer, that actually is a reference to Satan, even though it didn't say anything about Satan there. So when they translated it into King James English and some of the early English translations, they left Lucifer in there. But Lucifer is not in the Hebrew text. That is a Latin translation, and they only left it in the early English versions because they wanted you to think that Isaiah 14 was about Satan. But Isaiah 14 is not about Satan. Lucifer doesn't show
Lucifer
up there.
is an incorrect translation of the Hebrew term?
Yeah, Lucifer is the Latin translation of Hillel.
Okay, well, this all brought me to another idea that we are witnessing a struggle between sun worshippers and moon worshippers. And each side is calling the other side evil. And I came to that after studying Zoroastrianism. Have you studied Zoroastrianism?
No.
No. Okay. Maybe it'd be difficult for me to explain. But basically, the other side is speaking of the same things, but in reverse. So when you say Jesus is a liar, it clicked in my brain that maybe he is the deceiver.
Hell yeah, he is. In fact, the only prophecy he ever fulfilled is Deuteronomy 13. You want to read it?
Why not? I don't have a book. You read it, I'll listen.
Yeah, I'll put it on the screen. This is the only thing Jesus ever fulfilled. God says in the Old Testament, if prophets or those who divine by dreams appear among you and show you omens or portents, the omens or portents declared by them take place, and they say, let us follow other gods whom you have not known, let us serve them. You must not heed the words of those prophets or those who divine by dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you to know whether indeed you love the Lord your God with all your heart and soul. The Lord your God you shall follow, him alone you shall fear, his commandments you shall keep, his voice you shall obey, him you shall serve, and to him you will hold fast. But those prophets or those who divine by dreams shall be put to death for having spoken treason against the Lord. And that's obviously why Jesus had to be killed, because he was a false prophet.
Okay, well, it backs up what I think, and as I said, it'd be much easier for me to converse if you had read Zoroastrianism, because I like your train of thought, and it would probably clear things out for me. But it's basically the religion of the
Persians.
Aryans, yeah, and it's sun worship. So
it's definitely on my to-do list.
Yeah, it definitely, you might agree with me that it's a struggle between sun worshippers and moon worshippers. Just like you said, it's all in the planets, and each side calls the other evil.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's typical in most religions.
As a human being, I don't want to be taking sides here, but I claim light is better than darkness.
I mean, I would prefer light, yeah.
So, hence, sun worship is better for men than darkness.
Right. Well, listen, Golden, I enjoyed talking to you, but I got to get a Christian in the box and get a debate going. You know what I mean?
Same here. Yeah, I'm sorry we couldn't have too many disagreements. So
it's okay.
Couldn't be of much help.
Sometimes agreeing is fun too.
I'll be following you, and please, once you read, I'd like to have another discussion.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming through. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here. It's been a really interesting night. Make sure you're tapping the screen, sharing with your friends. And if you're not subscribed to me, go ahead and subscribe already. We do debates 3 nights a week. So if you like debates, not just this topic, we debate other religions too. If you like debates, drop me a follow. I greatly appreciate it. And the original, thank you for the super chat, says, if Jesus died for our sins 2,000 years ago, what happened to all the people before that? Do they get a respawn? How could they have believed in Jesus? So that's actually a really good point, which is, I bring that up quite often, which is, how is it that, how in the world is it that people before Jesus could get to heaven? Now, Christians will say, well, Jesus' sacrifice was retroactive, but that's meaningless, because they didn't believe in Jesus. It doesn't matter if his sacrifice was retroactive. The sacrifice only matters if you believe that he died for your sins. So there's no good answer for this. And if people can get to heaven without Jesus' sacrifice, that means the sacrifice was arbitrary. It was meaningless. Rock hard for Doug. Big W, Doug. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, atop a mountain, Doug etched 3 questions upon a tablet. Are you over 18? Are you a believer? And do you have headphones? Hell yeah. Rock hard for Doug. Got it right. Absolutely. You're going to need those 3 things, guys. Those are the things we need. Thank you for the super chat, Rock hard. And I'm just saying, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, hey, Justin, I heard in Jewish religion there is some worship of the planet Saturn. Is there any mention of Saturn in the Old Testament of the Bible? I am not familiar with any worship of Saturn. In fact, when the Greeks came through and decimated the temple under the leadership of Antiochus Epiphanes, he set up a statue to one of the planets as a representation of Zeus. And it was an abomination of desolation. So I don't believe that the Jewish Bible mentions anything about the planet Saturn as far as I'm aware. But that's an interesting thought. I'll have to think about that. Flo Dreas, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, says, with the U.S. deep-throating Christian nationalism for the next 4 years, will Inspiring Philosophy finally set up an OnlyFans account showing Jesus' second coming? 28K gospel might be his first spiritual subscriber. Yeah, that's actually a really good question. There's going to be a lot of glazing for Jesus during this administration, but somehow I don't think IP or anybody else is going to be providing any evidence of this sky carcass. The cloud zombie ain't coming back. And Dr. Joe, thank you so much for the super chat. Big W. I appreciate that. And Dr. Joe, as her name suggests, is an actual professional licensed therapist, and she works with people recovering from addiction and religion. It says, so which is it? Belief in JC, being of the select, being a good person. If we all fall short, why is there repentance and the good news? How does JC's bad weekend work exactly? Make it make sense. I'm with you, Dr. Joe. There's a lot of things about this religion that doesn't make sense. I don't understand how our suffering can be completely meaningless, yet somehow Jesus' suffering is full of meaning. It's crazy to me that people don't think about this. It's crazy. But thank you so much for the super chat. And guys, make sure you're dropping Dr. Joe a follow on YouTube and on TikTok. She's a great friend of our community, and she's just a wonderful creator. All right, we're going to get being of the select. We're going to get Nameless V in here, but Nameless V, before we get you in the chat, we need you to plug in some headphones because you've got a really bad echo. Your speakers are feeding back into your microphone. Do you have any headphones you can plug in?
how our suffering can be completely meaningless, yet somehow Jesus.
Super delayed. I think I hear a fire alarm in the background too. That sounds not so promising.
Thank you so much for the super chat. Guys, make sure you're dropping Dr. Joe.
And it sounds super delayed too. So she hasn't even heard what I asked her yet. Nameless, grab some headphones and plug them in.
Many headphones.
Oh no.
Oh
no.
Unfortunately. But yes, our building is faulty. It's been remodeled I don't know how many times, and the fire alarm is just okay, it's going off again because someone burnt something, and it takes for the fire department, which is literally down the street, to come and turn it off before it can actually turn off.
Right. Well, I can certainly understand that. That being said, I don't know if we're prepared to listen to the fire alarm for the next 10 minutes and the echo that's produced whenever I talk into the microphone. But if you can get a pair of headphones sometime when your alarm's not going, we'd love to talk to you. So come back anytime that you get the opportunity.
I would love to. Unfortunately, my kids I had headphones, and then my kids decided to take scissors to them. It was one of the, wired, really cheap ones. So I don't have any headphones anymore.
Right. Well, I that's perfectly okay. You can join using your computer sometimes as well, as long as you keep the volume down low. But unfortunately, we can't really have a good productive conversation because every time I talk, it's going to echo into the mic. But I appreciate you coming up, Nameless. Hopefully, you can get your alarm situation under control eventually in your apartment complex.
Yeah. It just started going off, which was really such a pain in the ass. It just started going off. I was so looking forward to talking with you and whatnot. I apologize. It's something we moved here recently, and it just constantly going off. I'm sorry.
That's right. Fair enough. Not your problem. Not your fault. So anyways, thanks for coming up, and I'm sure we'll hear from you again in the future. I hope you have a great day, okay?
Absolutely. Short time listener, but already a fan. You and the line. Both awesome.
A big W. Thank you for watching. Let's get some W's in the chat for Nameless V. Thank you, V. I appreciate you coming through. Ronaldo, thank you for the super chat. It says, big favor, mute the praise the Lord. It ticks me off. I don't know what you mean by praise the Lord. You want me to is there somebody spamming praise the Lord in the comments? Is that what you're saying, Ronaldo? Listen, if someone's spamming praise the Lord in the comments, we can definitely get them muted. I'll keep a lookout for it, but thanks for the super chat and thanks for the heads up. If that's happening, I want to nip it in the bud, or in the bud, nip it. I don't know which one it's supposed to be. Well, I tried to get Sky in here. Sky, that didn't last. Sky dropped out pretty fast. Let's get designer Jules up in here. And Jeremy, thank you for the super chat. It says, we were talking about hell, but as a Christian, heaven was really weird for me. Walking around with Jesus singing praises forever seems horrible. I should agree with you. The idea of heaven got some problems as well. Like, what are we doing up there? And why is everyone singing praises all the time? I don't even like to sing down here. Why would I want to do it up in heaven? Designer, did you fall asleep in the guest box, or is that your cat? I think he's having breathing trouble. Designer, you gotta get yourself a CPAP or something. You can't stop breathing that long while you're sleeping. I got a lot of oh shit. That was like a 15-second break, Design. I'm legitimate worried for this man's health right now. Damn. Well, I hope he's okay. I hope he survives the nap. I don't know if it's a good idea to go that long without breathing while you're asleep. I mean, I'm no physiologist, but shit, sounds like sleep apnea to me. How you doing, Sergey? Sergey.
Hi, Justin.
There you
Can you
go.
hear me?
Yeah. How you doing, Sergey?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. So I'm not a Christian, but I think you got something wrong in your debate with Wi-Fi guy.
Like what?
Yeah, I think he successfully got you to admit at one point that there are actually no logical contradictions in the Bible.
No, I
Do
didn't
you
say that.
remember this? There was a line of questioning from him, like
There are a bunch
he asked
of
you something
logical
like,
contradictions in the Bible.
yeah, but he got like a line of questioning for you, something like, let's say you find in the Bible some text that seems like a contradiction, yeah, but and then he asks you, is it possible that your interpretation is wrong and it's not actually a contradiction? And I think you said yes, yeah, because you are intellectually honest.
Yeah, it's always
And
possible that my interpretation is wrong, but it's up to you to demonstrate that I'm wrong.
yeah. But then he said that if it is possible that there is some non-contradictory interpretation, therefore it is not a logical contradiction, the thing you are talking about.
Well,
And
it
you
would
al-
be depending on who was actually right. Like just saying that somebody can interpret it as not being a logical contradiction doesn't mean that it's not a logical contradiction.
Yeah. But
So,
in the actual debate, I
Sergey,
think,
I'm trying to figure out why you're glazing Wi-Fi and you're not even a Christian.
yeah, I'm not glazing him. I think he is confused on like 3 different levels.
Okay.
Well, but in the debate, you actually said yes, that it is not a logical contradiction because it is possible for it.
No, I didn't. Go listen to it again and don't come back unless you're a Christian. I have no idea why you think the stage is for you to rehash something you think I mistakenly said or something you mistakenly think I said during a debate that's already over. All right, let's move on to our next guest. Hail Doug, Adele. I agree. Hail Doug. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And I really appreciate that. And Randy, Big W Randy, thank you so much for gifting out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that. That's very generous, Randy. Those are people who have access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet now. Kind of a slow night with some of the guests. We've had a lot of people not want to actually address the topic. It's almost like the Holy Spirit knows that he's going to get cooked tonight. Try to get Juanita in. Juanita Day is having a little bit of a slow connection, but we'll do what we can. Yeah, Christian Johnson, you're right. Buddy wanted to be so condescending. Yeah, he really did. He really wanted to come up and give his best Phil bro. I've never met a classification of people on the internet so confident than the Phil bros. That there's one group of people I've never seen on the planet that had more confidence than the Phil bros. And actually, I remember thinking the same thing when I was reading The Republic by Plato. So when I was in school, I had to read The Republic. And Plato makes a really interesting case in The Republic that basically all government officials should be philosophers because only philosophers have the ability to truly know what is good and right and true. And like his idea of philosophers was that they're the highest category of human beings, basically. So that's a whole lot of bullshit, Plato. As much as I think philosophy is good, you're completely full of yourself. And wouldn't you know, all the people on this app that are philosophy bros tend to agree. They think they're the highest form of reason. Ken, though, thank you for the super chat, said it is widely accepted that Moses wrote Deuteronomy, and it would be widely wrong. And it is not accepted in scholarship at all. If you study any scholarship on the authorship of the Pentateuch, you will find that almost no scholar believes that Moses wrote Deuteronomy. But cool. Thanks for the super chat. Ara, can you plug some headphones in or turn down your speakers a little bit? I can hear the speakers backfeeding into the audio. Yeah, I can hear you, but I can also hear me, which is the problem. Do you have headphones?
I'm wearing headphones, but
Oh, that's weird.
I'm not
Usually,
sure why.
usually headphones fixes it. Maybe try to turn the headphones off, see what happens.
How about now?
Let's see. Nope, still echoing.
Okay. I don't want to waste too much of your time. I was just testing out my camera setup just to see if it works properly, but I'm already a member of your Discord and everything, and I just wanted to say I appreciate everything you do. Just a quick thanks for everything. That's all.
Hey, thanks, I appreciate that.
Yeah. I'm not a Christian. I'm not religious at all. I'm just I'm just here to say hi. That's all.
All right, good to hear from you, everybody. Thanks for joining Discord.
Yeah, no problem. See you.
Cheers. Yeah, guys, if you're not joining the Discord, what are you waiting for? Go to the link tree in my profile or to the links in my my YouTube. What's the word I'm looking for? In the descriptions of my YouTube, you'll find links for all that stuff. Join the Discord. It's a lot of fun. All right, let me get Johnny P in the box. If you're watching on TikTok or YouTube, we'd love to have a discussion with you on TikTok. You just got to hit that guest request and come in and discuss how your God wasn't a liar and a fraud. If you're on YouTube, there's a link in the descriptions. Go to the description of the video. You'll find a link to join the conversation. But thanks for being here, guys. We've got Johnny P in the guest box now. How you doing, Johnny P?
Hello.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Johnny, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yes, and yes.
Cool. And are you aware that Jesus was a liar and fraud?
I'm certainly aware that you believe that. If you'd like, could we just get straight into it? I'd like to talk about Isaiah.
Sure. Which one? Your favorite one? Probably Isaiah 53, if I had to guess.
Well, I was actually thinking more of, in general, the whole book of Isaiah.
Sure.
More generally speaking.
Okay.
I think firstly there's a lot of things that you and I probably agree on, so it would be probably helpful if we got those out of the way.
Sure.
So first, I do think it is quite clear that in the book of Isaiah it refers to the descendants of Jacob, the Israelites, as the servant of God.
Mm-hmm.
I also think it's clear. So wait, we agree on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I also think it's clear that generally a theme of the book of Isaiah is God redeeming his people, the descendants of Jacob, back to him from not only from their own sin, but also, more generally from the Babylonians and other groups.
Yeah, well, he doesn't really say anything about redeeming them from their sins, but it does say in Jeremiah that that he's going to wipe away their sins.
Well, I'm talking about there's verses like Isaiah 44:6, which calls God his Redeemer. Isaiah 44:24, thus says the Lord your Redeemer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's a redeemer though?
Well, a redeemer can be many things, but it's one, like I said, he redeems them from their injustice and from their enemies.
Well, from their enemies, maybe, yeah. So the idea of redeeming means that you're buying back what was lost, right? So, for example, if you had to sell your daughter as a slave, it's possible that you could redeem her later. You can purchase her back. So that's kind of the idea of redemption. Same with land.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. He's trying to bring Israel back to him.
I agree.
Okay, yeah. So we agree on that's all I was trying to say. So we agree on that too. I think the third thing, this is very straightforward. I think it's very clear that the nation of Israel, the descendants of Jacob, are not God.
Yeah, I think I would have to agree with that. It seems to be that the nation of Israel is supposed to bring people to God, not be God.
Yeah, so the nation of Israel isn't God. So now we can actually like start looking at some of these verses, and I'm hoping that you can kind of shed some light in the areas, because I haven't studied all of Isaiah, so you can shed some light on the areas in which I'm missing. But so first things first, let me pull up this verse here. So can we talk about, I think, Isaiah 49
Mm-hmm.
and starting at verse 3?
Yep.
Okay. Do you want me to read it, or
I've got it on the screen. I'll read it off.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we'll just lead into it from verse 1. It says, "Listen to me, O coastlands. Pay attention, you people far away. The Lord called me before I was born. While I was in my mother's womb, he named me. He made my mouth like a sharp sword. In the shadow of his hand, he hid me. He made me a polished arrow. In his quiver, he hid me away. He said to me, 'You are my servant Israel, in whom I will be glorified.' But I said, 'I have labored in vain. I have spent my strength for nothing and vanity. Yet surely my cause is with the Lord and my reward with my God.'"
Yeah, that's great. So who do you think this is about?
I think this is about Israel. Most likely,
Yeah, I mean, it says it right there.
Most likely, the remnant of Israel, or at least what's about to be the remnant of Israel, because it says they labored in vain.
Mm-hmm. And so this part confused me. So going into the next verse, 49 verse 5,
Mhm.
can you just read that for me?
Yeah. It says, "Now the Lord says, who formed me in the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob back to him, that Israel might be gathered to him. For I am honored in the sight of the Lord, and my God has become my strength." He says, "Is it too light a thing that you should be my servant, to raise up the tribes of Jacob, to restore the survivors of Israel? I will give you as a light to the nations, that my salvation may reach to the ends of the earth." So this is why I bring up the remnant. Now, the typical Jewish view is that the remnant of Jacob, those that went in and weren't refined, the wicked were refined away, they died, and the remnant of Israel is supposed to be the righteous ones, and that those are the ones that are going to bring Jacob back. But there's an alternative view, and the view that I actually like the best, which is, I think the other servant here is the prophet Isaiah speaking about himself, talking to the remnant of Israel, which is in line with what the rest of the prophets say. There's about 6 different occasions in which the Old Testament prophets refer to themselves as the servant of Yahweh. And one of the problems we have in 2nd Isaiah is that 2nd Isaiah was compiled by people that were in Isaiah's school. So they took what they thought were prophecies from Isaiah, and they compiled them into a narrative. And sometimes the narrative is a little bit sloppy, and you can't tell sometimes who's actually talking because they just stitched them all together.
So that's okay. So this is very interesting. First, I don't know that I ever heard you say that before, but you've said that the other servant. So that means that there are 2 servants in Isaiah?
No, I've talked about this many times when people actually bring it up.
I just haven't heard it, sorry.
Yeah, so there's a theoretical second servant, and it could be the prophet Isaiah, or it's the remnant of Israel, which means there's only one servant.
Okay, so I do think that's very interesting. So yeah, I mean, obviously I'm Christian. I think that the servant is referring to Jesus, right?
Johnny, we talked like 2 weeks ago. I know who you are.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, I know. So I guess we can try and analyze and see what evidence we have for all of these positions. There's 3 so far. That the servant is the remnant of Israel, the servant is Isaiah, or the servant is Jesus.
Why would it be Jesus?
Well, I'm gonna lay out why I think that is the case, but
we want to see why
that's
it's
obviously
not?
what I believe. Well, I mean, you can show me why you think it's not, but I haven't given you a single positive reason for why I think it is.
Well, I'll just cut you off at the pass. He says that he was formed in order to bring Jacob back to him so that Israel might be gathered to him. Jesus didn't do any of that. In fact, Jesus famously gave parables saying that God is now done with Israel and he's moving to the Gentiles. So if you go to especially the Gospel of Luke, he gives the parable of the tenant farmers where God says he's now done with them. So Jesus didn't bring Israel back to Yahweh.
Yeah, that seems like a stretch to me personally, because there's also verses that talk about the Gentiles being grafted into the olive tree that is the covenant of Israel.
Yeah.
So they're being grafted in, though they are wild branches.
Paul said that, but listen to what the prophet says. He says he was formed to bring Israel back to Yahweh. Did that happen?
Certainly there were many Israelites who strayed from God who came back to him. Yes.
Oh, sure. Show me the evidence of that.
All of the Christians who worshipped God or not all of them, forgive me. Many of them were Jewish people.
No, they were Greeks. The New Testament says this. The New Testament says that Paul went to the synagogue first to preach to the Jews, and when they didn't accept him there, he went to the Gentiles. The New Testament church was thoroughly Gentile.
Oh, so none of them were Jewish?
I didn't say none of them were Jewish, but the goal here with the servant is to bring back Jacob, to bring back the Israelite people, and that just never happened.
Is that his only goal, though?
I don't know if that's his only goal, but that is his primary goal, because when Israel gets restored, hold on, Johnny. When Israel gets restored, according to the prophet, that is when the nations will actually see that Yahweh is the one true God. When he does the impossible, when he restores his people and he glorifies his people.
So, like it's saying, so it says that Jacob will be gathered, Israel will be gathered back to him, and then it says that they will be restored. To restore the preserved ones of Israel, I will also give you as a light to the Gentiles, that you should bring my salvation to the ends of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
This is the verse right after, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that many Gentiles were saved or were brought to were brought to Yahweh doesn't really, I don't see how that refutes this.
No, I'm saying the first part didn't come true. So you've got two pieces here. The first piece is that Israel is going to be restored. The second piece is that the Gentiles are going to come to the Lord. That pervades all of Isaiah. It pervades Jeremiah and Ezekiel. It's all over. It pervades the book of Ezekiel. The Gentiles come after the restoration of the Jews, but that the Jews were never restored. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, firstly, if they were restored in Jesus, like from their sin, firstly, like, secondly, I mean, I just don't see. Could you give me a source saying that, like, it was a very small amount of Jews that were saved?
You'd have to demonstrate that they were saved. You're the one that made the claim that a bunch of Jews got saved when the New Testament wasn't written in Aramaic, it wasn't written in Hebrew, it was written in Greek. And it was full of derogatory terms towards the Jews. It says the Jews did this, the Jews did that. It blamed the Jews for everything because it was written for a Greek audience. And
so
listen to what he says. Just read the rest of the chapter. Thus saith the Lord, the Redeemer of Israel and his Holy One, to one deeply despised, abhorred by the nations, the slave of rulers. He says, kings will stand up, princes shall prostrate themselves because of the Lord who is faithful, the Holy One of Israel has chosen you, referring to the nation of Israel. And he says, if you keep reading, or did we go past it? Give me a second. Yeah, verse 7. Yeah, that this is reminiscent of what he says in chapter 52 when it says kings will shut their mouths because of you. Like there's this message that the nations are witnessing what's happening to the nation of Israel when God restores them. It has nothing to do with the Messiah dying for anyone's sins.
Okay, well, I don't know. I think it does, and you haven't given me an opportunity to provide any positive evidence for that.
All right, go ahead and make your case.
Okay, so I think the first place to start is if this is a different servant than the servant of Israel, obviously in Isaiah there would be evidence for some other servant.
I mean, you would have to find evidence that the servant is somehow Jesus and not the prophet.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm saying. Okay, so first thing, I think it's interesting in Isaiah 49 how it says this phrase, "It is too small a thing that you should be my servant to raise up the tribes of Jacob."
Mm-hmm.
That's a very interesting phrase. Often in the Old Testament we see that like that God condemns the people of Israel for like how wicked they are or whatever, and then he says it's him who through his strength is saving them despite their wickedness. But here God himself is praising this servant, saying it is too small a thing. That's a very interesting phrase. And
I don't think it's interesting at all, because if you read the rest of the chapter, the whole chapter is about the restoration of the Israelites.
I do think it is a very interesting phrase when you consider other chapters in Isaiah, like Isaiah 59. In Isaiah 59, first we have, again, we agreed that it is God, who is to redeem Israel and bring him back to him. But here in Isaiah 49, he's saying that the servant is the one that's going to bring Jacob back to him. And if we go back, and then if we go to Isaiah 59, again, it says, "Behold, the Lord's hand is not shortened that it cannot save." Here it's saying that, don't worry, the hand of God is well strong enough to save the nation of Israel.
Yep.
And he's saying a similar thing in Isaiah 49:5. But even further in Isaiah 59, this part is titled "The Redeemer of Zion," though that probably wasn't in the original manuscript. It says, "Then the Lord saw."
Wait, why do you think that heading is there? Do you think maybe the PhD scholars who translated it know more about the text than you do?
No, I'm sure they do. I'm saying that it might not have been there originally, but it is important for the sake of discussion because this is talking about the Redeemer. I mean, it says it in this passage that I'm about to read.
Well, even 49 talks about Israel being redeemed. You didn't want to read the rest of it with me.
Oh, I'm fine reading the rest of it, but I would like to present. I mean, I still haven't presented any.
All right, sorry. What do you want to read next?
So this is Isaiah 59.
Mm-hmm.
And I just read the first verse of Isaiah 59. "Behold, the Lord's hand is not shortened that it cannot save."
Mm-hmm.
And in Isaiah 59, verse 16, it says, "Then the Lord saw it, and it displeased him that there was no justice. He saw that there was no man, and wondered that there was no intercessor. Therefore his own arm brought salvation for him, and his own righteousness, it sustained him." And then further down it says, "The Redeemer will come to Zion, and to those who turn from transgression in Jacob," says the Lord.
John, do you know what we call this?
What do we call this?
This is called a Messiah of grammatical anomalies. See, what you're doing is you're saying, I want to ignore the entire context of Isaiah, and I want to find a weird grammatic anomaly somewhere that doesn't seem to fit. And when I find one, I'm just going to squeeze my Messiah in here. Even though it contradicts the entire context of the book, even though it completely contradicts every other prophetic book, that's what you're doing. This is called coping. So,
okay. Well, can I just say, you haven't listened to my whole thing yet. I mean, that maybe I would agree with you if I was only going to bring up Isaiah 59 verse 16 and Isaiah 44 verse 5, but I have other verses that I was going to use to further this idea.
Carry on.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So, from these verses so far, it does seem strange because we already agreed that the Lord is the one who is supposed to redeem Israel. But then in 44, it says that his servant is going to redeem them. But in verse 59...
Well, in 44, it's a reference to King Cyrus.
In verse 49, it reinstates that it's the Lord that was going to redeem them because he saw that there was no man. So then how can Israel save Israel if there is no man to save them?
Israel isn't saving Israel.
Oh, Israel is saving Jacob. Or return, or so forgive me. Yeah, you're right. That was I misspoke.
Did you bother to read chapter 45?
You can read chapter 45, but I'm
the man who's going to save Israel is King Cyrus. Thus saith the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have grasped, to subdue the nations before him, to strip kings of their robes, to open doors before him. The only Mashiach ever mentioned in 2nd Isaiah is King Cyrus. That's it.
Oh, well, that's fine. It's fine if Cyrus is the one that subdues the nations that are because right, Isaiah was written in the period of the Babylonian exile, right?
Yes and no. So the first, we would say the first 39 chapters are believed to predate the exile, although I would say chapter 14 doesn't. Other than that, we would say chapter 55 all the way to 40 are roughly at the very end of the Babylonian captivity. And most people would say 3rd Isaiah probably was written closer to like the time of Haggai. It was very late.
Yeah, so what I'm just saying with that is that like the people of Israel were they needed to be delivered from the other nations in like a physical sense because they were being held captive.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's fine if Cyrus is the one that does it. But I'm making the point that that the for example, the servant in Isaiah 53 and 52 is God, and so it's fine if that's the case. I don't care that Cyrus is the one that delivers them from the nations, because I think that Isaiah is also saying that there is one who is going to deliver them from something much greater than that. And so if I continue what I'm saying, this obviously doesn't tell us who it is. It kind of creates some confusion because we have this problem of God saying that he's going to be the one to redeem them, but then also saying that like this servant Israel is going to be the one. So if we look throughout the book of Isaiah, I think we can find our answer in some other chapters. For example, in Isaiah 9.
I can't wait to do Isaiah 9.
Verse 6.
Did you bother to read all of Isaiah 9 or just verse 6?
I've read Isaiah 9. I've read Isaiah 9 through it ends in 12, I believe.
Yeah, what's Isaiah 9 start? What's the beginning of Isaiah 9 about?
Nevertheless, the gloom will not be upon her who is distressed.
Yeah.
As when at first he lightly esteemed the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, and afterwards more heavily oppressed her by the way of the sea beyond the Jordan, in Galilee of the Gentiles. The people who walked in darkness have seen a great light. Those who dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them a light has shined.
Right.
You have multiplied the nations and increased its joy. They rejoice before you according to the joy of harvest, as men rejoice when they divide the spoil. For you have broken the yoke of his burden and the staff of his shoulder, the rod of his oppressor, as in the day of Midian, for every warrior's sandal from the noisy battle, and the garments roiled in blood, will be used for burning and fuel of the fire.
Right, this is war
That's the
imagery
context
right
of
now
Isaiah
so
6.
far, right? Yeah, so
Sure.
the yoke of Israel's burden has been broken because the victory in battle, right? And what is the vision about how are they going to be victorious in battle? Well, it's obviously because of the birth of a new king. It says a child has been born for us, a son given to us. This is what would be called an enthronement prophecy. They're common in the ancient Near East, where when a king was about to take the throne, or when the future king was announced, they would make a prophecy about the future king. And this is exactly the way this one reads. It's a child has already been born. And most people believe it's King Hezekiah, which is why it says, great will be his authority. There shall be endless peace for the throne of David and his kingdom. He will establish it and uphold it with justice and righteousness from this time onward forevermore. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will do this. So, but Jesus was never on the throne of David.
You skipped over that little verse. You skipped over that little part there.
I didn't skip it. I knew you wanted to read it, but I wanted to make sure you
Yeah,
read the rest
I
of
did
it.
want to read it.
You want to
Sure,
know?
I'm
you
fine
wanna-
reading the rest of it.
Do you
yeah.
want to know why this wasn't quoted in the New Testament?
Well, I want to know why you didn't read it first.
Well, because we're going to read it. I know this is the whole reason why you came to this chapter was to read this verse. So we're going to read it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's read it then.
Okay, a child has been born for us. Is that past tense or future tense? Or present tense?
It's present tense, but I'm fine with that.
Well, kind of. It's actually is in the perfect tense in Hebrew,
Yeah.
right? So the child's already been born. So the child has been born for us, a son given to us. Authority rests upon his shoulders, and he is named Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. So this is an actual king, right?
Yeah.
Great. Was Jesus ever a king?
Yep.
No, he wasn't. Not a single day.
Yeah, he was.
Okay, then show me in the Bible where he was ever on the throne.
So for one, he has a throne in heaven.
That's adorable that you think that. Nobody cares about your mythical heavenly throne. We want to know where he was a real king in actual the land of Judea where his people were.
So the throne of David, is that a physical throne?
Yeah, it's in Israel. That's why it says in Micah 5 that he'll be a ruler in Israel. In Israel.
Well, yeah, I mean,
all the messianic
okay,
prophecies are about being an actual king from the line of David and sitting on the throne of King David in Jerusalem.
Well, he can be a king over Jerusalem, over Israel.
Cool.
And that doesn't mean that he has to have a physical throne in Israel. In fact, it sounds
what that means.
It's even better for him to have a throne that supersedes all physicality.
Yeah, listen, if I was never a king, I would say the same bullshit too. I'm in a king far away in heaven after I'm dead, and you can't see me, but I'm there. I would tell the same lie.
If I was an atheist trying to disprove something, I would say, "Oh, well, it's just some spiritual thing, and there's no proof of it." So,
cool. Then show me where the throne is, and show me Jesus is on it.
Oh well. For example, in Psalms, it says that the Lord's throne is exalted.
Johnny, listen.
Yeah.
Show me where the throne is in real life.
Like I said, it's in heaven.
Oh, so you can't find it. You can't. Okay, so then how can you prove that Jesus is on the throne if you can't even show me where the throne is?
Well, can you show me gravity?
Yeah, we can actually manipulate gravity. We can measure gravity. Like it's a real thing that happens.
So you could show me the effects of gravity.
Yeah, sure. Well, listen, show me the throne in heaven. Show me the effects of the throne in heaven.
Well, the effects of the throne in heaven could be, for example, if there is a God and he divinely inspired prophecy.
He didn't. He didn't fulfill a single prophecy.
Well, we're talking about one right now.
Dude couldn't even read Hebrew.
I know you want to move to a different topic.
No,
but right now we're in Isaiah right now.
This is the topic. I picked this topic. So
and I asked if we could talk about Isaiah. If I wanted to talk about Psalm 110, we could go do that.
And we're in Isaiah right now, and Isaiah talks about someone who's going to be on the throne of King David and establish it and uphold it with justice and righteousness. This is in line with the rest of what Isaiah says. Isaiah chapter 11. Have you read it?
Yeah, I have read it.
And what's it say?
Part of this, it's actually part of the same prophecy.
And what's it say?
It says there will a root will spring up from a branch will spring up from the root of Jesse.
Right. And what's he going to do?
And he will be as a light to the Gentiles.
The
spirit of the Lord shall rest. I think it actually does. So in Isaiah, let me see. I'm pulling it up right now. So it says, there's Isaiah 1:11, and it says, "The Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and fear of the Lord." And I believe if we go further down, it says he will be set up as a banner for the nations.
Keep reading.
And the adversaries of Judah shall be cut off. Ephraim shall not.
The adversaries of Judah. Oh, what about that?
Yeah, what about it?
Oh, did that happen?
Did the adversaries of Judah
says, on that day, the root of Jesse shall stand as a signal to the people. The nations shall inquire of him, and his dwelling shall be glorious. On that day, the Lord will again raise his hand to recover the remnant that is left of his people from Assyria, from Egypt, from Pathros, from Cush, from Elam, from Shinar, from Hamath, from the coastlands of the sea. He will raise a signal for the nations and will assemble the outcast of Israel and gather the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. Did that happen?
This is the same thing that it's saying in Isaiah 44. It's saying
I
that
agree.
Israel will be brought back to him.
Yeah, did it happen though?
Yeah, after
No, it
Jesus
didn't.
came. Okay, for example, okay.
Do you know what happened in 68 and in 132 to 136?
BC or AD?
AD, after Jesus died.
Mm-hmm.
The Romans annihilated the Jews. And then in 136, Hadrian drove them from the promised land. Jesus didn't gather anybody. They got wiped out.
Were they permanently wiped out and every one of them destroyed?
They're wiped out for nearly 2,000 years, but it says the jealousy of Ephraim shall depart and the hostility of Judah shall be cut off. Ephraim should not be jealous of Judah, and Judah should not be hostile towards Ephraim, and talks about how they're going to be completely restored. And they're going to put their hands against Edom and Moab, and the Ammonites are going to obey them. Those people don't even exist anymore.
What happened to them?
They're gone. They got wiped. They got wiped out.
Assimilated.
They got wiped out. They got wiped out before Israel got wiped out.
They were actually assimilated. Yeah, they were. Before even Jesus came along, they were assimilated into cultures like the Babylonians, and then the I think they went to the Arabians next. Actually, if you follow their line, you know where they end up. Do you? Do you know where they end up?
They don't end up anywhere. They're Bedouins right now.
What do you mean they don't end up anywhere? When
The
a
Bedouins,
nation gets when a nation gets
the remnant of Edom are the Bedouins.
Okay. For example, in verse, let me pull it up again. I believe it's in verse, like what you just mentioned. It's in, I believe, verse 12 or 13, where it says that the Edomites, the Moabites, and the Ammonites will be subject to the Israelites, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you just mentioned?
Yep.
Yeah, so the Edomites, the Moabites, the Ammonites, when they were conquered by nations like Babylonians, they become assimilated into the culture.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't exist as a people group anymore, but they still have descendants.
Oh,
right?
I'm sure of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the only ones we actually know about that we can identify are the Bedouins. The Bedouins are the remnants of those people groups.
If you actually follow the line of I'm trying to find it. I had it open earlier. But if you actually follow the line of their conquest, at some point they end up as under the conquest of these people called the Nabateans. I'm trying to find it. I think I accidentally closed the tab. But what's interesting about the Nabateans is that they actually converted to Christianity in about 303 AD. So this could, that doesn't disprove this prophecy at all. In fact, it could be a fulfillment of it because their descendants then entered the quote unquote subjugation of the kingdom which the Israelites, which Jesus brought.
The Nabateans did not take captives of these people groups.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it right now. But can you provide a source?
Yeah, I mean, the Nabateans did commit some wars, but we have no evidence that these ancient people groups, the Ammonites, the Moabites, and whatnot, were swallowed up by the Nabateans.
I believe we do because they were the tribe that conquered. It was either the I don't know if it was one removed or one after, or directly after the Babylonians. I seem to have lost the tab though. But yeah, I don't know. It'll probably take me a second to refine this. But what I'm talking about, I mean, I can look for this if you want, but I mean, I'd still like to talk about Isaiah because I
it's kind of
believe that
irrelevant what the
context.
It's kind of irrelevant because it doesn't say that a bunch of people many years later are going to come and do this. It says that the Messiah is going to do this.
Well, it says that the descendants of these people will be subjugated underneath you.
Yes, and when is it supposed to happen?
It doesn't. It says after this
When the
servant
Messiah
comes.
Yeah, when the Messiah comes, and it didn't happen when Jesus came. It says on that day, when the day when the Messiah is still there. And listen, anything that happened hundreds or thousands of years after Jesus departed did not get fulfilled by Jesus. You can't attribute things to Jesus after he's dead.
So in the day of Jesus, right? In the day of the Messiah, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're saying. Since it's not in the day of the Messiah, then it doesn't count as being fulfilled.
Yeah, if it didn't happen when Jesus is around, then it just didn't happen. It didn't say that the branch of David is going to come and die, and then his followers are going to do stuff later. It didn't say anything like that.
Well, I think it does say that God is going to come and die.
It doesn't say anything like that.
Oh, really?
Not only does it not say that, it also says there's going to be peace. It says the wolf will lie down with the lamb, the leopard will lie down with the kid, the calf and the lion will feed together. This is actual peace. It says they will not hurt or destroy on my holy mountain, for the earth will be full of the knowledge of the Lord as the water covers the sea. None of this happened when Jesus was here.
Yeah, I think I would agree that the knowledge of the Lord has not permeated to all people yet.
Yeah, I would say so, which means he's not the Messiah.
I don't think that follows.
It means he didn't fulfill this prophecy.
Well, you didn't let me finish what I was going to say, but in the day of the Lord, in the day of the Messiah, if the Messiah is still alive right now, then we are still in the day of the Messiah.
I would say not, because you have no evidence that he's alive. You'd have to first demonstrate that he's still alive somewhere. You know what would be a really good thing to demonstrate that someone is alive is for them to still be here, that we could see them. But just dying and then claiming that he's still alive doesn't make him alive.
Yeah, no, I agree. It doesn't make him alive. Yeah, no, I would agree that's not true. But I think that there is I think there's evidence for the resurrection, but that's a little bit of a red herring right now. I don't want to jump to that topic when I still have stuff to say about Isaiah.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm trying to say about Isaiah is that you can say that it didn't get fulfilled, but the main point I'm trying to talk about
clearly didn't.
The main point that I'm trying to talk about is Isaiah is depicting a picture of God coming down in human form.
No, he's not.
And
not even once.
Dying.
Nope, not even close.
And dying for... Okay, so then how about you let me finish my argument for that?
Okay, then find me the verse where it says God's going to manifest on earth in human form.
Oh, Isaiah 9, verse 6.
Oh, that's what you're going with that. Yeah, we didn't get to finish that. Let's go back to Isaiah 9.
Yeah, that's what I was...
Because you're completely wrong, first of all. So this is an enthronement psalm for King Hezekiah. Do you know
King Hezekiah is called Mighty God?
Mighty Yahweh is his name.
It actually doesn't say Mighty Yahweh. It says El Gibor. That's the word used there.
Yeah, El Gibor also is an abstraction. So El Gibor just means mighty divine figure. For example, we find it in the book of Ezekiel referring to warriors. It says Eli Givorim, which means divine warriors or mighty warriors. There's a large semantic range for the word Elohim or El or even El Gabor. It doesn't always mean that somebody's a god. In fact, David himself at one point and Moses himself were referred to as an Elohim. So this isn't actually saying anything about a god man.
Oh, well, it kind of does matter because yeah, I'm aware that Elohim and words like El can be used in a wide semantic range throughout the course of the whole Bible. But in the context of Isaiah, the phrase El Gibor, where else is that used? Do you know?
El Gabor in Isaiah, that exact phrase, the exact conjugation, I'm not entirely sure if it shows up again in Isaiah.
Oh, it does in actually in the same prophecy, Isaiah 10 verse 21.
Oh, 10:21. Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah.
On that day, the remnant of Israel and the survivors of the house of Jacob will no longer lean on the one who struck them, but will lean on the Lord, the Holy One of Israel, in truth. A remnant will return, the remnant of Jacob and the mighty God. For there you go, the mighty God.
Does it say and in your translation?
Says a remnant will return, the remnant of Jacob, to the mighty God.
Oh, to.
Does it say Lagavor, La El Gavor in Hebrew? Did you read it in Hebrew?
It says El Gibor, yeah. I'm pretty certain.
Does it say El Gabor or La El Gabor? Do you actually know?
We can fact check it here now.
Did you actually read it in Hebrew?
El Gibor. I'm looking at it right now. El Gibor.
I'll pull up the same one I'm sure you got pulled up. Yeah.
Yeah.
El Gabor, to El Gabor, to. That's what,
that's what I just said. To.
Yeah. To.
They will return to El Gibor, the mighty God.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what I said.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Yeah, they're going to return to mighty God. That's literally what it says. To
that's
the mighty God.
Yeah. So you just said that the El Gibor in verse 9:6 was not referring to God, but was a general term. But in the same context of the same passage, they are referring directly to Lord, the Holy One of Israel.
Well, it's not the same passage, by the way. These are different prophecies.
No,
but
it's the same prophecy.
It's not.
It's the same one.
It's
Yeah,
not the same prophecy.
So where does Isaiah 9 and 10 split?
So there's two prophecies, and in the Hebrew text, that there's not a physical split until you get to chapter 39. In 39, there's a physical split between 39 and 40, and then there's another split between 55 and 56. So there's no physical split in the Hebrew text. You just have to go contextually on what's happening. And the enthronement psalm from chapter 9 doesn't lead into the redemption of Israel in chapter 10. But even if it did, it's still irrelevant because it didn't happen.
Well, okay. We can have an argument about whether or not it happened.
But it
first, didn't. Okay, we can have that. But first, I'm having an argument about whether you told me. Listen to
the actual prophecy, Johnny. It says the remnant of Israel and the survivors of the house of Jacob will no longer lean on the one who struck them, but will lean on the Lord, on Yahweh, on the Holy One of Israel. A remnant will return, and the remnant of Jacob to the mighty God. Did Jesus cause that to happen?
Like I said,
It's a yes, Johnny. It's a yes or no. Did it happen? Did Jesus cause it to happen? The answer is no, he didn't.
Well, okay. Like I said, first I would like to have a conversation about
Johnny.
Because
first you need to actually be honest and answer my question. Did Jesus cause it to happen?
Okay. Ask your question one more time for me, nice and slow, so I can understand.
Did Jesus cause the remnant of Israel to return as the prophecy predicted?
I believe that Jesus did cause the remnant of Israel, the people of Israel, to return to him.
When?
I don't know if there is a exact one moment in history where this happened, but over time, and maybe it could be something where it's not complete. Like there are still remnants of Israel that have yet to come to him.
Well, until it happens,
So
it's
I'm
not
fine.
complete.
I'm fine with that. Well, that's fine with me. That's not what I'm arguing right now.
Mhm.
And my argument is this: you said that the idea of God coming down in human form and dying for the people is not present in Isaiah.
It's
That's
not.
what you said. So then I'm just trying to present whether or not that idea is there.
It's not.
Okay. So then why is the person in Isaiah, the child, physical child, called mighty God? The same phrase which is used to refer to the Lord of hosts, the Holy One, in the next chapter.
Because that was his name. Hezekiah in Hebrew means mighty Yahweh or strength of Yahweh. That's what it means.
So it means
it's two
strength.
words.
Okay.
It's chazak in Hebrew and Yah for Yahweh. Hezekiah. It could also be translated as my strength is Yahweh. There's a number of ways you can translate it. This is an enthronement psalm of King Hezekiah. And again, I'll ask you the second time, do you know why the New Testament doesn't quote this?
I don't know why they quote one verse over another in the New Testament.
Because there's
I'm not the author, so
because there's a bunch of textual variants of this passage that don't say this. You want to read this from the Greek Septuagint?
okay, read this in the Greek Septuagint where it shows the difference between mighty God in the phrase mighty God used in verse 9:6 and in verse 10:21.
So when you read it translated into English from the Greek Septuagint, it says, "For a child has been born to us, a son has been given to us. He shoulders responsibility and is called Wonderful Advisor, Mighty God." This is not from the Greek, sorry. This one's from the Greek. "Because the child has been born for us, a son also given to us, whose sovereignty was upon his shoulder, and he is named Messenger of Great Counsel, for I will bring peace upon the rulers and peace and health to him." Reads completely different than the Masoretic text. That's why they didn't.
Okay, sorry.
That's why they didn't quote
It's a
it.
little blurry on my screen.
Oh,
So it reads Messenger of the Great Council, right? That's similar to the first name he's called, Great Counselor.
Mm-hmm.
What does it read after that? I can't read it. I'm really
Says,
sorry.
"He is named Messenger of Great Counsel, for I will bring peace upon the rulers and peace and health to him." There's
Sorry, I have to pull it up myself because I really just can't. I can't like distinguish a single character on reading it from your screen. I'm sorry.
there are a number of variants for this particular passage. The one in our Masoretic text is just one of them. So if the New Testament authors had access to a copy of this text that said exactly the way it reads, I'm inclined to believe that they actually would have used it, because the stuff that they did use is insanely suspect. They would take anything in the Old Testament that sounded like Jesus and use it. And Isaiah was their favorite book. The fact that they didn't quote this from Isaiah tells me that they had no idea that they had the same reading as us. We actually don't know what the original reading is, but even if the original reading agrees with the Masoretic text, it still doesn't matter, because it's talking about a literal king on a literal throne, and Jesus wasn't that.
Dude, it's hard to find they're showing the translations, but they're not showing the Greek.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not the Greek. It's Greek.
Just type in Isaiah 9:6 LXX.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the resource. Yeah, but I don't think, I'm sorry, I'm looking into it right now, but I still don't think that textual variants refutes this at all, because I think there's enough corresponding evidence throughout Isaiah
All that
and
there
throughout
is.
the whole Bible to demonstrate that that it is clear that God is the one who will come down in the form of man
But
to die.
doesn't say that. Doesn't say anything about a God coming down in human form and dying. And it would contradict what we find in Micah. It would contradict what we find in Jeremiah. It contradicts what we find in Zechariah. All of these prophecies talk about the nation of Israel being exalted and the people coming to Yahweh through the exaltation of the nation of Israel, not through anyone dying for anyone's sins.
So we'll have
all you're doing
to
is
see about
you're
that in a
ignoring
second.
the entire context of the Old Testament and trying to find a Messiah of the gaps. That's what you're doing. In fact, the Old Testament prophets say that when the Messiah comes, that the laws of Moses and all the sacrifices are going to be reinstituted forever.
Sure. But I actually don't think it is the case that it contradicts all of the Old Testament. In fact, I think it is quite consistent with the Old Testament.
I disagree.
Even looking up this I'm sorry, I'm actually not fluent in Greek, so I need a translation which
type
will let me
in
look at the words
just
individually as well.
Type in the same phrase and put in the word either Brenton or intertextual. You'll find an English translation from Sir Lancelot Breton that's in the open domain. So Sir Lancelot Breton did a translation of the Greek Septuagint some time ago that's pretty well distributed on the internet.
Oh, maybe I can do this. Hold on. Okay, wait, that still doesn't help. Yeah, well, like what I was saying is these are good translations, but it's not showing like the direct relation with each phrase and word, you know.
You mean you want a interlinear translation?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, you got to pay money for that. Yeah, you're not going to find. You're not
so
going
we're-
to.
okay, so we're cooked.
You're not going to find
That's
a
all
free
right.
a free version of that. I've got one
Okay, so-
done by I think Bartlett and Dr. De Silva, but it's not on the internet.
Okay, so if that's the case, then we'll have to try one of these other quote unquote correspondences or
Sure, but-
instances of this. And the other one that I find in Isaiah is actually in Isaiah 52 and 53.
Mm-hmm.
This is the other one that seems to So you're of the position that Isaiah 52 and 53 is about Israel.
It's about the nation of Israel, and we cover this literally every time I'm live.
I know.
I've probably talked about Isaiah
aware.
52 and 53 more than any other topic I've ever covered on this channel because you guys are relentless and you haven't actually read the book.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm aware that you've covered this quite frequently. So
So you're going to ask
Starting in
me, how did the nation of Israel die for anyone's sins?
no, that's not what I'm going to ask you. Could you read Isaiah 52 verse 13? It's going to be in the same vein. of
It's
what we
weird
just
that
did.
you want to start on 13. Why 13?
Because it says, "Behold my servant." This is clearly
The nation of Israel, I know.
the beginning of the rest of Isaiah 53.
Okay, so you actually don't like the context of Isaiah 52. You want to skip it.
You can talk about the context of Isaiah 52 all you want. That doesn't really, the point that I'm going to make isn't really affected by that.
I actually think it is, and you'll figure it out when we get there.
Okay.
So in Isaiah 52, the context is that God is redeeming his people from the Babylonian captivity, and he sends the prophet to give the word. He says, "Break forth, shout for joy, or shout together for joy, you ruins of Jerusalem, for the Lord has comforted his people, he has redeemed Jerusalem. The Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nation, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God." So what does it mean to bear your arm before the eyes of all the nations?
Well, it's very similar to the language used in Isaiah 59, where it says, "Therefore his own arm brought salvation for him."
That's right.
It means, so arm kind of, in the context of the Old Testament, it kind of means power.
Yep. To do what?
To bring salvation.
To rescue.
to redeem the people of Israel.
That's right.
Great.
That's what the whole thing is about. The whole thing is about God redeeming his people from Israel with a mighty and stretched out arm, just like he did during the rescue from Egypt. In fact, he's going to make a comparison in verse 11 with that. So it says in verse 10 that God has bared his holy arm before all the eyes of the nations. And then he says, depart, depart, go out from there, touch no unclean thing. Go out from the midst of it and purify yourselves, you who carry the vessels of the Lord. For you shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go out in flight, for the Lord will go before you, the God of Israel will be your regard. It's a direct parallel to the Exodus so far. So the setup here is that God is now ready to redeem his people, right?
Great, that's awesome.
Cool. So then the next thing we hear is, my servant shall prosper. He shall be exalted and lifted up, shall be very high. Why should I think that this is about anybody but Israel?
I think that's great. So is Israel exalted and lifted high?
They will be.
That's really strange. So where else in the Bible do we see this phrase about someone being exalted and lifted high?
It talks about kings, it talks about the nation of Israel, and probably, if I had to guess, the New Testament robbed it to make it about Jesus.
Oh, wait. No. I'm sorry. But you're right. This phrase, similar phrases to this appear very frequently. Well, actually not that frequently, but you'll often see phrases of things being exalted or things being lifted up or voices being lifted high, stuff of that matter. But in the way that it uses it here, it's actually a very uncommon phrase.
Oh, Johnny,
do you know where else it's being used?
Johnny, are you pretending to know Hebrew right now?
I'm not pretending to know Hebrew. I'm not at all.
Okay, just checking.
But I'm just.
Well, how do you know it's a rare phrase?
I'm just looking at the instances this phrase appears in the Bible.
Fair enough. Do you think that we know enough about Hebrew to know that being exalted is an easy to translate word?
I'm not looking at the. I'm looking at the Hebrew, the occurrences of the Hebrew words, the
Fair
Hebrew
enough.
verb adjectives here.
Do you think it's translated incorrectly?
No, I don't think it's translated incorrectly at all.
Cool. Okay, so then tell me why this isn't about Israel.
Well, like I said, you think so you don't know where this phrase appears. The phrase specifically.
No, I've
like,
never.
You'll see,
I've never gone grammar hunting, so I can do a
Yeah.
Jesus of grammatic anomalies. But go ahead and give me your best interpretation.
Okay, sure. So the phrase appears the same way. Actually, in Isaiah, that's quite convenient, isn't it?
Yes.
So we see it in Isaiah.
Yeah, quite
57.
convenient. Yeah, when people of the same school use the same word, I know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. So okay. I'll get into that in a second. So the two places it appears in the same way is Isaiah 57:15, and let me find this other one. You could pull that one up, I guess, while we're waiting. Let me see.
I love how confident they are in their scripts.
I'm not. Listen. I actually hope you, because I want to know where my knowledge falls short, because I know it does, and I'm okay with that. You know, I want to know where I can learn and I can study, and hopefully find answers to the shortcomings that I have. I'm perfectly fine with that. They're actually. Oh, okay, wait, right here. Yeah, that's the only other place it appears in this way. Okay, so do you have it?
It's on the screen, yep. For thus saith the high and lofty one, who inhabits eternity, whose name is holy. I dwell in the high and holy place, and also with those who are contrite and humble in spirit, to retrieve the spirit of the humble and to revive the heart of the contrite.
So who's that about?
It's about Yahweh.
The
one who inhabits
So the
eternity is Yahweh.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess the fact that he's called Everlasting Father, this person is called Everlasting Father in verse 9:6 isn't important, but so a phrase that is used specifically for Yahweh is also used for the Israelites.
No.
It's not.
We're reading in 57:15. Are you lost?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So in the very first line where it says high and lofty, it's the same one that's used
Mhm.
in Isaiah 52:13.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So
Are you,
I'm asking.
are you
Can I
assuming?
ask you?
Are you assuming that every time the word exalt shows up in the Hebrew text, it has to refer to the same person or the same event?
No.
I think you're really confused about
I'm
how
saying-
verbs work.
I'm saying when the verb high, when the verb exalted and lifted up appears, because that phrase itself does. You can, like, for example, the phrase for exalted appears quite frequently throughout the Old Testament. You'll have very common. It's because it can also mean just like you can exalt your voice and speak louder, or the phrase for lifted up. You can lift up your hand. But specifically in the context of Isaiah, the phrase high or exalted and lifted up is a very, very unique one.
I don't think so.
So can you find me another phrase in Isaiah where it's used in this way? I can find you one more.
Well, in Isaiah 52:13,
Yeah.
which phrase are you suggesting is somehow being uniquely used outside of its normal semantic range?
Oh, okay. I'm just talking about specifically. I believe the verbs being used here are rum and nasa.
Nasa is one of the most common words in the Hebrew Bible.
Sure, yeah. So I'm fine with that.
It's used like 300 times.
Sure.
And okay, so to be high,
That's what I was saying.
or to be
That's what I
lifted
just
up.
said.
This is not unique.
Did I not just say that the phrase appears very commonly?
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but specifically in the context of Isaiah, so does the phrase "my servant" appear frequently throughout the Bible?
It kind of depends on which book you're reading. It's very common in the book of Isaiah. It does show up a lot elsewhere in the Bible of like normal people. So my servant is also commonly used for, we'll say, people that are subordinates.
Mm-hmm. So you would say that not every instance of "my servant" refers to the nation of Israel that it refers to in Isaiah.
No, obviously that context tells you.
Yeah.
Context tells
Yeah.
you, and to be lifted up high just means exactly what it means. It just means that you're being elevated.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly true. So we know that phrases which call Israel its servant in Isaiah, that's how we know that the phrase "my servant" refers to the nation of Israel, because in context it will say "my nation Jacob" or "my nation Israel," right?
Yeah, because the prophet tells you 8 different occasions leading up to chapter 53 who the servant is. The only passage that comes close to naming a different servant doesn't tell you who the servant is, but it could easily be the remnant of Israel, the prophet himself, or it could be just a textual variant, which we have many of Isaiah, by the way. That's one of the most textual variant heavy books we have.
So in the same way that we can make that observation, it uses we can use the exact same way to observe that these phrases, which are this phrase exalted and lifted up, if they are used to refer to a specific entity in the book of Isaiah,
They're not.
then it
They're not
reasonably
words that are
follows.
tied to a specific individual.
But the phrase is, right? So in the same way that the word servant isn't applied to any specific individual, or the word exalted doesn't apply to any specific individual, or the word extolled doesn't refer to any specific individual, when you combine them, it can create a phrase which can, if in context is only used for one person, then it can be a identifying phrase.
I don't agree with that. No, I don't think that this phrase is tied to a specific individual.
Okay, so if we have a phrase that only appears to describe one individual,
it doesn't.
And in the same
it's
context,
also irrelevant.
And in the same context of the book, they apply that phrase to another unnamed individual. Could this be used as an identifying phrase for that individual?
No, I don't believe so.
Why not?
Because these are generic words that are common in the Hebrew language. They're not identifying markers for anybody.
Okay, but like you said, words like El Gibor or El, they have a very large semantic range.
I agree, yeah.
But they are supposed to be used to identify whoever this so-called Messiah is or king is going to be. Because in context, it's used specifically in that way to identify the person.
No, this is not an identifying marker.
But you used it to identify Hezekiah as the king of, as the person of the prophecy.
Yeah, I'm telling you why the prophecy mentions it is because the person that the prophecy seems to be about, given the context of the prophecy and what we know is happening at that time period, it seems to be a reference to King Hezekiah. In fact, my Christian study Bibles will just tell you that. Because it turns out that the Old Testament scholars agree with me, not you.
Well, I'm fine with Old Testament scholars or even the people themselves having mistakes about how they are like not understanding a prophecy fully. I'm okay with that.
Right, yeah, I would definitely trust the guy on YouTube and not the guy with the PhD for sure.
Well, people with PhDs can make mistakes all the time.
You think you're the one? You think you're the one that's going to call him out?
No, but similarly, people with PhDs have obligations to uphold a certain standard, even if the standard isn't true.
You mean the standard of good academics, like good practice, use of the language appropriately?
Okay. Let me finish what I was going to say. So, let's say that there is a connection in the Bible which isn't academically robust. But even if we presuppose, listen, I'm not saying that it's right because we're presupposing it, but it's for the sake of argument. If something let's say is divinely inspired, but you cannot find a robust academic evidence for such an interpretation, that doesn't mean that the interpretation is false. It doesn't mean it's true either. But what I'm saying is it could be true, it could not be true. But I'm just arguing based on the text, like is this a reasonable interpretation? Even if the authors, even if the New Testament scholars have to describe it in another way because there's more evidence for that interpretation, that's all right. That's okay with me.
Cool. All I'm saying is that I think it's more reasonable to believe the professionals that study these texts than some guy on the internet. That's what I'm suggesting. And as someone who actually studied with the professionals, I can tell you that there's a reason why they came with these interpretations. And it's not because they hate Jesus.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. In isolation, that's all right. But just because I have a view which is counterintuitive to the generic scholars, that doesn't mean it's unreasonable.
I'm just saying that
if you want to make an appeal to authority, then that's okay.
No. I'm saying that I would give credence to the professional before I give credence to a 20-year-old on YouTube. That's what I'm saying. Just for the same reason.
That's fine. Yeah.
If a doctor told me to take a medication, I would trust the doctor over the lady down the road who thinks I should burn sage.
I think that's fine. I'm not saying that anyone should listen to me just because I'm saying it. I'm saying if someone hears what I'm saying and they go then my only the only thing I might expect of them is that they look into it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And so getting back to the topic, again, there is another time this phrase appears in Isaiah.
Identical or rehashed?
Let me see. Let me find it right here. Yep, quite similar. I mean,
Sure.
I don't know Hebrew. Like there could be little like I don't know what they're called, but
Sure. Well, where is it?
But it's in Isaiah 6 verse 1.
See what's actually in there. In the year that King Uzziah died, let's see, blah, 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 blah. Yep, God was sitting on the throne, and it's not the same phrase.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's not?
No.
In what way is it variant?
The only word that's the same is the word nasa.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, it says that he is in participle form, he is high, Rav, a different conjugation, and then it says va nisa and lifted up.
Okay, yeah, okay, so I can't read Hebrew, right? So that's
Or
okay.
Ram,
But
not Rav.
It's the same.
So what we have in the other verse was Rava, which is a different word than Ram. Ram comes from the conjugation of room, which is a different word.
Yeah. And so, and which verse was this different? In the Isaiah 15?
Isaiah 61 or 6:1 is different from the prior verse that you just gave me.
Which was Isaiah 57 verse 15?
Yep.
Yeah, so what I'm looking at right now says that they are the same two words in both.
They're not.
Okay, so can you put what you're looking at that shows that they are different on the screen for everyone to see, please?
Yep. Give me 1 second. I'll pull it up for you.
All right.
I'll put it in the interlinear for you. Give me a second. This is Blue Letter you're probably on.
Yeah, I'm on Blue Letter.
Yeah. And it's Isaiah 57, what verse again?
15, verse 15.
$57.15.
Yep.
Give me a second. This wasn't the one we just read, because this one
I'm pretty sure it was.
Because this one is actually the same, but this is not actually what I had over here. Give me a second.
It's the same because it said that inhabiteth eternity. That's the one
we were talking about.
You made a comment about.
We were talking about 52:13.
Oh yeah, I'm saying all three of these use the same phrase.
They don't.
Okay, so
what you actually have in 52:13 is gava miod, which just means very high.
Yes.
And nasa, which means lifted up.
And you have rum.
Oh, you do have rum. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're saying that this servant who you're saying is Israel is even more exalted than the Lord?
No.
But the same phrase is used for the Lord that is used twice in the other two things. It's the exact same phrase.
Are you aware?
Just corresponded that.
Are you aware that multiple things can be exalted? Like you don't have to be God to be exalted?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Listen. We already said that. I already conceded that. That's perfectly fine. But I'm saying in the context of Isaiah, he uses this phrase exalted and lifted up, nasa and rum, only in reference to the Lord of Hosts, the one who inhabits eternity.
So
Twice
what?
he makes the reference.
Yeah, and God is exalting and lifting up Israel. That's what God gets
In the
to do.
same way that he is exalted.
No, he's just exalting them. So, for example, if a king selects somebody from the kingdom and exalts them and lifts them up, he doesn't make them equal to the king. That's not what he's saying.
So
this
okay,
might be
but no,
this might be the weakest argument I've ever heard for the servant not being Israel.
it's only weak because you keep straw manning my argument. I'm not saying that because they are exalted, they are the same as Israel. I'm saying that because the author Isaiah uses the same phrase for God in Isaiah and doesn't use this phrase for anyone other than God and the servant, that he is identifying the servant as God.
He's not. God is the one speaking, and God says that he's going to lift the servant up. In fact, he says it very similar in Isaiah 55. Have you read 55?
Go to Isaiah 55.
Says that you shall call nations that do not know you, or so you shall call nations that you do not know, and nations that do not know you shall run to you, because the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, has glorified you. And this theme runs all throughout the book of Isaiah. The nations are going to run to Israel once Israel has been glorified. Zechariah chapter 8. That's what the Messianic age is about.
Okay, for one, here's I have 2 points to that. For one, this uses a completely different verb. The one that you just brought up, Isaiah 55.
I never said it was the same verb. Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well,
So what you're doing is a semantic fallacy. You're saying because Isaiah used a phrase one particular way, he can only use it that particular way. But that's silly. If God chooses to exalt his people, the nation of Israel, he can do it.
Yeah, so that wasn't my argument.
That's literally your argument. Your argument is because Isaiah uses this phrase referring to God, then he can't use it referring to the nation of Israel. That's what you're saying.
No, that's actually not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
you need to be more clear then.
If he did it, okay, then I will be very clear right now. If Isaiah used this phrase similarly throughout Isaiah talking about Israel, then I would not be making this argument. The argument that I'm making, though, is that this phrase appears very infrequently throughout the entire New Testament, and when it does appear, most of them are in Isaiah, and they are referring to the Lord.
So what?
Except for in Isaiah 52.
So again, we've already covered this. Just because God is highly exalted does not mean that every time the phrase exalted appears that it's talking about God. That's silly.
So we're running around in circles because this is like the 9th time I've clarified. I'm not saying that it's because it's exalted. I said this at the very beginning. The phrase exalted appears frequently throughout the
I
Old
know,
Testament
Johnny,
because it
you're
has a
saying
wide
the specific combination
Yeah.
of words. I know it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything.
Oh, but it can mean it.
It doesn't mean
so
anything
words
here.
don't mean words.
No, words do mean words, and highly exalted doesn't mean God. Johnny.
So show me another place in the Bible where someone is exalted and lifted up.
Well, I don't need to. See, what you're suggesting is that the words exalted and lifted up can only be used of God. Why would I think that?
Okay, let's look at another thing. Let's say the phrase like the Lord of Hosts.
Well, that includes the name Yahweh.
But
the Lord of Hosts is always going to be Yahweh because that's his name.
Okay, but if I include a name which is like, okay, so if I include a phrase which includes the name Yahweh, for example, I know Hezekiah doesn't include Yahweh specifically, but like there are a lot of names that have the name, the ideogram in it, don't they?
There's theophoric names in Hebrew. There's a shit ton of them.
Yeah, but are all of those referring to Yahweh?
Some of them are referring to Elohim. Some of them are referring to Yahweh. Most scholars agree that the theophoric names probably derived from different backgrounds, where the northern Israelites worshipped the high god of the Canaanite pantheon, El, and the Judeans worshipped Yahweh. And then eventually when the Judeans supplanted the rest of the people and became the most prosperous and powerful, they had to equate Elohim and Yahweh into one deity.
Yeah, so I don't think that really does anything. So you're saying that well, actually what I'm trying to say is that if you have a phrase like the Lord of Hosts, this refers to God despite there being, you might have someone called or I guess or it could be something like this. So the phrase Adonai, sorry. I'm just very confused about how your argument is pertinent. Yeah, so if you have a phrase which is used in a very specific context, I'm talking about a phrase, right? Not just one word, because you can use one word in many different contexts, especially in Hebrew, because specific words themselves have multiple meanings depending on the context. But so looking at the context, it's very clear that this is a phrase only applied to God.
It's not. It's applied to
So then
Israel
find me
in chapter 52.
So then find me another instance. Oh, so that's the only occurrence of it.
No, I've not searched the entire Bible for the occurrences of this word, but it's also irrelevant. It doesn't matter. What you're suggesting, which I already told you is a semantic fallacy. You're saying that because Isaiah used this phrase to refer to God, it can't be used to refer to anybody else. That's not how words work.
And again, I said that I did not make, that was not my argument. If
that
it was
is
the
your
case
argument.
That this appeared, if it was the case that this appeared very frequently relating to many different people, then I would agree with you. For example, the phrase, the word Adon is used in many different contexts and doesn't always mean God, right?
In fact, most of the time it doesn't mean God. In fact, 9 times out of 10, it just refers to a king.
That's great. So if this phrase appeared all throughout the Old Testament, referring to many different beings, then it would stand to reason that it doesn't necessitate, it doesn't identify whoever it refers to as God.
Well, Adon is a word.
Unique phrase.
And this is not a unique phrase. This is just a phrase in Hebrew. Every time the phrase is used doesn't mean that it's about God. You can use words in different ways.
Yes, exactly. And the way in which it is used in the 3 verses that I presented are the same. The way these words appear in all other occurrences is different.
We're talking about God exalting the nation of Israel. Is it within God's right to do that?
Certainly God can exalt the nation of Israel, yes.
It's within his capability. Does he say anywhere else that he's going to do that?
He uses similar phrases, especially when you translate them to English, like the one that you gave, which say that Israel will be exalted.
Okay, so God does talk in Isaiah saying that he's going to exalt the Israelites, doesn't he?
Yes.
Specifically chapter 60. Where he says, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord has risen upon you. For darkness shall cover the earth, and thick darkness the peoples. But the Lord will arise upon you, and his glory will appear over you. Nations shall come to your light, and the kings to the brightness of your dawn." And then it talks about them being restored. Lift up your eyes and look around. They all gather together. They say, "Come to you. Your sons shall come from far away, and your daughters shall be carried in their nurses' arms." Then you shall see and be radiant. But over and over again, God says he's going to redeem and restore and lift up the nation of Israel, and then the nations will come running to them. Every Old Testament prophet says the same thing. So when I'm reading Isaiah 52 and Isaiah 53, I'm saying, what's the most likely case here? Given that God tells us on many occasions the servant is Israel, given that he tells us on many occasions that he's using the nation of Israel to bring the Gentiles to him, I'm going to say I've got a very strong case contextually to say that the servant is Israel. All you've given me so far is, hey, look at these grammatic anomalies. Aren't these interesting? Let me stick my Messiah here.
Okay, so you gave a pretty good summary there. I'll try and give a pretty good summary here. So what we see all throughout the book of Isaiah is also the name, sometimes referred to as a servant, someone who is called in righteousness to be a light to the Gentiles, or a banner to the Gentiles, one who is a child who is born,
No.
called Mighty God,
Wrong.
one who is called...
Incorrect.
One who is referred to with the same name that God is referred to.
You'd be wrong.
And who is there to redeem the people of Israel, despite the fact that God is the Redeemer of Israel.
Now, God specifically says that he is the Redeemer of Israel, and then
He does.
And then he does it. In the book of Isaiah, Yahweh lifts up the hand of Cyrus and redeems Israel just like he said he would. It's almost like all of Isaiah is about Yahweh freeing Israel from the Babylonian captivity.
That's not the only redemption that they are talking about.
It is. There's no other redemption happening here other than the foreigners coming to worship with the Israelites. In fact, in chapter 56, it says that. Just go to chapter 56 after the redemption. And it says, foreigners who joined themselves to the Lord to minister to him, to love the name of the Lord, to be his servants, all who keep the Sabbath and do not profane it, and hold fast to my covenant, these I will bring to my holy mountain and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices will be accepted on my altar, for my house shall be called a house of prayer for all the people.
Yeah, that seems like a continuation of the idea of the prophecy. Wait, you're saying that it's fulfilled there.
It wasn't fulfilled. That's what I'm saying. The prophecy is about the foreigners coming to worship Yahweh just like the Israelites do. The foreigners are going to join Israel, which is what Ezekiel says about a dozen different times in his prophecy about the Messianic age. He says the foreigners are going to get circumcised and they're going to offer sacrifices with Israel on the altar, actual blood being spilled, actual goats being killed, actual grain offerings being waved.
So I don't have a problem with this at all, because this is exactly what the prophecy is talking about. The servant being a light to the Gentiles, being a banner to the Gentiles, bringing the salvation to the end of the earth.
I'm sorry. Do Christians do Christians offer sacrifices on the altar?
I think that the act of firstly, the act of Jesus' crucifixion is a sacrifice.
Do Christians bring
communion,
sacrifices to the altar of Yahweh?
The act of communion is also sacrifice.
Certainly not. Not even close. The act of communion is consuming the body of Jesus. It's not a sacrifice.
It's a remembrance of the sacrifice in which God did.
It's a remembrance of a sacrifice, but it is not a sacrifice.
And the redemption of Israel. Well,
Israel was never redeemed. You keep going back to this. The Messiah was supposed to be a king that rescued Israel and never did.
Rescued Israel from what?
From their enemies. In fact, Luke chapter 1 even says it. says in like verses 64 to 74, talks about this, says that finally the Lord has risen up a savior for us from the prophets of old, who will save us from the hands of our enemy and all who hate us.
So, who is the greatest enemy of the Israelites?
We're talking about people in the plural.
I thought you just said enemy.
Enemies and the hands of all who hate us.
Yeah, but before that.
I'll read it to you.
Okay, read it to me. What verse is it again?
It's going to be in Luke chapter 1, about verse 60, mid-60s.
Okay.
And we can go from 60 to 74. We'll find it in here. There we go. Start in 68. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for he has looked favorably upon his people and has redeemed them. He has raised up a mighty Savior for us in the house of his child David, as he spoke through the mouth of his holy prophet from old, that we would be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all who hate us. These are real enemies, actual enemies, not a sin. They're not being saved from their sin.
So you're saying Luke doesn't believe that they are saved from their sin?
No, what I'm saying is that Luke preserved somebody's testimony that gave a prophecy about the Messiah, and they legitimately believed that Jesus was this. Turns out he wasn't.
I think the Old Testament
points
to the,
did Israel have enemies?
Certainly Israel had enemies.
Did people hate them?
Certainly people hated Israel.
Right. Why would I take this to mean anybody but the actual enemies of Israel? Why would I take this to be sin?
This specific verse could be partially about their physical enemies. But
keep reading.
If you keep reading, it talks about the forgiveness of their sins.
Listen to what it says. It says, thus he has shown mercy and... I'm sorry, 71. We just read 71. There we go. Saved from our enemies. And thus he has shown mercy, promised to our ancestors, and has remembered his holy covenant, the oath that he swore to our ancestors Abraham, to grant us that we, being rescued from the hands of our enemies, might serve him without fear. That's the promise in the Old Testament, is that Yahweh will save them from their enemies, establish them in the land, and then they'll be able to worship Yahweh in peace forever.
Yeah, is that their only enemy?
Yeah.
The enemies of other nations?
The other nations are their enemy, yeah.
So there is no other enemy.
There's no sin. No, the Old Testament doesn't characterize a sin as an enemy of the nation of Israel.
Yeah, well, that's fine. The Bible doesn't characterize sin as an enemy. It characterizes sin as bondage. The enemy is the adversary. That's the enemy mentioned in
It says enemies in the plural, by the way.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. They can have enemies. They can have multiple enemies of nations.
Cool.
And they can also have the enemy which is talked about in the Old Testament, the adversary.
Cool. So were the nations subdued? Or did they kick the crap out of Israel?
Were they delivered from their enemies?
Yeah. According to Luke chapter 1, were they delivered from their enemies in the hands of all that hate them?
Yeah, so exactly, delivered. It doesn't say that they destroyed every single enemy of Israel.
Being delivered from your enemies means you've got victory.
Deliverance so that they may serve him all the days of their life without fear.
That's right. Yeah, what would they be in fear of?
Persecution, death.
Yeah, getting killed again, being taken over by another people. Okay. So the prophecy is clearly about the nation of Israel being rescued from their oppressors.
So if they are freed from death, then they can worship him without fear of dying to their enemies.
No, they're dead.
Well, I know you believe in a naturalistic, if they're dead, they're dead. but I'm talking about in the context of the Bible.
Well, the context of the Bible doesn't say anything here about having eternal life. It says that they're going to be freed from the hands of those who hate them.
Yeah, what?
Those are their enemies.
What better way to free someone from their enemies than for them to, the only thing which their enemies can do, which is to kill them, for it to be ineffective, to be rendered mute.
That's a meaningless statement. The prophecy doesn't say that they're going to be freed from sin or free
So what about the
from
statement was
persecution in the afterlife. It says that they're going to be freed from the hands of their enemies so that they can worship God without fear.
Yeah, that's great.
If that means dying, then they should all just let themselves die.
I didn't say it meant dying. I said it meant deliverance from death.
Because the prophets of old, they prophesied the nation of Israel being delivered from their actual enemies on the earth. That's what Luke said. Luke said that this was to fulfill the prophecy from the prophets of old. And if you go to the prophecies of the prophets of old, those prophecies said that they would be saved from their enemies, they would be restored back to their land, and they would live unbothered in their own land.
All of those prophecies say that they would be delivered from literal, like, other nations?
Almost all of the prophecies talk about Israel being delivered from their enemies and being restored to their land again.
Sure, they could be, yeah, that's fine. But if there are prophecies which refer to other ideas which could be added to such a deliverance, for example, a deliverance from death, then it still doesn't disprove that this is a prophecy about that.
I have no idea what you're talking about. The prophecy that is being referred to in Luke was not about being delivered from sin. It's about being delivered from their enemies.
Yeah, and one of their enemies is the adversary. So if they're the one who brought death into the world,
the adversary works for Yahweh.
That's not true.
It's true. That's why Jesus even said that Satan has asked to sift you.
Mhm.
Satan doesn't have to ask anything unless he's under somebody else's authority. Same reason why in Job, Satan had to ask.
Authority.
So Satan had to get power, permission from God to do what he did to Job. Satan is not the enemy of God. He works for God. In fact, in the book of Zechariah, Satan and Yahweh have a conversation together.
Oh yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that. That is no problem whatsoever. Yeah, so the fact that Satan has to get permission from God doesn't mean that he works for him. It just means that Satan can't do anything outside of God's authority. So that means God has to approve anything Satan does.
Is that right? Which means God's responsible for everything Satan does.
In one sense, yes. That's why God often claims. God often claims responsibility for these
God
things.
created his own enemy, and then he gave his own enemy permission to do horrific shit. That's a crazy thing to believe. Imagine believing that nonsense. So God created.
Imagine believing people have free will.
God created the whole enemy. He created his whole enemy, and then said, "This guy's really bad. He's doing awful stuff. One day I'll defeat him."
No, God created a free agent, and the ancient agent decided to do evil things. And
Did God know?
Those evil things? Yes.
Okay, did God know he was going to do evil things before he created him?
Yep.
Does God want him to do those things?
In the sense that he allowed them to happen.
But does he want them to happen?
All things... I think you could go so far as to say that God didn't want the sin in the garden to happen.
But does God want Satan to do what Satan does?
I think if you're phrasing it in that way, you could say yes, yeah.
Okay, so God is responsible for everything Satan does then.
Yeah, in the sense that he allows it.
No, he caused it to happen. He created Satan. Did he have to create Satan?
Did he give Satan free will?
No, that's not my question. I said, did he have to create Satan?
In order to create beings with free will, yeah.
No. Beings have free will with or without Satan. That's irrelevant.
Well, if you create enough beings with free will, eventually you will get beings that exercise free will, which is contrary to what they are meant to do.
Yeah,
what God wants them to do.
That's
what
how
free will is.
That's how making decisions work. Yeah, you make a bunch of people that can make decisions. You don't need to create an evil entity.
Oh yeah, no, he wasn't created evil.
Yeah, but God knew he was going to be evil, and he created him anyways. And in fact, Jesus said, and First John says that he was evil from the very beginning. Jesus said that he was a liar and a murderer from the beginning. First John says that he's been lying ever since the beginning. So
ever since the beginning.
From day one, Satan was a liar and a murderer. God knew he was a liar and a murderer, and he created him anyways. Do you think that's a responsible thing to do?
Yeah, so from day one implies that at the beginning of creation of the physical world. So if there existed a quote unquote point outside of the physical world in which Satan chose to fall.
I'm sorry, is Satan physical?
And then at the beginning, no, he's not physical.
Well, what's he made out of?
He's spiritual.
Oh, how is it that the angels lusted after the women if they're just spiritual? They don't have a physical manifestation?
Yeah, in the Old Testament, angels can frequently present the ability to manifest in physical form.
Sure. So they manifested in physical form, and then they said, "Oh, now I got a chubby."
Well, when they departed from the good of God, they fell. Then in that decision, they made the decision to do what is evil, or to do what is contrary to God's will. So
and then what did God do with them?
Sure, and then they have access to doing things that are immoral.
And then what did God do with them?
For many of them, they are still left around, and eventually they will be
Nope.
Eventually they will be put into the lake of fire.
Nope. You're close.
Nope.
Read the book of Jude and 2 Peter. In book of Jude, it says that the angels that rebelled are tied up in chains.
In the pit or the abyss?
Just like Enoch. Yeah. They're quoting Enoch.
Yeah.
Okay, so if the angels that sinned against God are down there in chains, God did something about them. Why didn't he do something about Satan?
Eventually he will.
But why didn't he do it right away like he did the other angels?
Because so that humans could have free will. So that
humans have free will with or without Satan. You don't need an evil entity to have free will.
But they need to have an opportunity to exercise that free will.
I know,
you give them
and
free will,
you have that.
Never present an opportunity.
You have that without Satan.
But Satan's the one that makes that opportunity known to them.
No, he's not. Satan's not. Satan's not
He makes it
omnipresent.
available.
Okay, so Satan's omnipresent.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, so
He
you
makes it
think
available to
Satan
them
every
for-
time a human being is tempted to do something, it's because Satan is tempting them.
No, that's not what I meant. I was
if
talking specifically
if
in the Garden
Satan's
of
not
Eden.
omnipresent, then he's not tempting everybody.
I didn't say he was.
Okay, so we
tempting
don't.
everybody.
Do I need him to practice free will?
No, you don't need him to practice free will.
Oh, okay.
Because
So
you
he,
live in- you
so
live
he,
in
so
the
he's
state
not
of original
necessary
sin.
then.
You don't because you live in the state of original sin.
Well, they had the choice even before original sin.
Yeah, no, they had the choice, but it was Satan who tempted them.
So what? They knew they had a choice, didn't they?
Yeah, they knew they had a choice, but they didn't know. They didn't have any reason to choose otherwise. It was Satan that gave them a reason.
Yeah, Satan was actually the one that told the truth. God was the one that told the non-truth. And the crazy thing about this is God was the one who made Satan and theoretically allowed him to be in the garden. Why would he do that?
Like I just said, so that Satan could tell them about the the fruit and give them a reason to choose it.
But they had the option already to disobey God, didn't they?
But they had no knowledge.
But did they have
of,
the option?
Yeah, sure, they had the option.
There you go. So they could have. And what does it say in Genesis when Eve looked at the tree? What does it say?
She saw that it was good.
That's right. She saw that it was good
after Satan had tempted her. After Satan told her about it.
But does she have the ability to look at the tree and think about it?
Well, it seems, based on the text, that this was a new thing she realized after Satan had told her.
Okay, so she didn't have the ability then to look at the tree and desire it.
I'm not sure about desire it. I don't think there was anything desirable about it.
Oh, so it wasn't
Satan
desirable.
Came along. Well, it was desirable, but she didn't know it was desirable.
Well,
like if you put it,
I would imagine that she did. It says when the woman saw that the tree was good for food and that it was a delight to the eyes. So do you think she needed Satan to know that it was good for food and to be delightful to the eyes?
No, not for that. That's but for it to be desirable to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess for the good for food.
Yeah, yeah, food is desirable, isn't it?
No. Okay. For example, if you put a piece of chocolate in front of someone, they're not necessarily gonna if they have no knowledge of what chocolate is, they might not want to eat it. But if you tell them it's something really sweet and something that will make you feel really good, then you might have the desire to try it.
So they didn't know what food was.
No, what I'm saying, but specifically in regards to the tree, they were so let's look at it like this.
Did they know what fruit was?
Yes, there was plenty of trees in which they were allowed to eat. Yes.
Do you think that they were able to look at fruit and say that looks tasty?
Well, I'm sure they were able to look at fruit and say, "Oh, that fruit looks bad. That fruit doesn't. That fruit's right.
Yeah.
That fruit's not."
So when it says
Yeah.
that she looked at the fruit and saw that it was good for food and it was delightful to the eyes, obviously she's using her own brain and her own mental faculties to say, "Hey, this looks kind of good."
Yeah. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. My point is that
Did she
it was
have
Satan who brought the fruit to her attention?
So, do you think she never would have seen it?
I think they probably stayed away from it because God said, "Do not eat of the tree."
Yeah, but do you think that they never would have ate from it?
If Satan wasn't there, I don't know.
The crazy thing is, Satan's not needed here. It's clearly a setup. God clearly intended for them to eat from the tree, because if God didn't want them to eat from the tree, he could have just not put Satan in the garden. That's crazy. And the other thing too is the wild thing is that they didn't know right from wrong. God punished them for sinning when they didn't even know that disobedience was wrong.
Well, it's not about disobedience, it's about trust.
It's about disobedience.
It's about trust. It's about trust and
Why
love,
would they trust
because
God? God lied.
They didn't know. Okay, for one, God didn't lie. Secondly,
He did.
They didn't know whether or not what Satan told them was true.
I know, but what Satan told them was true. Satan said, surely you won't die. God knows that your eyes will be opened and you'll know good and evil like him. And then
Did they die?
No, they didn't. It says, in the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die, which they didn't. What they did was their eyes were opened, just as the serpent said. In verse 22, God said, "See, the humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil," which is exactly what Satan told them would happen.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, he told the truth with that part. But my contention is this.
What did Satan lie about?
So you're saying, because Satan said, "Surely you won't die." He didn't say, "Surely in that day you won't die." He said, "Surely you won't die."
It says, let's actually read it, make sure you're quoting it correctly, because it's talking about in the day. It says, the woman said to the serpent, "We may eat of the fruit of the tree in the garden, the trees in the garden, but God said, you shall not eat of the fruit of the tree that is in the middle of the garden, nor shall you touch it, or you shall die." But the serpent said to the woman, "You will not die, for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil," which is exactly what happened. And in the prior chapter,
That did happen.
in the prior chapter, God says that in the day that you eat of it, you will die.
So, because the phrase "in the day you will eat of it" generally means that very day, it cannot mean a more general time frame.
No, in order to do that, you have to modify it. It has to be yamim, days, and you would specifically translate it bayamim, in the days, plural. It's not in the text.
Well, that implies a continual eating.
No, it doesn't.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
I don't
Yeah.
know,
So
it's-
I actually remember,
I don't-
John. This is where you should stop pretending to know Hebrew. I actually had to learn the
I don't.
language. So. In the Hebrew language, when you're using the word yom to refer to a non-specific time period, meaning a long period of time or a general period of time, you use days, just like in Hebrew. When I say the days of old, I'm talking about a long period of time. When I say in the day that I went to the store, I'm saying a specific day.
Okay, but so like for example, if I say "in the day of David," is it impossible in Hebrew for you to say, for that to mean, or should you have to always say "in the days"? Can it never be "in the day"?
It's in the days of so and so 99% of the time. It usually doesn't say in the day of a person unless it's referring to a specific event. And there are specific events that are referred to using that phrase, but they're not for long periods of time. So like when we read where it says in the day that you eat of it, you will die, that would never be translated as, well, eventually you'll die.
I don't know. It kind of seems. I don't know. It seems like you're making the same. You're criticizing me of this, of the same thing that I was criticizing you.
Oh, not even close. What I'm suggesting is that there's a format for a very widely used phrase in Hebrew, not just in the Hebrew Bible, in the Hebrew language. Yom is one of the most popular words in the Hebrew language. It shows up hundreds and hundreds of times, and it's in every Hebrew text. It doesn't matter if you're reading the Talmud, doesn't matter if you're reading the Bible, it's a popular word. And we know how the Jewish people use the word yom.
Just like we can know how the Bible uses certain phrases too.
Yep.
Phrases like
There he goes.
exalted and
Yeah,
high.
I'd pivot away from that too if I was you. Yeah.
I mean, I don't have to, but I'm just saying. To me, it seems like
But being exalted and lifted high are generic phrases.
When used individually.
They're just verbs.
I could say the word yom is just a noun.
It actually is just a noun until you abstract it.
So it can be abstracted.
Yeah. Do you know how concrete?
Based on context?
Do you not know? Based on grammar.
So it can never be extracted based on context.
Based on grammar.
So it can never be extracted based on context?
Do you know what an abstraction is?
It's where it's where a word or phrase is given a meaning greater than or different from the literal meaning.
No. That's called an
What is it
idiom.
then?
Abstraction is when you take a word and typically like a verb, right? Like a state of being or a verb, and you abstract it into a noun. So for example, if you take the word virginity in Hebrew, the word virginity is an abstraction from the word virgin. So Bethula would be virgin in the Hebrew language. And when you turn that into an abstraction and you want to say the word virginity, you would just turn it into a plural. So now virgin becomes virginity, and all you've done is you've turned it into a plural. You've created an abstraction from the original word that is based on the original word, and all you had to do was adjust the grammar. We find the same thing in the Hebrew text. When you want to create abstractions, typically you pluralize something that is typically singular, or something that is going to be intensified by making it plural. So when we see the abstraction of yom into yomim, then you're saying rather than the day, rather than a day, we're talking about an abstraction of days.
Yeah, so based on that, it was a very helpful explanation. But based on it, that kind of thing seems very common, in which you have a word that is generally plural or generally singular that is abstracted into forms into forms that are the opposite of what they originally are. But often, a lot of the times, it has similar meanings.
No, they're not opposite of what they originally are.
I'm not-
All
I-
you've done is
forgive me.
All you've done is
Yeah.
you created a plural using the appropriate grammatical methods.
Yeah, so but it's very common for you to see the phrases for God used singular and use plural, abstracted into plural, but referred to the same singular God of Yahweh or Elohim.
Yeah, because the word Elohim is a concrete abstraction from the name El. And when you make a concrete abstraction from El, it generically just means divinity, divine one.
But it's plural. So no.
Exactly, yeah,
Elohim?
because that's
Yeah.
how you create
So
an
it's-
abstract abstract
so-
in the Hebrew
so-
language and in Akkadian and in Ugaritic. In fact,
So
there's
it's
a guy named Joel S. Burnett who wrote his PhD dissertation on this particular topic, and he demonstrated how Elohim is a concrete abstraction and how it shows up not just in Hebrew, but it also shows up in Ugaritic and Akkadian.
Yeah. Oh, sure. So, you have many instances of Elohim in an abstracted plural being used in a singular form, or being used in a singular translation, despite being a plural abstraction.
Yeah, just like Genesis 1:1, where Elohim is using bara in the singular, because Elohim is referring to the divine one.
So based on context, despite it being a plural abstraction, it actually means a singular.
That's how abstractions work. Yes, just like virginity.
So then how?
Just like virginity doesn't have a count. There's no virginity in the singular or virginity in the plural. It's just virginity. Just like divinity doesn't have a singular or a plural. That's how concrete abstractions work.
So then, okay, wait. Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to, you're giving me a lesson here on Hebrew grammar, so I'm trying to apply it, but I'm also not a Hebrew speaker. So, can you explain to me why it can be used one way but not the other?
It can be used both. In fact, if you go to the Ugaritic text, you'll find the Elim are often referred to as the gods. And that's the difficulty with concrete abstractions, is because in order to make a concrete abstraction, you're using the plural form of the word, which counts as an abstractor or an intensifier, or it can just be a plural. You have to allow the actual grammar of the passage to tell you which method it's being used. And so when we find the word Elohim, it is both plural and it's also a concrete abstraction. When we see it being used tied to singular verbs like bara, it's a concrete abstraction, not a plural.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that does make sense. I'll have to, when it comes to, I'll have to fact check your grammar. I don't know.
Which is why Elohim can be used of a lot of things that are not specifically God. Elohim
exactly
just means something that is related to the divine.
Okay, yeah. No, I'm fine with that. So yeah, so I'll have to look into that specifically. I wanted to.
So the book
Yeah,
that you
so
want
I'll look into that.
the book that you want to read that almost all scholars agree on is the best take on this is called A Reassessment of the Biblical Elohim by Joel Burnett. I'll pull up a picture of it. It's on
a reassessment.
Yep,
Yeah,
A
I got it
Reassessment
here.
of Biblical Elohim. It's only $23 on Amazon. It started as his PhD dissertation, and it's a very popular selling book specifically because nearly all scholars since 2001 have abandoned writing on this topic because Joel did it so well, there's no point in adding anything to it.
Okay. Wait, so does he go over abstraction, Hebrew abstraction to words other than Elohim, or is it just
Yeah, there's
okay,
there
including Yom?
I don't know if he specifically addresses Yom because Yom doesn't really have to do with the name Elohim, but he does give a couple examples of abstractions in the Hebrew language. I don't know or recall if he mentions Yom.
Okay, I'll look into it a little bit because I mean, obviously, I'm not going to pretend to be a Hebrew scholar. I'm just going to say what I know. So I guess we can.
Did we ever cover
actually
Jeremiah
talk about
33?
No, we haven't. But I was actually. I mean, I was talking about Genesis 2 because I think Genesis paints the picture of, despite the fact that you think that the God saying in the day is a lie, I do think that Genesis 3 and 4 kind of paint a picture that it is God who will be the one to save Adam and Eve and their descendants from the sin of the garden.
Well, you've got an even bigger problem there, which is that I don't believe that Satan was in the garden. So what you're going to suggest is that Satan was in the garden because you think that there's a verse in Revelation that points to this. But the fact of the matter is, I don't know if that's actually what they were saying. I think they're quoting the book of Isaiah. And on top of that, I don't believe the New Testament is true to begin with. Like if I'm just reading Genesis, hold on, Johnny.
Yeah.
If I'm just reading Genesis and I'm not forcing the New Testament on top of it, I have no reason to believe that Satan is the serpent. The serpent is clearly an animal.
Well, okay. I mean that's fine. You can and of course, getting into believing the New Testament or whatever is a whole different can of worms. But I'm just saying, even there, I think even in spite of that, even if I concede that, I think it gives enough credence to, I think it points out that from the condition that they are in, which is the condition of sin and death, they are being delivered from that, and the one who will deliver them is one who is God and who is going to die or receive injury in order to deliver.
But that's all in the New Testament. That's not in the Old Testament. It doesn't say that now humans are under original sin or anything like that. That's just the state of affairs. So it says that they now know good from evil, and they can no longer take from the tree and eat of it, lest they live forever. So he's like, okay, now that they know good from evil, they can't live forever. They're kind of like us. They got to die eventually. But it never says that like now the world is just like living under this burden of sin and somebody needs to die and take care of the sin.
Yeah, well, it doesn't use words like sin, but it says that they are cursed all their days, and there is enmity between the woman and her offspring.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, well, actually, it says the seed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what offspring is. So in the Hebrew language, there's no word for offspring, by the way. It always comes out to zelah, that's rib, zerah, and that just means offspring.
Yeah, and so it seems to me that this phrase right here, the seed, is referring to a divine incarnation of God who is going to be bruised at his heel, but crush the head of the whoever they have enmity with, whether or not that's the serpent or whether it's Satan.
Now, it's certainly not about Satan, it's about snakes. It says, because you have done this, cursed are you among all the animals. So it's an animal. Among the wild creatures, because it's a wild creature. On your belly you shall go. Satan doesn't crawl on his belly. Dust you shall eat. Satan certainly isn't eating dust. All the days of your life. I will put enmity between you and the woman, between your offspring and hers, because snakes have offspring, Satan does not.
Well, no, I think this is very allegorical. I'm not like.
Okay. I don't think it's allegorical. I think it's an etiology explaining why snakes crawl on their bellies, and why women have painful childbirths, and why men have to toil by the sweat of their brow to make food for themselves when they're living on the earth that was designed for them. All of Genesis chapter 3 functions the same way we would read in the Babylonian literature to explain the current state of affairs.
No, that's okay. Yeah, I think that's actually true, but I think in the context of Genesis, it's actually very different. Because in the context of those other literatures, I believe they are actually they explain the state of affairs, but the state of affairs are very indifferent to human existence.
No,
and it's
definitely not.
The reason you guys are all dying is because, you're involved in this thing that is far beyond you, and there's nothing you can do about it, and you're just kind of like there to die.
Nobody is more indifferent to the human existence than the biblical God. He kills people at random, even when they haven't committed sins.
I mean, you can believe that, but according
to
the story of Genesis, according to this narrative in Genesis, which you just compared to the narrative in Babylon, it is very clearly describing a different scenario in which God has
different from what?
Which God different from the Babylonian narrative.
Which narrative are you referring to?
I don't remember what they're called, but it's called.
Can't even name one.
Gilgamesh or.
Gilgamesh isn't a creation narrative. It is a Babylonian narrative, though.
Isn't it part of like a greater whole or something? I thought the Epic of Gilgamesh was like really long and included creation narratives.
No, it creates. It has a flood narrative, but doesn't have a creation narrative. That's the Enuma Elish.
Okay, that's it.
There are a couple creation narratives actually. There's also the creation by Lord Marduk, which is a separate narrative. But in both of those cases, like nobody is like seeking to kill the humans, except
I didn't say that they hated the humans. I said that the humans were like indifferent. They were kind of just dying as a side effect of whatever these divine beings were doing.
Well, they can't live forever because they're on the earth. So if you read the Epic of Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh says, "Who can ascend to the heavens where the gods are and live forever?" The idea in the ancient Near East is that you can't live forever because you're on the earth, and the earth is dirty, and because it's dirty, it's full of sickness and disease.
Yeah, so what I had heard was just that, like I haven't read it myself, but what I've heard is that the stories basically kind of imply this idea that there's like a divine battle between divine agents, and in this divine battle, it is the side effects of it are are what cause the despair and death in the world.
No,
is that an incorrect?
Not in Babylonian literature, no. In fact,
Enuma Elish?
Yeah, in the Enuma Elish, after the flood, there's not a whole lot of interaction between the gods and mankind, and even during the flood, one of the gods went down and tried to help him.
What about before the flood?
Well, so before the flood, the goal was to create mankind the same way Genesis does, to toil and to serve on the earth. In Genesis, it says that God created Adam and placed him in the garden to serve and to toil in the garden. His job was
it doesn't say to serve in the toil.
It does.
It gave him a job, though, yeah.
No, it says serve. It uses the Hebrew word evid, or avad, meaning to serve.
Does
or
it say
to
toil?
Yeah.
Oh.
We're going to
Does it mean serve or toil?
There's two words that are used in Genesis when it talks about how God placed Adam in the garden. And it specifically uses the word avad, which means to labor or to serve, just like a slave or a servant.
And are you talking specifically about what is it? Genesis? Is it Genesis 1 29?
It should be in Genesis 1. Let me check. It's going to be towards the end, 27, 28, 29, somewhere.
Or 20?
No. It's got to be
Not have to
Genesis 2.
2?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's before he creates Eve.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's going to be in verse 15 and 16. So the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to till it and to keep it. And the Lord God commanded the man, you may freely eat of every tree in the garden. But that's not a fair translation. They softened it pretty easy. So if you go to Genesis 2:15 in the actual...
the verbs?
Yeah, if you go to the actual verbs in Genesis 2:15, it doesn't say to keep it. Actually, I think it might say... Well, double check. But it does for sure use the phrase to work it or to serve in it. Yeah, so the word that they're translating to tend is avad. Yeah.
Avad.
Yeah.
Which is yeah. It means servant, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same as to serve or to slave.
Yeah.
And the word after it, the root word is shamar, and shamar just means to look after something, to guard it or to take care of it.
Yeah. But you're saying that is the exact same story that you see in the Enum Elish.
Yeah, so what happens in the Enum Elish is they create human beings to work the earth and to kind of do the work that they didn't want to do. And so this was kind of their way of like, hey, let's create humans that will like do the stuff that we want them to do, so we don't have to do it. We don't want it to grow these crops. And so they create the human beings to do the gardening and the growing and the crop growing so that they don't have to do it.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm fine with that. I'll have to look into what the Enum Elish says, but I do think it still paints a different picture in which they kind of create man as like this kind of just workhorse. Well, in the book of Genesis, even though God gives them a job, he creates them it seems that he almost creates everything for their purpose, for their sake. So I was just trying to say it's more in depth. It's more personal.
I never said it was the same story. I don't know where you got that idea from.
I thought you okay.
He certainly didn't create it for their sake because he cursed it.
He cursed them afterwards.
Yeah, and he knew it was going to happen before they did it.
Sure. Yeah, I mean I'm fine with him knowing that. I'm perfectly fine with him knowing that. He also knew that after they did it and after they would be cursed, that he would be the one to provide the redemption from the curse.
No, there's no redemption from this curse until the new heaven and the new earth comes, and then there would be a redemption, or we'll say a relief from this particular curse. But even
there will be a redemption.
Even in Isaiah 65, when it talks about the new Jerusalem, there's going to be people dying. They're not going to live forever.
Yeah, I think that's probably true in New Testament, in Christian end times doctrine.
So they're still going to die, even in the New Jerusalem.
I just I think that afterwards, like I think,
well,
okay, let me clarify that I don't.
The curse entails death, does it not?
Yes.
Okay, and to have the curse lifted means that they're not going to die, right?
Yes.
Okay, and this is going to happen when?
So in Christian theology, my end times theology is not like very, I don't know exactly, but it's something like, there is the new Jerusalem built, and then it's like 1,000-year reign, and then afterwards it is and then afterwards there is the like new, there's like new glorified bodies in which there is no death. Something along those lines. My end times theology isn't like super.
Well,
I haven't studied it as much.
Revelation is trying to borrow from Isaiah 65 and the latter portion of Ezekiel, chapter 40 to the end of the book. And in Isaiah, it says, "Be glad and rejoice forever in what I am creating, for I am about to create Jerusalem as a joy and its people as a delight. I will rejoice in Jerusalem and delight in my people, and no more shall the sound of weeping be heard in it." Sounds a lot like Revelation 21, does it? No more is there going to be any weeping or sorrow or crying, right? It says, or the cry of distress. No more shall there be in it an infant who lives but a few days, or an old person who does not live out a lifetime, or one who dies at 100 will be considered a youth, and the one who falls short of 100 will be considered a curse. So he's saying, listen, even in the New Jerusalem, you're going to live for a long time, way past 100, but not forever. And if somebody dies under the age of 100, people will consider them to be cursed.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, like I said, that's the idea of there being like a new reign, and so there's like 1,000-year reign, but that doesn't mean that that's not heaven, because there are still sinners on the world. The 1,000-year reign.
No, it
is an opportunity. There are some. Well, because
it is verse 17 says, "I'm about to create a new heavens and a new earth." The new heaven and a new earth is not a mystical kingdom far away. It's here on the planet. The heavens and the earth just refers to the earth and the sky. That's it.
No, the heavens and the earth refers to everything.
No, it refers to the earth and the sky. This is a stock phrase in Hebrew and even in all the Akkadian Babylonian literature. It refers to the skies that are just above the earth. Hashemayim in Hebrew, heaven, just means the skies.
Yeah, no, I'm aware that I'm aware that it literally like means heaven and earth. But what I'm saying is they don't have a word for like everything or universe or whatever. So
yeah, they do. They have a word for everything.
Such as?
It'd be kol dabar, all things.
Oh, well, I meant physical things.
Yeah, dabarim are things. They're physical things.
Okay, can you give me the word?
Yeah, it'd be.
I don't know how to spell it.
It'd be hakol davarim. So the word dabar can mean word, matter, or things. It's used in the Hebrew Bible to refer to things. And to make it a plural, it'd be devarim, things. And the word for all would just be kol.
Yeah, no, I think that this is clearly a different Can you show me this seems very different. I'm just looking at it like the instances of it right now. Can you show me an instance of it referring to all things as in the entire like world? Because I'm seeing some instances of it saying all, like for example, it says all these words, or
yes,
all the things that ye should do. So it's implying to a finite set of like a specific set of things, but not a general universe or everything in existence. I'm not seeing any instance of that. I don't know. Could you find me one?
I probably could, but I'm not really sure it even matters. I'm not suggesting that God is saying that the universe is all things. The universe is the heaven and the earth. They know nothing outside of that.
Well, yeah, but that's exactly why they would say a phrase like the heavens and the earth. It doesn't. It's like saying A to Z. It's like, for example, if I say or alpha and omega, or first and last. It's like it's a juxtaposition of all things that they know to denote something, such as, for example, like the heavens and the earth. They don't know that they don't know how far the heavens extend, so they're just going to say the heavens and the earth.
Yeah, have you actually read any ancient writings on what they think the heaven and the earth was?
Well, I know that they think it was a firmament, but they had no knowledge of of beyond it, so they can only operate in what they know.
Yeah, the firmament was the outer portion of the Hashemayim. That's where God's throne was. That's why it says repeatedly in the Bible that God sits enthroned just above the firmament. Psalm 150, Ezekiel chapter 10, Ezekiel chapter 1.
So if the firmament is the extent of their knowledge, then he lives beyond their knowledge.
He lives on the top of the firmament. He's at the very top of it.
Yeah, that's fine if that's how they understand it.
And the firmament is a hard dome. The word rakia means a hard dome, which is why it was translated as firmamentum in Latin, which means a hard surface. That's why it's described in the book of Job as cast like a metal mirror.
You mean a seal?
No.
Which part of what's it called? Which part of Job are you talking about?
I'll get it for you.
All right, I appreciate that.
Job 17 or 37:18. I'll put it on the screen. Can you, like him, spread out the skies hard as a molten mirror? Because the heavens included a hard dome, the rakia, which is why my translation
What verse is this?
is just honest. Job 37:18. Even in the Greek Septuagint, it uses the phrase steroma, which means a hard, solid surface.
Yeah, so the verb word they're getting from hard is this the same thing that's like it's saying bronze here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's saying this word can mean pour out, melt, cast as metal, place firmly, stiffen, grow hard.
Yeah. Just like a rakia.
A mirror.
A rakia is a hammered out hard surface. In fact, the Egyptians literally believed that the rakia was made of bronze. They talk about the various materials. The Hebrews think that it was made from sapphire, which is why you'll see in the Hebrew Bible, when they go up to God's throne, it describes the rakia as being blue like sapphire. And the Jewish rabbis even talked about how God lived on the top of it. They wrote that there is an air pocket between the rakia and the waters above that God lived in, because obviously he couldn't live in the water.
Yeah, I'm all right with you saying that that the Jewish people had interpreted it in such a way, or that this was the common interpretation of the Middle East at the time.
It was the interpretation of literally everybody until the medieval period.
Sure, yeah. But again, what I'm saying is it's based on their knowledge. So how are they to come up with a phrase or a word that is beyond their knowledge?
God's writing it. God shouldn't have said that there's a dome in the sky. He shouldn't have said that it's hard like a mirror.
No, God's not writing it. God is.
Oh, so God didn't
speaking
inspire
to the prophets.
It. Oh, because
God's
so God told them what to
based on
write.
what they know.
So God told them what to write, and they wrote down what God told them to write.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And God said that it's hard like a molten mirror.
Well, I don't know exactly what he said, but he told them what to write based on their understanding.
Okay, so then no, it doesn't have to be based on their understanding. God's not required. God's not required to describe the world that fits their understanding. He should just tell them the way that it is.
Oh, he's not required at all, but to say should is a hard thing. I mean,
I don't think it's hard at all.
It doesn't necessarily follow that it should, that
why would
he
God
should,
why would God describe the world in a way in which it's not?
so that people could understand him?
You don't need to understand the shape of the world to understand God. That's just a fact of the world.
Oh, I think that's perfectly fine. So God can understand. God can say something in the way that they understand, because it's not important the literal way the world is, but it's important to understand God, who God is.
It's not.
That's perfectly fine with me.
It's not critical. What happened here was God said things. He told them to write things down that are not true.
He told them to write.
Do you think if
Yeah.
God said, "Hey, the world's actually a globe," they could have figured that out? Do you think they were too stupid for that?
Do you think if God's writing a book of Job or in saying the whole book of Job, and he's using an entire like chapters and chapters of figurative language, that it all has to be translated literal?
The question is, why didn't he use accurate words?
Well, the words were certainly accurate to their understanding.
But their understanding was wrong. So God should have given them words that were accurate to reality. Why didn't he give them words that are accurate to reality? Could they not understand the concept of a sphere?
I don't know what they could or could not have understood, but
Well, they were already doing trigonometry, they were already doing geometry, and some of them were literally already doing algebra and the beginning stages of calculus. They could have figured out how.
I know some people were, but not everyone was.
Doesn't matter. They know what a ball is.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. I mean, like
They were literally building towers and pyramids and doing irrigation canals. If God said the world is actually shaped like a ball, they could have figured that one out. That's okay.
Yeah. So no, I agree. That's probably true. But
Yeah, I'd say so.
What is the entire book of Job? Like, what is he saying?
Well, the entire book of the Job is don't question God, because you can't possibly know the mind of God or understand why you're suffering. But Job is another horrific book where God does horrific things. But I would say as a Christian, you shouldn't take Job to be a real story. Job clearly isn't a real story.
Okay, well we can get into the authenticity of any book of the Bible.
It's not authenticity.
It's a different.
It's not authenticity.
can of
It's
worms.
authorial intent. Not every story that the ancient Hebrews had were meant to be literal histories, and the book of Job is the most convincing of those. In fact, most scholars of the Hebrew Bible, Christian and non-Christian, agree that the story of Job is supposed to be taken not literally, but only theologically.
Okay, I'm
taking it literally makes it worse.
I'm not a fundamentalist, so that's not a huge problem for me.
Right. Well, listen, John, it's midnight where I'm at, which is my cutoff. So you're gonna have to come back Friday, or what is it? Wednesday? Yeah, you got to come back
Today's
Friday
Wednesday.
if you want to keep talking.
If I have a chance, I might. But okay, let me just, because there's some stuff I'll look over. I got to look at I have to look specifically at the Septuagint translation of Isaiah 9:6, where it says El Gibor, and if I get a chance, I'll look at the Enumalish. And then I'll see what I can figure out about your refutation of the phrase high and lifted up. I don't think it doesn't seem to me a very convincing one, but I'll see what I can look into it. I appreciate
Well, there was nothing there
going into this with me.
There was nothing there to refute. You're just saying that phrase can only be used of God, which is silly.
I said it is only used of God, except for in one specific scenario. And considering, this was my argument, by the way, and considering that there are other phrases in Isaiah which speak of someone who is God, such as Isaiah 9:6, where it says calls him El Gibor, I think it becomes more reasonable to believe that it is referring to God.
Well, I don't think
in all three scenarios.
I don't think so. I think the context of Isaiah is clear that it's obviously about the nation of Israel.
Well, those other things that I was mentioning make it unclear that
I don't think so.
make it clear that it could be talking about things other than the nation of Israel.
I don't think so. You're engaging in a messiah of the grammatical gaps. That's all you're doing. You're ignoring what the whole rest of the Old Testament has to say about the Messiah and trying to pigeonhole a couple weird grammatical things in the book of Isaiah and say, well, if you squint just right, you can squeeze Jesus into this grammatical situation, but you have to ignore all the rest of the context.
No, not at all. I think it's very clear that there are similar ideas throughout the Old Testament, but we didn't get a chance to get into them because it is quite a long topic also, and we got into some other tangents.
Okay.
But I do appreciate your time.
Sure. All right, well, come back anytime, John.
All right, thank you.
All right, have a good one. I think John was the kid we talked to last time that was okay with slavery and subjugating women and all that nonsense. I forget what else we talked about, but guys, it's the same thing I've always said. Isaiah 53 is all they have. It's all they actually have. They want to go to the grammatic anomalies of the book of Isaiah and just say it's about Jesus and ignore every other prophecy about the Messiah. He didn't want to look at Zechariah, didn't want to look at Micah, didn't want to look at Jeremiah, didn't want to look at anything else. And the requirements for the Messiah in Isaiah chapter 2 and Isaiah chapter 11 clearly didn't get fulfilled. All right, let's grab a couple of super chats, guys. Give me a second. See where we left off. Jeremy, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says we were talking about hell, but as a Christian, heaven was really weird. Oh, sorry, we did look at that one already, and I think we already saw Randy. Welcome, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I appreciate that. And then Eric says it's possible that there isn't a contradiction. Does not equal it's impossible that there is a contradiction. You could have nailed Wi-Fi on that. I mean, I probably could have. I mean, I didn't spend a whole lot of time worrying about what Wi-Fi Gospel was doing in that debate because all he was doing was running from the topic. So as far as I was concerned, if Wi-Fi was going to spend all of his time running from the actual topic, I was okay with it. Run from the topic, and then when it's my turn to speak, I'll speak on the topic, and you forfeit the debate by default. It was no skin off my back that he wanted to play word games during his time to talk at all. For those who didn't watch, I debated Wi-Fi Gospel on Modern Day Debate Saturday on whether or not Jesus was the prophecy fulfiller of the messianic prophecies. And it didn't turn out so well. He came in doing a precept script. Gates of Delirium, thank you so much for the super chat. It says Phil Bros can only try to prove their arguments, not anything else that matters. That's all they have. They have a script, and they think, as long as you can work through your script, what you can do rather than arguing the topic, you can just cut somebody's legs out from underneath of them and then say, well, because you can't justify logic, therefore we don't actually have to talk about the topic, but that's silly. Jammin, thank you for the super chat, says it is widely accepted that garlic repels vampires. That is true. It is widely accepted that garlic and driving a stake through the heart of vampires will repel them. Adele, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, my dog wonders if she should be threatened by Doug, but I'm trying to convince her that Doug loves all creatures, even if she's awkward looking. Listen, Doug does love all creatures. In fact, Doug wouldn't even scare a cat. If a cat walked up on Doug, they wouldn't even be scared. That's how harmless Doug is to animals. Doug loves all animals. He would never in a million years harm an animal or a pet. All pets are sacred to Doug. All right. Sorry we were talking so long, guys, and I got backed up on super chats. I apologize. Phil Fun says, I'm Phil and I'm a bro, but I am not a Phil bro. Also, I wish more pastors would call in with their congregations listening. Holy shit. Could you imagine? I would love for that. Now, John came here once. We cooked the ever-living crap out of him when we did. So when he came back this second time, I let him have control over the conversation. But if we get a pastor in here with their congregation listening, I probably wouldn't do that. I probably wouldn't allow them to have control and waste everybody's time. I would probably just go right away and roast them. That's what would happen. Anyways, Selah says, what would you do if you were okay? So he said, yes. Wait, what? What would you do if when you okay, so he said yes would go? I apologize, Selah. I don't know if I understand what you're trying to say in that super chat, but I really appreciate the super chat. And I'm sorry, I may not fully comprehend the question that you're asking. And Ken's place, good to see you tonight, Ken. He says, praise Doug and Sharon Stone, Rocky's cousin Igneous, and the Holy Spirit, 100 proof. Absolutely. Absolutely 100 proof. Praise Doug. And Rock Hard for Doug, Big W, says, I heard that unlike the Leviathan stories, Doug decided to befriend the Kraken and brew rum rather than the whole body battle thing. Actually, that's actually what happened. Doug is in cahoots with the Kraken in order to make the rum. That's what's happening. And Selah says, oh, he's getting spicier. I don't know if I got spicy on that last guest, because he was keeping his wits about him. So I figured, might not, no need to eat him alive if I don't have to. And Beeve, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, says, listen to this fella go on and on just to get cooked over and over. I know. But listen, in order to get Jesus out of Isaiah, all you have are like grammatical anomalies. Like, hey, look, there's this if you squint and look deep enough, you can find like this really weird thing in the text. Put Jesus in there, put him in there. Ignore the context, ignore what he says elsewhere. Just squeeze Jesus in there, and that's all they have, because they can't point to an actual prophecy that is clearly about the Messiah that he actually fulfilled. They got nothing. And Jamma J again says, Sauron is Voldemort. One ring is first Horcrux C. That's a lot of stuff, but it sounds to me like you're quoting from Harry Potter, and I would put Harry Potter on the same level as the Bible. So, I mean, Harry Potter 3:16, am I right? Hard work. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, thank you for all you do. Well, thank you for being a member. And Selah says, why do they act like Justin hasn't gone through Isaiah a million times? That's actually the funny part, is they come up here and they've read like some apologetic website that said, listen, if you squint really hard, you can find Jesus in these gaps. And then they just assume that I haven't actually studied Isaiah. It's crazy that they make that assumption. Now, I get it. There's probably a lot of people that haven't read Isaiah that would fall for this stuff. But I don't know why they're assuming I haven't read it. And Jam again says, my wife said Jesus' throne is a toilet. You nailed it. The only throne Jesus would ever sit on is on the commode. That's the only one he's got. It smells the same too, trust me. And Selah again says, I mean, realistically, to get around this obvious blunder of Jesus not being king, you'd have to work around it by creating a made-up throne far away. That's exactly it. And they don't like it when I say that, but in order to get around Jesus being king, you have to invent a different throne in a different place that the Bible does not mention. The Old Testament mentions nothing about a throne far away, ever, not once. And Blumpkin says, receipt for cooked theist, make claim, read verse, cope, repeat, sprinkle of it spiritual to taste. You nailed it. If you don't like what it says, it's spiritual. It's spiritual. Did he fulfill it? He fulfilled it spiritually. Did you pay your taxes? I did it spiritually. See how well that one works out. GSOC, thank you for the $20 super chat. Big W, I appreciate that. He says, just in your knowledge, Zen levels, and the way you cook callers blow my mind. Dex Wits showed me your channel and now a frequent listener. Shout out to the chat. They are hilarious roasting the callers as well. Actually, I try to read some of the chat as best as I can during the conversation. And chat's hilarious. I love listening to the chat. The more you guys talk in the comments, the more entertaining it is for me. Y'all out here just roasting stuff, and it's phenomenal. You're the best part of the show. And Dave Lewis, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, according to Yale commentary, Isaiah 40 to 48, servant is Israel, potentially Cyrus in chapter 42, but likely Deutero Isaiah himself in 40. That's why I said Deutero Isaiah himself, the prophet. Did you read my Reddit post I shared on Discord? Probably. I get a lot of messages on Discord. I assume I read it, but I don't specifically know. Oh, I mean, you did post a long diatribe on Reddit of why this interpretation taken from the Yale commentary series and others is not pointing to Jesus being the Messiah. I did actually read that. I appreciate you sending that to me. I read it a couple of days ago, and I kind of forgot that you even sent that to me, but it's a really good post. I would post it elsewhere. Post it again in the Discord. Just post the actual message up there. Don't post the link to Reddit. No one cares about Reddit in our Discord. But yeah, I mean, it was a really good write-up. I really enjoyed it. Rock Hard for Doug says, and the spirit of Doug came upon them and stated, this is a yes or no question. It's still amazing to me how much they want to run away from yes or no questions. And I think what it is it happens because they're insecure and they don't want to answer questions because they don't want to get cooked. And so that's kind of what you do when you're not comfortable in your position. You have to do avoidance tactics. But Mike, thank you for the super chat. It says, forget about arrows. Johnny's finding toothpicks and painting targets on them. Pretty much. That's the goal of the New Testament believers. You start with your conclusion, and then you go back into the Old Testament and say, okay, what can I find in here that reminds me of Jesus? And that's basically it. And ignore all the rest. Ignore the context. Just make up lies. Bevy, again with a super chat. Thank you so much. He says, how do you know it's a rare phrase? Well, I'm just making shit up. I know. Listen, there's more than one thing in the Hebrew language that gets exalted. Anything that God exalts is exalted. Evan, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Doug gets me high, hard, and lifted up. Hail, Doug. Yes, Doug has got all of us lifted high for him. Rock hard for Doug, guys. We are lifted high for Doug. And Dunzo, thank you for the 666. Hail, Nero. It says, this reeks of, okay, GPT, make my narrative right, no matter the lack of logic or context prompt. Hail, Doug. I think you nailed it, actually. I've actually experimented with how much I can get Chat GPT to lie, and it's a remarkably high amount. It's scary, actually. And Superhuman, thank you for the super chat. It says, imagine if God in the Old Testament simply said, listen, guys, my literal son is going to be the Messiah. Instead, God's like, they'll work it out. Actually, that's a really good point, because in the Christian mindset, you have to assume that God gave like little secret hidden messages about the Messiah. And so Christians would say, well, the Old Testament is the Messiah concealed, and the New Testament is the Messiah revealed. But why the fuck would God conceal the Messiah in the Old Testament? Just tell them what to expect so that they can do what they were told to do, which is namely, do not deviate from my word. And my word says this is what the prophet is going to do, and you can test it and know that it's true when it comes true. There's no hidden stuff here. Alan B., thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Big W for the generosity. He says, imagine writing a manual so unclear it wastes people's entire lives trying to figure it out. In any workplace, that person's name would be accursed, forever blamed for chaos others are stuck cleaning up. That's actually a really good point, because in the biblical narrative, there is no agreement on what anything means. Not in Christianity, not in Judaism, not in anything. It's just pure chaos of people throwing spaghetti at the wall, trying to find something that works. If God is not the author of confusion, it's crazy to me that he created this book. This book is the book that has caused more death and confusion than any book on the planet, hands down. And Omar, thank you for the super chat, says the guest claims Satan is a free agent while in the same sentence admitting that he has to ask for permission for everything he does. Be serious. Actually, I didn't pick up on that, but that's such a good point. He really did. But when you start talking about like theological matters, they've only thought as far as like things they've been told, and then the rest they're just doing it on the fly. They haven't really thought out these contradictory positions. And Mike Bowen, good to see you tonight, says, words don't mean words, Galaxy Brain Edition. You nailed it. Yeah. Words don't mean words. My favorite is when people want to say that the ancient Israelites didn't believe in a dome over the earth. My Bible translation just gets it honest and says that he created a dome. The NRSV ain't playing. Evan, thank you so much for the super chat, says, God was the first one to say, look at the trees. Actually, you're right. And he repeats it in Romans chapter 1. In Romans chapter 1, he says that even nature testifies so that no man is without excuse. That's bullshit. People have always disagreed on what nature is telling them about God. J-Bev, Big W, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hail Doug, he is rock hard for you. Doug's command to us in Exodus 19:13, he shall be stoned, and I am. Listen, Big W for doing the commandments of Doug, for getting stoned as he would want you to do. That's what he wants you to do, guys. And Johanna, holy shit, thank you for gifting 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. And Messy Bunya Yoga Pants, thank you for subscribing on TikTok for the first time. I really appreciate that. It's got a couple super chats left. I think about 3 of them left here. Mike, I really appreciate the super chat. It says, John was a brisket smoked all weekend. Yeah, it was a slow cook. And my goal was, here's the thing. If I didn't waste a bunch of time on him, he would have cried that I ran from him, and we're not going to have that. But I also knew that, like, you know, if he's going to be here and he wants to actually dissect the topic, we'll just do the whole damn thing. It actually gives us the opportunity to get deeper into his apologetic and show him why the apologetic is wrong. Sometimes you have to go deeper in a conversation, and it takes a longer period of time before someone realizes the error of their ways. When I was a young Christian, I was stubborn. I was never that stubborn, but even stubborn mules can be kicked into appropriate training, see the error of their ways. Ben Hooks, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. I appreciate that, buddy. And Skeptics and Scoundrels, good to see you tonight, friend. He says, God really could have benefited from a level 100 technical writing class, you know, if he's really serious about saving souls and all. That's actually a really good point. If God was a good communicator and not the author of confusion, the first thing he should have done is not scattered all the people and divided their language. The first thing he should have done is kept everybody on the same language and then gave them a book early on that gave them all the pertinent truths that they need to know. That seems to not happen. He did the opposite. He scattered them, changed all of their languages, and then gave a book that he knew 1,000 years later, people aren't going to know how to read. Biblical Hebrew was virtually dead for a long period of time. We are still learning some Hebrew phrases. If you get a copy of the JPS Tanakh, even the newest one, mine was published in 2022, maybe? Hold on. I don't have it with me, but the 1917 was recently updated in the last couple of years in the JPS Tanakh. And even in the footnotes of the JPS Tanakh, the Hebrew scholars say, the Hebrew's kind of uncertain here. We don't fully know what's happening in this particular phrase, which is crazy that God would write a book in a language that he knew later, certain words and phrases, even the best and brightest scholars studying the text for a long period of time just wouldn't know how to translate it. Crazy to me that he would write a book like that. It's insane. He's not a good communicator. And Skeptics, again, thank you for the super chat, says, yep, God kneecapping mankind at the Tower of Babel is all you need to know about him. And he did the whole rest of the Bible is God kneecapping and cursing and doing horrific things to mankind. I'm with you on that one. All right, guys, who's live right now that we can go raid? Is anyone live right now? I got to take a peek. Guys, thank you so much for being here, by the way. I really appreciate you guys sticking with me even through that incredibly long conversation with John. It looks like Mezzo is live on the new Deconstruction Junction YouTube channel. Check it out. I'm going to put it up on the screen. Hold on a second. Techbin, thank you for the super chat. It says, am I missing something? If Jesus died for our sins, then why aren't we all forgiven now? He must not have died or must not have done a good job at it. Yeah, actually, that's a really good point. If Jesus died for everyone's sins, then why the fuck am I going to hell? Who cares? It's crazy. It doesn't matter. Even if Jesus died for everyone's sins or he didn't. If you still have to do stuff to get your sins forgiven, then you don't need Jesus. Okay, guys, right now, this is one of the first lives I've seen, actually, where this is the case. We've got the Deconstruction Junction hosting a stream on the YouTubes. So here's what we want to do. There's only 7 people watching. We got to get this number up. We got to get this number up. Go to the Deconstruction Junction YouTube page, and let's get this party started. It's at Deconstruction Junction is the name of the page. And right now, it looks like Mezzo is currently live on the page. We're going to be using this page to host a bunch of lives, a bunch of creators. All the members of the Deconstruction Junction Discord is going to be hosting lives on this channel. So now's a good time to get in and start following the channel because we're going to make more and more use of it. So let's go give a raid to the Deconstruction Junction live stream on YouTube. We've already got a couple people giving Doug welcomes. Get in there and welcome them with the power and the love of Doug. And I'll be over there in just a few minutes. We got 15 people watching. In fact, I'm going to go over there on my phone right now where it updates live. I want to see how many people are over there because we got to get as many people over there as possible. So let's see how many people are watching now. I see 25 people watching, so it must be the same as my web browser. I don't see why we can't get this thing all the way up over 50. Is there a reason why we can't get this thing over 50? Let's get everyone over the Deconstruction Junction on YouTube. It's at Deconstruction Junction on YouTube. And Mezzo's live right now. We're going to have other people live coming up in the future. I'll be doing live streams on it. So, guys, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate all the kindness and the support and all the gifts and all the super chats and all the likes and all the shares. And we're at 61 now at the Deconstruction Junction. Let's go. Let's go, guys. All right. I'm going to cut it here. We'll see you again Friday.